Yeah, I mean, though that's a good fun part of it too. But you know, the Bears beat was really competitive, and we were competitive even in bags. So you go out there, you have your drink, and then Patrick Manley come out there and long snap a bag and get it on the board.
Yes.
Yes.
You can get it on the board. Yes.
It's a lot of fun.
You are listening to WSCR in HD Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Station.
So I like that those are things that are available for a young Mike Rankin while he's out here in these streets.
Mm-hmm. The
That's
streets
good.
of justice. He's in the streets of justice.
That'll be the team's next name. Streets of Justice.
Literally, injustice.
Not injustice. Not the streets of injustice.
Right.
Different streets. Different league.
Streets in justice.
The streets that are in justice.
The SIJ is back at it again. Speaking of justice, Dan, what do you make of this Bears thing?
I don't know. I have a couple questions as to who knew what and when the warnings were and who gave them the warnings, and were the complaints internal or external, and was there ever a backlash or any kind of retaliation against the whistleblower, or was this done to just say, we don't abide by your rules, I'm Matt Eberflus, and our hits principle knows no bounds. You can't collectively bargain the hits principle. I don't know.
Well, I reached out to some people, and I can tell you that it's my understanding that an NFLPA observer was the initial whistleblower.
Somebody who happened to be there?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. It sounds like the guys were like, what are we doing? And the Bears were warned, and then they got the PA involved. And the PA had someone there, and it was like, you can't do that. And I kind of know how I feel, and seeing some of the reaction, whether you're on Dan Wiederer's story or Pro Football Talk story, like seeing the reaction, yeah, the Bears need to do more of this, and they need to not be soft. And I get that. I understand like where those people are coming from, and I guess people can correlate the idea that teams that have done this before, those teams end up in the playoffs and blah, 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 blah. But there is a human component to this that they legislated.
And union rules.
Yes.
These are union rules.
This is no different than working at a mill and them breaking the rules on how and where you could work. Like, it's no different than that, but we don't see it, like, collectively. We don't see it that way. We just see, well, the Bears need to do a better job of tackling, so if Matt Eberflus is getting a head start on them being better at tackling, then so be it. And they need to not be crybabies about it.
But if they actually were going through the whole rigmarole of putting on pads illegally.
See, I can't believe they did that.
I can't either.
I'm guessing it's thudding with shells, but like
too much.
Like you know what it probably was? It's that practice before you put the pads on. It's that practice where guys have been. There's been no real contact because you're just getting guys like back in shape, and then the big thud practice happens, and then like as guys callous up, and then the next day usually like Lovey would do like day off, and then they go into pads after that. That's what this feels like to me. This feels like, well, we're gonna play it a little liver than we should to kind of assess where things are. And I'm all for the players saying, nah, man, we're not doing that in May. Like, that's, if you want to do some of that stuff in July, great, but I'm not doing that in May.
I wonder what Ryan Poles' level of awareness was, too. Like, is somewhere.
He's there on the sidelines watching practices.
Right, but it doesn't mean just because that's the case, it doesn't mean he signed off on something ahead of time. And
I'm not saying that he signed off on it. All I'm saying is that I'm not going to allow him to be like, oh, I had no idea, because he's on the sidelines during practices and he's been in NFL practices and he understands the difference between what they're supposed to be doing and what they're not supposed to be doing.
Then that's the next question then. Is there an imperative does it become an actual league responsibility for him to step in? Is it then on him? Is this like a Sarbanes-Oxley thing where once you turn in your books as the CEO, if your name is on it, you take responsibility? Does that end up on his desk if he is aware that Eberflus is doing this?
Well, yeah, because I'm sure that he's the one that got the call from the league.
Probably, yeah.
Like,
hey, look at what your guy's doing. Yep.
Yeah, look at what your guys are doing after we warned you not to do that. Like that's the part. Like, if this were an over aggressive coach in one practice, you're like, oh, all right, I know where the line is now. Let me dial it back. But if they had already let people know, and there had already been an NFLPA person there going, you can't do that, then look, you could go the Ricky Bobby route and say you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. You can do that if you want, but these are actual people inside of those helmets, and they have rights. And I get that a lot of players would tell you that if they went back to their days in college, that they did have tough practices all the time. But that's an interesting way to come out the chute as a new body that's in charge of the Bears, to be like, you know what, screw it, let's go harder. And if they complain, I imagine that the Bears are like, no one will complain, and then no one will do anything if people complain. And that ends up being a really slippery slope when it comes to this particular game. Like, this isn't guys taking extra infield or extra BP, which could do damage to them,
right,
but
it's not PFPs. Yeah.
Yeah. This is 300-pound dudes hitting you, and you're probably not fully padded. And if you end up with guys that have to take away practice time in July because you were out here acting a fool in May, was it worth it? Well, I'm curious on what they're going to say about this.
I am too. I also wondering how that affects future potential free agents when the time comes to, once they strip down this roster and get out from under salary cap hell, and now you're throwing around a lot of money. Are teams going to actively negative recruit and say, you go there, you want these guys making you hit people in the middle of May? This guy's crazy.
But these are some of the reasons why guys don't come to this stuff. Like, if you were like, well, you're being a bad teammate or whatever because you're not at an OTA, this is why guys don't do this. Because for the most part, I'm not saying that it doesn't do any good, because there's you could argue that it does, but for the most part, these guys are like, man, what happens to me for half of the calendar year, that time when it doesn't have to happen to me is very valuable. And it's why guys don't end up going to these things. And
football hurts. Yes.
It hurts
football
a lot.
Hurts. Yes.
And if it's a voluntary OTA, this is exactly why guys are like, nope, I will stay doing my training stuff in California or Texas or Miami or wherever, because you don't want some cowboy coach out here being like, we're going to hit today. Like, okay, going to hit, huh? Great. Well, now our leadership knows about it, and now the NFL knows about it, and now they're watching the Bears even closer. So if your idea was, well, we're about to get away with this thing, and they do have the extra practices because they were able to start earlier because they have a new coach, I don't think that it's a great way to start off the relationship with players, but I reserve the right to be wrong. It just seems like it's a weird flex to not just do it once, but be warned and do it again.
Well, I'm looking forward to how the Bears respond, if anybody is contrite about it, if they're apologetic, or if there's if they're grumbling about getting caught.
I imagine that this is going to be it's football. That their reaction is going to be, it's football. It's a physical game. and we're trying to get men ready to play a physical game, and we have to go out there and be physical because they're men, and then men and physical and all that stuff.
And the wussification of America is changing the rules on us and not letting us toughen up these men.
They won't go that far, but that messaging will definitely be to the echo of the whistle.
Agreed.
You know, like it'll be there.
There used to be a day when you could come out here and hit a guy in the face with a sledgehammer, and that's what we did, damn it. Now
back in my day,
now you can't anymore.
We used to hit all day, and we had 2-a-day practices, and we do all this stuff. And then you start looking at those players who were in those games and in those practices and what their lives turned out like, and it's not great. So they know better, so you can ideally do better. But there's two things that work here for me, Dan. One, that you got caught twice.
Mm-hmm.
And two, that you're out here trying it. So, you know, if they think it makes their team better, so be it. But I'm not sure that's the case. And
it's not our fault. It's society.
Yeah.
It's America doesn't let men hit men anymore. It's not our fault.
Yeah. Is Aaron Donald at OTAs?
Mm-hmm. No, he's busy watching film.
Watching film and breaking it all down. So here's what's coming up on my show today. There's a lot of Bulls like scuttlebutt going on. And I want to try and get a handle on what's real and what's possible when we start talking about trades and sign-in trades. So Cody Westerland's going to join me at 12:40. Pat McGann, Chicago comedian, opens up for Sebastian all the time. He's got some shows coming up, so I'm going to talk White Sox with him because he's a crazy White Sox person. I will share like a condensed version of the Tim Anderson interview that we did. And since it's Prince's birthday, Top 5 Tuesday today, my top 5 covers of Prince songs.
Ooh.
So that's what I've got planned.
Cool. All right. I've got one song covered by 2 different people, and I think each version would be in my top 5.
I think I know the song that you mean, and it's been covered by like 10 people,
mm-hmm.
and all the covers of that song are really good.
Mm-hmm. There's one that really stands out. So I'll be interested.
There sure is. Yep. So I would imagine it's on the list. So that will be coming up shortly.
Awesome.
Dan, have a great rest of your day. That is Dan Bernstein, he of the Dan Bernstein Show. You can hear it Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. until noon. My show is on from now until 2 o'clock. This hour is being brought to you by CarX Tire and Auto, online at carx.com. Ray, let's go.
Laurence, Holmes, noon to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, an Odyssey station.
Previously on the Laurence Holmes Show.
It's always nice when we get an opportunity to talk with one of the biggest stars in sports, and there's no doubt about it that Tim Anderson is that. What gives you hope that things are going to turn around and you guys can reach your goals?
First off, just the energy up in the locker room. You know, I know what my guys can do. You know, when everybody's healthy. I mean, it's a long season. If we could just keep our head above water, man, and get to that finish line and be able to, you know, hopefully hit another gear and just keep working, you know, we got a shot. So the ultimate goal is just for sure to get everyone healthy. And then we have fun from there, and then we just see where it takes us.
Make me a bicycle clown!
More Bears talk on the way. Bass drop! Welcome in. My name is Laurence Holmes, and I'm here with you until 2 o'clock. On the show today, Cody Westerland is going to talk Bulls with me because I've got some questions about, you know, things that are out here in the ether and what's real, what's imagined. I also want to talk about the NBA Finals with Cody. We will do that in about 20 minutes. Pat McGann will be on the show. I love talking with Pat McGann. He is a crazy White Sox fan, so I will get his thoughts on this White Sox season as the White Sox get ready for their series against the Dodgers. Really interesting pitching matchup tonight. I'll explain why coming up a little bit later on. There's a story about the Bears. They had to cancel OTAs for violating off-season practice rules. A texter brings up a really interesting point, specifically about like Matt Eberflus and the concept of discipline. This texter says, if I'm a player, don't tell me about discipline when you can't even follow the NFL rules yourself. And if it's true that they were warned and then they did it again, it leaves you with a lot of questions about all of that. But it's also Tuesday, which means it's Top 5 Tuesday. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break. And when we come back, it's Prince's birthday. You know I'm a big Prince fan. So instead of doing like my top 5 Prince songs, I thought we'd do top 5 covers of Prince songs by other really great musicians. So we will do that next here on The Score.
This is where the Cubs play. Here comes the 1-2 to Contreras, drilled in the air, deep left field. Back is Yelich, that ball is gone. Line drive, home run, Wilson Contreras.
If I was general manager, I would trade Zach LaVine, Vucevic, and Kobe White to the Lakers for Anthony Davis, Westbrook, and Kendrick Nunn. I think that
Rick Camp, the look on Rick Camp's face when you said that was not a good one. So wait, you mean to tell me your goal is to trade for a player that doesn't play, a player who's bad when he does play, and another player that doesn't play? Texters have a point. That may be the worst trade request that's ever been recorded on The Score. We've been around for 30 years. 30. And outside of really bad Cubs Sox trades, that's an all-timer.
Is that Travell level?
Fam, that is right there. Maybe Travell went to college and he's now calling himself John, because that trade right there. Vooch, Zach, Kobe for Russ, Kendrick Nunn, and Anthony Davis.
You know what we need? Take in literally $100 million per season to have a lot of it not play. You know, you need this guy that doesn't play a whole lot. Let's trade him for another guy who doesn't play a whole lot.
I mean,
at least he's a better guy that doesn't play a whole lot, but he plays even less.
Russ had a historically bad season for Russ.
And the money thing is just wild to try and make that work there.
Yeah. I want you to know the trade offers like John is part of the reason that this show doesn't take calls that often. No, Ray, we're done. You don't have to screen any more calls. You're good. You don't have to do that anymore. John messed it up for everybody. Him and the last guy, they messed it up for everybody. So we're going to take the calls away. You can go ahead and just lock the phones. Just lock them.
What did you make of George McCascay saying, take everything that Olin Kreutz says with a grain of salt?
I'm totally not surprised he would respond that way. You know, look at his track record of how he responds to some of those things. I think he's more unaware. I hate to throw little fuel on the fire, but I don't think he and Olin really ever got along or knew each other well. So, you know, I think he didn't think too much of his comment.
Yeah, no, clearly. Did you, what were your interactions with George like when you were there? Was he in the ticket office when you would need some tickets, Ruben?
Oh, yeah. I got in a big blow up with him in the ticket office, and Olin actually had to come get me because I'm yelling at him like, who is this guy in the ticket office causing me this problem? And Olin had to pull me aside and like, that's McCascay, one of the, they're part of the team. I'm like, okay, all right. I said, but still, we had the issue with the tickets, and we cleared it. He and I cleared it up, and I had never had much more dealings with him after that.
Why does everybody fight with the owner of the team in the ticket office? what the hell's going on in this ticket office? I don't understand.
I did not know the owner of the team was in the ticket office. I probably would have behaved a lot differently, but it went over well. I tell you this: everyone in the ticket office after that loved me.
Because you talked back a little bit to the owner?
Yeah, I said some things maybe they probably had on their mind.
Olin told us a story about him and George having the issue because George had an issue with someone in the ticket office because someone was shirtless in the ticket office and George was upset. Was that you, or is this a different ticket office incident with George McCascay? I'm just confused.
Yeah, I think this is a different ticket office incident because obviously Olin was there years before I ever showed up. So I think they had already built up the tension in that ticket office.
This is unbelievable to me.
Yeah, so George is fighting with the shirtless and the shirted.
He's fighting with multiple players in ticket offices. What the hell's going on?
Well, I came to Chicago not knowing the high demand for tickets. I just thought players could come in and put an order in for tickets, and we'd get it. I was in Buffalo, and I could order 10, 15 tickets, and I'm getting them no matter what. Well, Chicago, no. You're not going to get them because it's a sold house, and we're only allotted an X amount of tickets. And I was just like, what? Are you kidding me? I'm playing here and I can't buy tickets to the game? And he comes out and we get into it, and Olin drags me, pulls me over, you don't want to be arguing with him.
Tuesdays on the Laurence Holmes Show.
But since today is Tuesday, it doesn't matter in the slightest.
Top 5 Tuesdays.
I've only seen a couple, but that's definitely top 5.
Is it Tuesday?
Can't you ask me an intelligent question?
Is this the Laurence Holmes Show?
Damn skip.
Then it's Top 5 Tuesdays on the Laurence Holmes Show. Got it? Good.
Prince Rogers Nelson was born this day in 1958. He's my favorite. If you listen to the show, a lot of things end up with Prince being at the top of my top 5s. So today, what I thought I would do with top 5, since it's Prince's birthday, instead of just doing like my favorite Prince songs and telling you about Purple Rain and Under the Cherry Moon and stuff, I figured that I would go with artists who have covered Prince written songs. In some cases, he is specifically writing for people. In some cases, he's using a nom de plume in writing it. There are a lot of songs that Prince wrote that people have no idea that he wrote. There are a lot of songs that people thought were original works that Prince had already written and recorded, and those people were covering them. So that's what I figured we would do today with Top 5 as an homage to Prince Rogers Nelson. Number 5.
I knew a girl named Nikki, I guess you could say she was a sex fiend. I met her in a hotel lobby, the average time with the magazine. She said, how'd you like to waste some time? And I could not resist when I saw little Nikki cry.
Foo Fighters bring a very full sound to Darling Nikki. And you can tell, like, Dave Grohl, like, his love for music that goes beyond his own, the genre that he started out in is legendary. Like, he likes everything and can kind of play everything and doesn't seem or sound uncomfortable when he's not doing, like, what the Foo Fighters did as a band or what Nirvana did as a band. He also, I think Dave is really good at making music accessible. And I don't mean like he's giving out instruments, although he is, but the way that he's kind of a gateway to, hey, do you like this? Well, the reason that you like this is because of this. So if you like that, then that means that you like this. I'm a big fan of Dave Grohl. Like, every interview I've ever heard him, I haven't read his book, and I know a lot of people love it, so maybe I'll put that on my summer reading list. But that guy gets it. Like, he absolutely gets it. Number 4. The Bengals with Manic Monday. Now, the legend is that Prince was dating the lead singer of the Bengals, Susanna Hoffs with an S, right? That they were dating. There's also stories that this song was supposed to be a lot more. He was hoping that their interpretation of it would be a lot more sexually charged, and it wasn't. And he was kind of upset until he saw how successful the song was, that they kind of played it a little bit lighter than what he had intended. But she sounds great. The band sounds great. It's a really good song. And it takes you like back to a place. Number 3. Alicia Keys singing this is so great because it changes your perspective on the song, where in Prince's version of it, it sounds almost like begging. Like, it's got some real Marvin Gaye elements of begging in it. With Alicia Keys' version of it, there's a sultry that, as sultry and sexy as Prince was, I'm not sure that he was ever going to reach that to what Alicia Keys did. And I also love, because her voice is a little bit deeper than most of the female singers at the time, it just comes off really, really well. And you can tell that she put her all into doing the cover, because if you're going to do a Prince cover, then you got to do it. And she did the damn thing. So shout out to Alicia Keys. No one ever talks about Mashonda, though. Number 2. Chicago's very own Chaka Khan. Street named after her right down the street from my house. Chaka just got nothing but bangers, man. And this particular song takes me back to a different place. Like, it takes me back to Breaking, like the movie. Like, that's where it takes me to. But Chaka Khan is another one of those artists that I love because she was starting to see where the industry was going. She's a legend, you know, like, and even in the early 80s, she was already a legend. But seeing, okay, the music is changing and I'm going to add like elements of hip hop into what I'm doing. So in this one, you kind of have some MCing, you definitely have some scratching on the record. And she's so great. Like, Chaka Khan, man. Woo! So great. And I love it. This was a really difficult choice for me between this and the number 1, because this song always, like, her version of it always puts me in a great mood. And the number 1 song it's beautiful and there's a lot of melancholy in it for me, because it's an artist that I also truly loved, and now both he and Prince are gone. Number 1.
Since you've been gone, I can do whatever I want. I can see whoever I choose. I can eat my dinner in a fancy restaurant. Nothing can take away these blues, 'cause nothing compares to you.
You know, out here singing his heart out on a beautifully written song by Prince. And those of us of a certain age that grew up listening and kind of came of age during the grunge era of music, people kind of had their favorites, you know, like, oh, well, I'm someone who likes Nirvana. Well, I'm someone who likes Alice in Chains, or I'm someone who likes Soundgarden or Pearl Jam. I have always thought that Chris Cornell's voice is so beautiful. And it's a weird thing to kind of describe it, because he would oftentimes be screaming while he's singing, and the notes he was able to hit, the registers that he was able to hit, always impressed me. But seeing him do this, like the way that he puts it all together, and again, it's someone who clearly studied this song. And seeing that level of love for Prince makes me, like, it elevates Chris Cornell for me. And I already had him up very high as far as people whose music and talent I revere. So that's my top 5 list. You don't like my list? Make your own damn list. And look, there are some really good choices out there. There are covers that I left off of here that could very easily be in your top 5. There's some really, like, the lead singer from Slipknot did Little Red Corvette. Like there's a lot of them that you can go find. So what a better way to celebrate Prince's birthday than to go look at some of the great covers of the great music that he produced. When we come back, Cody Westerlund is going to join me to talk about what rumors about the Bulls are real and what are imagined. We'll do that next here on The Score.
Tomorrow, 9 to noon, it's Layla Wednesday, where Layla Rahimi joins Dan Bernstein to unleash all her Chicago sports thoughts in 3 hours.
If this is truly their window, perhaps they shouldn't use 35 different lineups in 35 games.
Layla Wednesday, tomorrow, and every Wednesday, 9 to noon.
The guy that I really think they have to turn the page on is Nikola Vucevic. And I think he's probably performed a little less than what they thought they were going to get out of him. But when you look at, listen, they traded for Vucevic before they ever brought DeRozan in. And I think that's really important to note here, because that spot with DeRozan and LaVine on the floor needs to be a defensive-oriented five, a guy that's going to block shots and chain shots. Listen, Vucevic is a very good rebounder. He's a good offensive player. I don't know if he's a great offensive player. He's a good offensive player. He's a sieve defensively, and he doesn't protect the rim well. You need a legit rim protector, a guy that patrols the paint to be able to make up for the mistakes of some of your perimeter guys. And when you have that, it's going to make guys like Lonzo Ball and Patrick Williams even better on the perimeter. So, to me, you can upgrade that spot. And I don't think you need offense from that spot, by the way. I think that you have enough offense on the floor, especially with a healthy Lonzo Ball there. And don't get me wrong, Ayo Dosunmu has been fantastic in Lonzo's stead. He's giving you everything you could ever wanted. And he's not bad defensively. But I think that the move, ultimately the personnel move, is going to be to move on from Vucevic for a player that may not be the caliber of him offensively, but you need to find somebody that really protects that rim and protects that paint and not only blocks shots but changes shots. The Bulls desperately need that, and I think Vucevic has been exposed here in the second half of the season.
Oh, but Kelsey, that's so expensive. You're talking about 2 first-round picks in that transaction.
Yes, I am, Leah, and think about it this way. I mean, when the Bulls traded for Vuce, there was a little desperation attached, right? You wanted to put your stamp on the program. Zach LaVine's going to be a free agent coming up in this offseason. I don't think there's anybody there that doesn't believe the Bulls are going to throw every dime they can at Zach LaVine to keep him. And frankly, they'd be insane not to. So I think that's happening. But when you did that, you wanted to make the place attractive for other players to come to, right? And what did you do? You got Lonzo Ball to want to come there. You got DeMar DeRozan to want to come there. So in so many ways, that worked. Now, granted, you sent a first out for DeRozan, but that worked. You got guys to want to be there. Vooch put credibility on the thing when it didn't have a lot of credibility. But now you've advanced. Now you're at a different stage. And now you don't need that credibility. You have it already. Now you need something basketball-wise that has to complement these other better younger players more. And yes, you already had 2 firsts go out the door with that, but keep in mind, one's in the past already. You only have one more future first with this. And if you can do something with getting the right kind of 5 inside, listen, I will tell you right now, the team they played last night, I'd be knocking on their door with all the problems between Gobert and Mitchell. If they're an early exit in the playoffs, I got a feeling that you're going to have Danny Ainge listening over there. And I would certainly, if you could put Rudy Gobert on this Bulls team in place of Vucevic, you got a team that could compete to come out of the East. I really believe that. So that's something that if he ends up being available, and I think either him or Donovan Mitchell will be available coming up this offseason, that's an interesting guy to make a move on and to try to go after for Chicago.
cannot project going into draft or free agency.
That was Arturas Karnisovas talking about the Bulls after their season had ended back in April. And the Bulls continue to be connected in a lot of different areas with teams. And then there's the concept of what does Zach's free agency look like. So I thought I would bring Cody Westerlund in because he's our Bulls guy, one of the smartest basketball guys in the city. He joins me on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, some of the world's largest sports book. Cody, thanks so much for joining me. I appreciate it.
No problem. How you doing, Laurence?
I'm doing pretty good. I wanted to pick your brain on a lot of the stuff that's being kind of thrown around because this is the time of year to do that in the NBA. When it comes to the Bulls and possibly Rudy Gobert or Donovan Mitchell, does any of that make sense to you?
Well, the Rudy Gobert concept makes sense as far as the Bulls need to improve defensively, right? So you look at the season last year, there were ups and downs, I think, on both ends at various times, depending on the Bulls' health and play, but they were 13th in offensive efficiency. They were 23rd in defensive efficiency, and it's that defensive end where they need to get better. So conceptually, for Rudy Gobert, it makes sense. Center's the easiest position for the Bulls to upgrade on defense, right? Because Zach LaVine, if the Bulls get their way, will be back. DeMar DeRozan's going to be back, and we kind of know some of the other guys that slot into this team in this situation have their strengths and weaknesses, but it's the center position where you could make a much bigger difference. So I understand that one. The Donovan Mitchell one, I think, is a little more pie in the sky. I don't see that happening, certainly with the Bulls at all. The Jazz are an organization in flux, and that's mainly because Quinn Snyder's been on the way out, and they've had ownership and executive changes, but they want to keep Donovan Mitchell as long as they can, even though he'll probably force his way out eventually. But center position, when you look at the Bulls offseason, I think that's where it's most intriguing.
Well, that's one of the things I wanted to ask you. How do you think Quinn Snyder leaving the Jazz organization changes the math on what deals might be possible league-wide?
Yeah, I mean, even before Quinn Snyder left, I think it was a possibility that the Jazz were going to have a lot of upheaval in the offseason. We've heard plenty about the Donovan Mitchell-Rudy Gobert relationship being frosty, icy for long stretches. That's still the case. The logical move for the Jazz is to trade Rudy Gobert and try to build around Donovan Mitchell if they don't want to go into a full rebuild. So anything on that front is possible. I would expect Rudy Gobert to be moved somewhere this offseason. You've already heard his name tied, I think, to the Atlanta Hawks. The Toronto Raptors are two other teams. The Charlotte Hornets are a team that's been on the lookout for center, obviously, and the Bulls have been in this mix. There could be more. You even look at the Brooklyn Nets, for example. That's a team that perhaps at some point with their star power, if they moved some of it because they always have issues, could look to upgrade at center as well. So I think Rudy Gobert will be traded at some point this offseason because the Jazz are just an organization where it seems like change is coming in more ways than just the head coaching position.
Do you think Vooch will be traded?
I think the Bulls will try to trade Vooch. I know at the season-ending press conference, Arturas Karnisovas praised him. He talked about how much he loved his availability because the hardest thing really for a coach and an organization is when you have guys in and out of the lineup. And with Lonzo Ball's knee injuries, with Alex Caruso diving on the floor every play of every game and being out sometimes, the Bulls had a lot of guys in and out of the lineup, but Vooch was there, played almost every single night for them. So they like that, but you just got to look at the makeup of this team. Like, they can say what they want, the Bulls can, at the end of the season, how much they valued Vooch. But if they want to upgrade defensively, center's the place they would need to change. So they can say they like him, but I fully expect the Bulls to shop him on the trade market to see what they can get. That doesn't mean they're going to be really aggressive and in a mindset where, oh, we got to trade Vooch. But I certainly think a change at center and exploring that is something the Bulls are going to be looking into. That's probably their biggest matter of business this offseason besides re-signing Zach LaVine, which is a situation where they have some control, but obviously not the final say in that decision because he'll be an unrestricted free agent. So the Bulls can control their max offer to him, but other than that, they can't really control the Zach LaVine situation. So I think the center position, that's where it's really interesting for the Bulls this offseason. I think they'll look to make a change, but I don't know that a lot of pieces got to line up for them to do that, though, right? Like, they got to be able to get value for Vooch on the trade market, which is not an assurance they can do. Certainly, they're probably not going to get the value they sent the Magic to get him when they sent first-round draft picks and Wendell Carter Jr. They're not going to recoup that. So they would be taking a hit on that. I don't know how much the optics matter to them. It shouldn't, but we've seen it matter in a lot of franchises in the NBA over the course of the years with stuff like that. So how that plays out will, to me, be the most interesting thing over the next, 3-4 weeks here probably for the Bulls.
When it comes to Zach's free agency, what are you hearing, and is it important to him from what you know to at least look around and see what might be out there for him?
It is important for him to look around. Players work their whole careers, right, to get to this point, to have options in free agency and to be courted. And the way this is played out, Laurence, because of everyone's contract situations across the NBA, some stars getting traded in sign-in trades or big deals in these past few years, he's the best free agent on the market, right? Like, James Harden can hit the free agent market if he wants, but Zach LaVine is still going to be a more attractive candidate to sign to your organization. So he's literally going to be the best and most wanted player in the NBA this offseason, and I think he wants to experience that. I think he wants to see all his options, and at the end of the day, I would certainly expect that he'll still be back with the Bulls, but he signed with Rich Paul, who's LeBron James's agent, the most powerful agent in the NBA probably. And you never know what agencies like that, if they have a trick up their sleeves. So maybe he can try to force his way in a sign and trade deal to somewhere he wants. But at the end of the day, I think the way just everything that's kind of a factor in this when it comes to money, where Zach's comfortable, who needs him, and the moves it would take for other teams to acquire him. Like, he can go sign with the Detroit Pistons or Orlando Magic if he wants to outright because they have the cap space. I don't think he wants to do that. I think he would want to go to a contender. But contenders, most of them would have to move a lot of salary to make that happen. So that's another reason, in addition to his comfort in Chicago and the max money, that I would expect him to be back here. But you can't rule it out at this point because there's been enough smoke that he's going to look other places and just see his options.
The last time that we talked, it was just after kind of the Lonzo Ball news came out. Here we are a few weeks later. Are you concerned about where things stand with him health-wise?
Yeah, should be. I mean, we probably actually should have put even more worth into like what Billy Donovan was saying late in the season, because he was expressing concern, and we wrote that. And I think at the time what happened was we were kind of in a mindset of like, oh, yeah, the Bulls are really concerned. Like, Lonzo Ball's not coming back this year, but whole long offseason. The concern obviously now is our last updates on Lonzo's knee, and he was going to see a specialist and everything, is that he's just not making hardly any progress from the last time we sat down over a month ago or so and talked to the Bulls. So that's a serious concern. The advantage for the Bulls, obviously, is that they still got 3.5 months before training camp gets fired back up, and maybe it is something they can figure out just with more rest. But he's had trouble with that left knee before, had surgery, hasn't obviously responded well to this most recent surgery. So it's something that the Bulls, that's like, he's a foundational piece of this organization because he's a good two-way player for this team. And he's got 3 years left on his contract, and he's in that age range where he's just entering his prime. Like, they've built a lot of what they want to do around this guy, and now there's concern. And I don't think there's a whole lot they can do other than wait it out at this time and explore the options and just have patience.
Our Bulls reporter, Cody Westerlund, is joining me here on The Score. Cody watches everything and all things NBA. So when it comes to the finals, should Boston be encouraged that they stole home court advantage?
Yeah.
Should they be discouraged about what happened to them in the third quarter of game 2?
No, I would be more encouraged if I was Boston. I think the Celtics are a better basketball team than the Warriors. I don't think they've played like it the first 8 quarters of this series, right? Like they had the explosive fourth quarter in game 1 to kind of steal that. But if you're the Celtics, there was one thing you really needed to do to win this series, to get it going, and that was split on the road to start the series. They haven't played their best basketball. I think they know who they are a little bit more at this point of the season by way of their rotation. And like they throw Derek White out there with Al Horford at center. If Robert Williams, when he's slowed with the knee, obviously, like it feels like they know who their best five is for longer stretches. Klay Thompson's not playing very well, in my opinion, for the Warriors. Has forced some shots. I know he hit a big one kind of in the second half the other night to help get him going in game 2. But he hasn't played at a high enough level and given Steph Curry enough help, in my opinion, for the Warriors to think that they should be favorites in this series when you look at it from a 7-game perspective, 6-game perspective, whatever it's going to take for one of these teams to get the job done. So I like my chances if I'm the Celtics. I'd be feeling pretty good that I'm the better basketball team, know who I am a little bit more, and have home court advantage now. And like it just feels like the Warriors are so reliant on Steph, right, to do so much, and that's been the case for long stretches, obviously, before they had Kevin Durant in the organization and since Kevin Durant left for the Nets. But you're in the NBA Finals now. I just like Boston's balance, I think, a little bit more right now, too.
Were you surprised that Draymond Green wasn't thrown out of game 2?
No. Why is everyone yelling that he should have been thrown out, Laurence, He was being annoying. He was being kind of an idiot, but why should he have been thrown out for rolling around on the floor with like Jaylen Brown? Like people actually want star players kicked out of NBA Finals games because they're annoying?
Well, no, but here's my thing. I felt like that's a moment where they usually would apply double technicals.
Yep.
But since Draymond already had a technical, like that's what I'm saying. Like I don't want him thrown out for the act. I wanted them to adjudicate it like they would adjudicate it any other time, on top of the fact that he won't stop being in officials' faces.
He's annoying. Like, if you could, like, give a guy, like, 0.3 or 0.4 technicals at a time, he clearly did plenty to get ejected the other night. But I think you nailed it on the double technical front. I don't think you should throw out a star player in the NBA Finals, and I know people are going to be mad, apparently, that I don't adjudicate the rules equally at all times. I don't want him thrown out if he's in a minor tiff with another player who's trying to draw a double technical to get him thrown out. If Draymond initiates something, if he's an instigator, if he hits someone, rams into him in a situation like that, where it's like all on him, I'm all for giving him that second technical. But no, those minor skirmishes where the double technicals are piling up, I don't want a guy kicked out for that reason. I feel like we have so many different variables and ways to judge umpires and officials and referees across sports. We're like, let the players decide. Oh, but wait, now go kick the third best player on the team out as soon as you get a chance because he's being annoying. No, let the best guys go out there decide, whether it's baseball, football, basketball. I liked how they made their decisions the other night. But hey, like it's piling up. We've seen Draymond Green in 2015 get kicked out, or 2016, excuse me. When the Cavs upset the Warriors, he compiled enough flagrant foul points and kicks to people's groins that he got kicked out of a game. So it's certainly possible and in play. I think he wanted to prove a point in game 2 with his attitude, and I think he'll cool off just a tad too, probably just a little bit in game 3 and still be okay here moving forward.
All right, Cody, I appreciate the time. You can check out Cody on Twitter at Cody Westerland. You can check out his work on 670thescore.com. Sir, have a great rest of your weekend. Great NBA Finals.
Yep, take care.
That is Cody Westerland of our staff. He does a wonderful job of covering the Bulls in the NBA. The Lonzo Ball thing is still there's plenty of time, but I don't like that so much time has already passed and doesn't feel great. You know what I'm saying? I will get into the White Sox and Dodgers matchup. There's something that I think is really interesting about tonight's pitching matchup. And for those of you that missed our interview with Tim Anderson, we condensed it so that you can get the meat as a White Sox fan. We'll do that next here on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Something broke my spirit of hope and belief in the White Sox to rebound and win that division.
They're in a weird spot right now. A lot of fans are getting a little restless about the team and put up or shut up time.
Let me also say this, guys. The great thing about the game of basketball and about playing at this level is how the expectations change throughout the season, right? We started this season off, and I remember specifically, I said, hey, best case scenario, the Bulls are 5, maybe 6, and we got to stay out of the play-in games. Well, they did that. check it off the box. But because of that short period where they played so well offensively and defensively, our expectations changed, and the goalpost changed, and then the way we finished was so disappointing. And then we make the necessary adjustments and how we played in game 2, and we win that game, and we steal a game, and you did exactly what you're supposed to do on the road. And then, unfortunately, we just haven't been able to respond ever since then. I fully feel like this team's going in the right direction, and I feel good. I'm disappointed, but I feel good that I have these expectations now that I didn't have at the beginning of the season. And I know these expectations aren't being answered, and I know that, it sounds like that, there's not a lot to be positive about, but there's actually a lot to be positive about. But the reason why we sound like that is because of how well at times this team played throughout an 82-game season, that our expectations changed. We weren't just happy with this team now making the playoffs. But, again, what we've learned is how much work still needs to be done. But this is now a playoff team and should be looked at as a playoff team moving forward. So now how do you make this playoff team better so that they can compete with Milwaukee, Miami, and probably the hottest team right now in the NBA, the Boston Celtics?
Being brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS with the K, the number 4 kids. Ray, let's go.
Laurence Holmes, noon to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score. And 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Can you dig it?
Glad that you're hanging out here with me. We're going to talk to our buddy Pat McGann coming up at 120, around 120. He's a crazy White Sox fan. He's got some shows coming up. You should go see Pat. He's very funny. Very funny. Check out his stuff on YouTube. But before we do that, we need to talk about the series that's getting ready to get underway tonight over on the South Side. The White Sox are taking on the Dodgers in a 3-game series. That's after the White Sox were able to go into Tampa and hang on. Like they hung on like the cat on the poster to win that game on Sunday and to win the series against the Rays. And there were some things that you went, typical 2022 White Sox. And then there were some things you go, okay, like maybe that's watching the development of Andrew Vaughn. I gotta tell you, I wasn't as big of a believer in Vaughn as the White Sox were when it came to the hit tool. And I think that he's been even better than just showing the hit tool. He's done well defensively. And Parkins and Spiegel are going to talk with him at 2:40 today. So make sure that you stick around right here, hear from him. Right now, when you look at Vaughn, he's creeping up towards 300 as far as an average go. To me, that's great. Like, it's great that he's getting on base at a 343 clip. What I love is that two things. One, he's not afraid of these moments, these big moments that he's put in. And two, he hits the ball hard. Slash line for him this season, 298, 343, 496 for an OPS of 838. I would argue that there should never be a lineup where he's batting any lower than 4th. Quite honestly, he would be, if I were in charge of the White Sox, he'd be batting in the first 3 slots all the time. Because he's right now, because Tim Anderson is injured, right now he's your best hitter. It's fun to see. Like, it's fun to see the adjustment and the adjustment to the adjustment by Andrew Vaughn. And I haven't seen a lineup yet, although we're probably getting close to a lineup getting posted by the White Sox. But what's really interesting, tonight, Mitch White will pitch and Michael Kopeck will pitch. And if you look at the matchups between the two guys, there's been almost no at-bats for White Sox hitters versus White and Dodgers hitters versus Kopeck. And I'm wondering, like, who has the advantage in that? There are 2 Dodgers players that have a combined 3 total at-bats against Kopeck. What I would like to see from Michael Kopeck is a start where another start, I shouldn't act like it's the only time, but a start where he doesn't have the bad inning. The game against New York, there wasn't really a bad inning, but against Toronto, there was. And he fought and he scrapped through those 3 innings, but gave up 6 hits and 5 earned runs. The other part about Kopeck that's so fascinating is the White Sox choices on what to do with him. I want to be very clear. I think that their choices have been really sensible because you're taking a player that was in the bullpen, even though all projections say starter. Starter stuff, starter stamina, starter pitch mix. Michael Kopeck has all of that stuff. Their choice has been, well, when we can get him extra days, we're going to get him extra days. And it makes all the sense in the world. Although him having to take 9 days off in between starts is not really ideal. And maybe that played into why we saw him not have great command in the game against Toronto where he walks for. The stuff I think will probably always play, but if he can't, in the game against Toronto, he was struggling mightily with command of his curveball. And I kind of wanted him to just abandon it, like just throw it away for that particular start, and then see if he can get people out with fastball change. And then maybe if you're ahead in some counts, you can try to work it back in. But that wasn't the case. So I'm looking forward to seeing him tonight and seeing him go up against a Dodgers lineup that is stacked with a lot of talent. But this should be interesting. Like this series, everyone who cares about the White Sox keeps looking for the moment where they're going to jumpstart this thing. Now, the offense has been better. The problem that the White Sox have had all season long is balance. In days where your offense is great, maybe your pitching isn't. On days when your pitching and offense is great, your defense fails you. And some of those things tend to lend themselves to looking at a team and going, oh, that's why you're above or below 500 by a game or two. That's why you're hovering around 500. Then there's the run differential aspect of it. And yesterday, I was talking with James Fegan, who covers the White Sox for The Athletic, and we were talking about the idea of the run differential as a projection. Like, how big of a sample do you need to figure out what type of team you have using run differential as a barometer? As it stands right now, these are the standings in the American League Central with run differential. And believe it or not, like the run differential plays out statistically with this super small sample size with the teams. Twins are in first place by 4.5 games. Their run differential is plus 27. Their expected win-loss with their run differential is 31-25, so they're pretty much on it. Like, they are the team that people have projected so far. Cleveland is sitting here with a plus 26 run differential. Their expected win-loss would be 27-22. They're sitting there at 24-25. They have won 6 out of their last 10 games. The White Sox are third. Their run differential is minus 56. The win expectancy for the White Sox has been 20-32. As they start play today, they start 25-27. Detroit is minus 64 in run differential. Their expected win differential, their expected win-loss total is 19-35. They are 21-33, so they're doing a little bit better than what their run differential says. And Kansas City is minus 89. Their expected win-loss is 18-35. They're pretty much right there. So it'll be interesting to see if the thing that we hope for with the White Sox comes to bear tonight when they go up against the Dodgers. Since we're talking about the White Sox and talking about the White Sox being 500, look, I love bringing interviews back because I know that not everyone can listen at the same time. I had Tim Anderson on the show yesterday. It was really good. We shortened it for you because there was a lot of stuff that's a little bit more superfluous on day 2 than it is when we're doing it live. But he came on courtesy of the people over at Dairy Queen because he's got that Dairy Queen meal and he wants you to vote for him instead of voting for Bryce Harper, and dairyqueen.com is the way that you can do it. I talked with him yesterday, and we started our conversation saying, what does this feel like through 50 games with this White Sox team being where it is?
You know, it's been challenging. You know, it's up and down. You know, but you understand what you're doing. You know, you are playing one of the toughest games at the highest level. But it's also a learning process. You know, we done had injuries. But you know, the ultimate goal is just to keep going. You know, keep going and you know, keep pushing and you know, keep having fun. And I think we'll get to where we need to be for sure.
Why was it important to you to stay with the team while you're rehabbing?
Keep positive vibes. You know, keep positive energy. You know, it's just good to be there. You know, it's good to be there. Why would I not?
Yeah, sometimes you see guys like ship out on something like that, but I feel like you take your role as a leader on this team fairly seriously. So that feels like something that a leader would do. Am I saying too much, or is that the case?
No, you're spot on. I'm all in. I mean, it is my job, so why not try to, go out and be the best at it? And, sell out doing it and max out every day, trying to be the best that you could be and, bring your value to the team. That depends on whatever they need.
How are you feeling right now?
I feel good. I feel good, getting better, staying healthy, every day getting better and better.
Is it frustrating to you to have to go through as many injuries as you've had to deal with in your career and the team overall has had to deal with?
At times it can be. At times it can be because what the ultimate goal is, and you can't do that if you're not on the field. But man, you just keep working and you keep pushing and you keep trying, to get better. And once you're injured, it's a time for you to also to continue to get better, to dig into your game as well, and that way you can come back even more sharp. And, keep going along that path that you're trying to get.
When I hear Tony La Russa talk about you, it feels very paternal. It feels like a dad and his son. How did you guys build your relationship?
It's just one of those things. When he first signed over, a lot of people didn't think we would get along. I guess just off of his history and, just off of my personality. But it's one of those things you gotta learn. You gotta learn for yourself. You can't go off of what other people say. And, ever since we got over here, we've just been building a relationship and, communicating and talking. And, he's super competitive and I'm super competitive. We just want to win and we'll do whatever it takes. So, we started clicking ever since we got over here. And, it's been great. We're trying to reach that goal. He's all in and, I'm all in. And, everybody's all in. So we're just trying to, continue to keep working and, keep getting better. And hopefully we get there.
Seeing you develop as a hitter has been pretty amazing. I mean, obviously you're a batting champ, but I think that you've gotten even better. And the thing that I look at is watching your approach to going to right field. When pitchers try to go away on you, you're able to flip the ball into right field and you're showing some pop to right field. How did you develop that? What were the things that were important to you as to not allow pitchers to get you out that way?
Yeah, I mean, after my rookie year, I had a pretty good rookie year, and after that, I kind of, my numbers was down a little bit. And, it was up on me to, do the task, and I wanted to be the best hitter that, in the league. And so it's up on me to do the work. But, I just got in the cage and worked, and, being able to play that fastball deep, that's going to allow you to be on everything else. If I'm on your fastest pitch, everything else is, slower than that. So I can be on time for everything.
It seems to be working out really well. TA, you're so private. I remember talking to you at Sox Fest when you first got drafted. I was like, this is a private dude. So when they came to you with the idea of doing that feature on YouTube where they give a history of Tim Anderson, how hard was it for you to be the center of attention that way?
It was kind of, it was definitely different, because I always like to stay low key, and I didn't really want to get my story out just yet, but it was bits and pieces of it, and especially going through the White Sox organization, they had a lot of content, and they had a lot of footage, and they've been along my way. They raised me, so I think it was only right, to give the fans that that insight and just to see what driving me. What keeps me motivated, and just also let them get an insight on who I really am and how I go about my business.
I've seen you with the Ace kids, and there's going to be a ceremony tomorrow over on the South Side for the Ace signees. When we're talking about the documentary and everything that is Tim Anderson, what does it mean to you to be someone that those kids look up to?
And just to be someone they look up to, first of all, I look like them. We listen to the same music. Same vibes we act like. So I think it means a lot, just to feel so direct, connected, and just to be an inspiration, just to inspire kids, just to keep going. Just not even just in the sport of baseball, just in life in general, and just continue to just keep overcoming things and continue to block out, people's opinions on what they think about you, and just continue to prove people wrong all the time, and just keep going. That's the only way that you're going to get to where you're trying to be. And nobody's opinion really matters because at the end of the day, you know what you can do. And so you just keep pushing towards it.
I talk about you not being from the South Side, but being of the South Side. Why is it important to you and to Bria to represent the South Side the way that you do?
I think it's only right. When I got here, they gave me a deal, so I think it was only right that I come here and soak up everything that I can and learn and connect with different people and just continue to build and build relationships and also feel as a part of the community. Because it's different, living somewhere that you don't feel comfortable, and I wanted to feel comfortable. I wanted my kids to feel comfortable. I wanted my whole family to feel comfortable, everybody to feel comfortable. So I think it was only right to come right in and just learn. And, it's kind of like where I'm from, but, the city is just bigger. So it was only right that, this is where I work at. So it was only right just to continue to connect and continue to learn and, continue to keep building and inspiring people that's close to me.
What's it like to be Tim Anderson right now?
It's definitely, it's cool, but for the most part, I stay out of the way. I stay low key and, I stay within my lane. That way I can always win. So I'm not competing with nobody else. But it's been great. It's been good. I've been working, man, and continue to get better each and every year. I've been maxing out every day and every year and, trying to get better every chance I get, whether it's on the field or off the field and, trying to be good people. You just try to spread as much love as you can, while you're here.
One more thing. For this White Sox team, and I was talking about White Sox fans earlier, what gives you hope that things are going to turn around and you guys can reach your goals?
First off, just the energy in the locker room. I know what my guys can do, and everybody's healthy. It's a long season. If we could just keep our head above water, man, and get to that finish line and be able to, hopefully hit another gear and just keep working, we got a shot. So the ultimate goal is just for sure to get everyone healthy, and then we have fun from there, and then we just see where it takes us.
That was Tim Anderson. We had a great chat. Here's hoping that he is back at the top of the White Sox lineup very, very, very soon. My buddy Pat McGann, I just see him getting ready to pop up on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. He's going to join me to talk about his White Sox next here on The Score.
The Score celebrates 30 years of Chicago sports radio.
Ross Krexman in the air, deep left field, 100 home runs for David Ross. A smiling David Ross rounding third, as he said a few weeks ago, 100 home runs in the show would be very cool. He is enjoying that moment right now.
Whether you're a day one, the Odyssey app, a big thanks to you from us, Chicago Sports Radio 670.
Did you have teammates that didn't appreciate your passion at the beginning of your career ever?
I wouldn't say that. I think a lot of it was, early on, I came up with, you had Chris Carpenters, the John Lackeys of the world that I played with that were a little older. So they were Bulldogs, they were Warriors. And I was doing the same thing in them, and I was a young kid with a bad attitude. And they always told me just to keep doing it, keep doing your thing, keep competing, and everything will take care of itself. So most of the time, teammates-wise and all that were on my side, let me be myself. It was maybe some other people that didn't like it so much because you got to earn that over time. Well, back then you did anyways. Now I guess you can come up and be whoever you want right away.
Does it bother you that the young guys don't have to put in their time to earn their stripes?
No, I enjoy guys coming up and being able to show their personality. Early on in my career when guys came up and couldn't be themselves, you saw them struggle. Guys being able to come up and do, show their personality, be who they are, and not have to worry about, other things really makes it easier for them to go out there and play. So we want to make sure they're ready to roll when they get here. They can be themselves and they can enjoy playing a game and doing everything they can to help the team win. So I think there's a fine line, obviously, but for the most part, come up and be yourself and have fun with it.
And I know you said you're too reserved to curse on the radio and that you respect the game and your opponents, but I got to just say, as a professional lip reader, slap bleep, calling someone a slap, that's a great insult that should happen more. You do a good job with that one. You keep it alive.
Yeah. Well, it was more along the lines of trying to get a catcher's interference, I felt like. So you're starting to see those things more where guys are trying to initiate longer bat paths to when they get fooled and stuff like that to get away with stuff. So it's just another thing that the hitters do to get away with everything, and that's part of the game.
I find it ironic, Lance, that earlier in your career, some people used to say, we don't think Lance Lynn is going to age well. Do you remember hearing that? We don't think your stuff is going to age well. I watch you now, and I'm like, I feel like this dude could do this until he's like 47 if he wanted to. Like, do you feel the effects of age? And similarly, do you feel the effects like in the 7th inning or when you get to 95 pitches, you get over a hundo? Your stuff does not seem to change, Lance.
I find that as the game goes on, I actually feel better, and I've always been like that. So it's just another way for people just to keep big people down, and I won't allow it. So I'm just going to keep doing my thing and proving everybody wrong, and they can they can shove it where the sun doesn't shine.
Dallas Keuchel can be absolutely awful at pitching, and the defense was bad. I was so sick of these reductive Twitter conversations going on, like, what about the defense? Yeah, the defense was terrible. You know what else was terrible? The pitching. What about the pitching? The pitching was terrible. Yes, he's toast on a stick. That is like DFA bad. Maybe it's Phantom IL before DFA bad, where you say, oh, he's got a strained pitching thing, and he has to go on the IL for a little while. And then you talk with him, and you talk with his agent, and you say, folks, how are we going to do this? Because this has to be a something.
This goes back to the offseason being relatively frustrating that they didn't attack the starting pitching market a little differently, because it's a good boost to get Lucas Giolito back on Sunday. That's huge. But without Dallas Keuchel, who's filling the innings? And here's the thing. He's not himself. So this is an issue.
He had a great first year on the White Sox. They went out and spent a lot of money on him, and that was sort of like their John Lester signing. Maybe the end of the deal will be bad, but we know he's going to matter as a 32-year-old. He was terrific that first year. But you know what? He was terrible in his one playoff start. He's had one playoff start. And this was the guy. Correct me if I'm wrong. But when he signed, there was something about teaching these guys to win. There was something about him talking about through early struggles that he was here to set the tone about winning the important games and winning in the postseason because of his all-star years in Houston and everything else. He had one postseason start in 2020, and he lasted 3 1/3, and he gave up 5 runs on 6 hits and 2 home runs. That was his postseason play. And then last year, he wasn't on the damn roster. I've seen done before. Covered a lot of games. I've seen a lot of veteran pitchers who have really had wonderful careers and nice guys, but that looked like done to me. He can't miss spots like that. Here's Bill on Capitol Hill on the Score. I thought you'd be out today.
Hello, darling. Well, you're singing my love language, socks to spare, right? I'm listening to Mike list off Dallas Keuchel's statistics, and I feel like George Costanza when he's asked about sleeping with the maid. Is that bad? I'm going to be honest with you. Is that wrong? I wasn't right. Like the thing about Leori Garcia is he's like the green M&Ms in the Van Halen contract, right? Like he's a small thing that tells you that there are big problems on this team. He's got more plate appearances than anybody on the damn team, and he can't field. Which, but other than that, he's great in the lineup. And the problem is, as your 1979, as the ghost of 1979 demonstrates, it's a big problem for us that Tony La Russa is just kind of a catty bitch, right? Like that he's passive aggressive and manipulative.
teenagers now, and it's different now. They have anxiety. They're freaked out, Can't talk to them like you used to. Like when we were in high school, they said whatever they wanted to us. I went to a Catholic school, and he had all that stuff flying. And our coach, I loved him, but he was insane, He would just deny reality. He told us we couldn't leave the gym. You're not leaving the gym. I'll run your ass all night. Get on the line. I'll run your ass all night until you figure it out. I'll lock these doors. We'll stay here all night. I said, Coach, there's a dance here in an hour. They're setting up around us.
Coach didn't care. You're going to run around those chairs if you have to. They'll all be set up, and it's all good. Pat McGann's a friend of the show. If you haven't seen him perform live, you really should. If you would like to see more, patmcgann.com is the way you can check out some of his stuff. And he's going to be in and around town this weekend. He joins me on the Circuit Resort and Casino hotline. Circuit Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Mr. McGann, how are you, sir?
Laurence, I am so good, man. Great to see you.
It's great to see you, too. Quit fidgeting with Twitch. Twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. You can see Pat and all the stuff that he's got on the back walls. It's great. Well, before we get into talking about your White Sox, where are you going to be this weekend, and where can people see you?
So this weekend, I have a couple shows Friday night in Michigan City at Uptown Social, which is a really cool venue. I've never been there before. It's relatively new. They rehabbed the old church there, and they've been having some live shows there, mostly concerts. I know they had Poi Dog and the Bodines recently, but I think it's their first stand-up show. So I'm there Friday night, Uptown Social. The first show is sold out. We added a second show. There's still a few tickets left for that. And then Saturday, I'm in Crystal Lake, our porn star suburb, Crystal Lake. She was just in a film with Wooddale and Carol Stream.
No doubt.
Produced by Crestwood. No, it's, Crystal Lake on Saturday night, 8 o'clock at the Rouse Center.
Well, good. So
be a fun weekend.
are you, when you do something like this, where are you as far as like specials go? Like, are you in between putting together a new special, so you're working on stuff? Like, how does that work?
Oh, so yes, great question. So I'm definitely working on stuff. I have a lot of new things. Most of this hours, none of it's on the special that I have out there now. I feel like that game is changing, though. Maybe you could help me out here, Laurence. I mean, the specials, I don't know. People are releasing a lot of them on their own. They're putting up content, shorter bursts. Putting up like a hot 5 minutes. They're putting up an hour in 10-minute segments. And I just think the game on the specials is changing a little bit. But I'm definitely still working that way where I'm trying to build this next hour, which I feel like I'm on the way. I still have a few more pieces to put together, but that's what people will see this weekend. Should be a lot of fun.
Well, let me go back to what you were talking about there. So how do you think that this kind of entrepreneurial spirit that we're seeing inside of comedy, and I guess you could say that the internet helps to democratize comedy a little bit where people can put out their own stuff, how do you think that goes about changing the way that comedians will go about getting their stuff to the public?
Well, I think it's a lot of kind of reaction in this business right now, reacting to who's connecting, who's getting a bunch of followers, who's, who are people responding to right now. It's great for acts, there's not as many gatekeepers anymore. Everyone's their own walking network. You could put stuff out there, see if people respond to it. It's a lot easier way to, control what people see of you. You can constantly be advertising for yourself on your own platform. So it's kind of levels the playing field, I think. And I think it's levels playing field for the consumer, too. You can really find anyone out there that you want to listen to, whether it be comedy, music, anything, right? Even talk radio, Laurence.
Even talk radio. Yes, we can definitely do that. Pat McGann is here on the show with me. Follow him on Twitter at McGannPat. That makes things nice and easy. The last time you were on the show, we were having a conversation about, I think you had just started kind of going back out and doing shows, like you've been doing shows outside. Now that you're in a rotation where you're back doing theaters, and is the vibe of the audience different? Like I keep wondering, are you getting a happier, more easier to please crowd because of what we've all been through over the last 2.5 years?
I think you're right, man. And I know you're asking me, but you hit on it because I think your instincts are dead on. It's different. Everything's hitting differently. People are more grateful about being out. People are loving the live environment. I feel like the response is more significant. And also, I just appreciate it more. I think it's different for performers, too. So grateful to be back out there, connecting with people and having, a real show in front of you. Just got to get used to the traveling again because my kids, I think I'm missing 9 games right now being on the phone with you. My kids are playing sports, and it's a lot.
How do you navigate all of that? And I want to know, because this is also a subject that we talk about on this show quite a bit. What type of sports dad are you, Pat?
Well, I have. You heard the bit I did about my coach growing up. I have some old school in me, getting on remember baseball game, the coach come out just like, they would embarrass kids about it. Like, move in, come on. Look who's up. Move in. Come on. Remember what this guy did last time? Move up. Why are you so far back? I mean, that's kind of what come on, this kid's got glasses. Let's go. He's allergic to everything. And it's just different now. Like, I want to, have fun, and it's about the kids, but the parents have ruined it, right? And I help out a little bit. Sometimes you go to the park, they're like, you want to help out? Like, I'll coach third. Like, I'm sending everyone, though. Hope you know that. I'm sending everyone. Like, I want to see a collision. Get these kids forget about their water bottles. Because everywhere my kids go now, they have a water bottle.
You're basically the U Sports version of Joe McEwing. You're just sending them. Doesn't
I'm just
matter.
Sending them. Just keep them running. They're the most hydrated generation. They're going to be fine. Always with the water bottle. No clue when that began, by the way. My mom's almost 80. I've never seen her drink water her entire life. For these kids, they get a bead of sweat. They're like, what's happening? Where's Roblox? Where's Fortnite?
You know what's crazy, Pat? Like, when we were younger, because we were about the same age, our coaches, kept water from us. Like, the water was a luxury. It was a treat that if we practice hard, we might get a water break.
Drink your spit. Suck it up. How
there
about
it is.
And then in health class, the same coach would teach you that you needed 8 glasses a day to stay hydrated. Like, coach, it's on your quiz. We need water.
And they would never give it to us.
Now it's just, the parents fighting at the games, always explaining. There's always some big kid dominating at these games, Laurence. I don't know if you've been to there's always a suspicious-looking kid. And everyone's like, who is that? Where's the paperwork? And then some mom always steps like, he has a late birthday. He has a late birthday. Like, he was born right after that's why he has a goatee, because he has a late birthday. He was born right at the cutoff, and that's why he drove to the game, because he has a late birthday. He just missed. His birthday is a little later, and that's why his son is playing third base. His kid's on the team. Do you remember the Griffies? It's like that. He has a late birthday. Like, I don't care when he was born. He's 8 feet tall. He's throwing 90 from 6 feet away. Can we move him up?
There's nothing worse than seeing that kid when you aren't that kid. When you see the kid that had the growth spurt and you didn't have that, and you're like, man, how am I going to get this guy out? I was a catcher when I was younger, so the idea of wanting those type of guys plowing into me at home plate, all that stuff was just wild.
Oh, it's insane. Yeah, I do have fun, though, at the games. It's been amped up a little bit, They all had all the gear. They have their own helmets now. They don't have the lice buckets that we pass around.
Remember years and generations.
To a team.
Or the equipment bag, the old equipment bag that all of the helmets went into. I see some.
You mean
of these
the duffel that he
brought
back? The duffel that they brought back from Vietnam?
Exactly.
The equipment bag. Go in there, grab a ball. I think I found a grenade.
There's all sorts of stuff
Don't go that deep in the bag.
You better not, or else something bad's going to happen to you. Pat McGann joining me here Go check them out this weekend. Yeah, people are texting in. Don't forget the salt tablets in the old days, along with water being withheld and you being told don't be a wimp. Yeah, that is completely accurate to the experience of playing Little League Baseball in the 70s and 80s for sure. So how we feeling about the White Sox, Pat?
Hey, you know what? I got to tell you, I'm actually doing an event with the White Sox tomorrow night at the Field Museum. I'm very excited about it, called Beyond the Diamond. It's going to be a lot of fun, and it's going to turn the season around. I think it already started to turn around in Tampa Bay. And it was moving around on Twitter. On Friday morning, though, I got to say, I was like, this 83 vibe, I remember this. I was 7 years old. They took off during the summer. And then someone was tweeting it yesterday. They had the exact same record at the, 49-game mark, 23-26. Got the same skipper. I think they got a shot. They just got to get healthy. They'll be good. It seems like everything's happening at once. Hopefully get it all the way. But when it heats up and they start, get Lance Lynn back, get Eloy back, I mean, they're a good team. No one's running away with it, right? What are they, 3.5? How far back are they right now?
They're 5, and they're lucky to be 5.
For sure.
The Twins kept losing while they were losing, or else it could be really bad. But that's the great thing about baseball, because there's so many games and there's a lot of time. There's still over 100 games that are left for the White Sox. So I think all of us are sitting here hoping that what you're talking about and what they're talking about comes true. The idea that you'll get some of your parts back and things will be okay.
That 83 team, they won 99 games. And I just want to remind you, we don't have Jerry Dybzinski. We're going to be okay. Is it okay to say we? I don't think you're allowed to say that. Are you? The Chicago White Sox.
You're allowed to say we. It's probably not a great thing that I say it, but if you say it, it's totally fine, especially since they might as well just give you a jersey because you're hosting their event.
Yes, that's true. I'm very excited about it. I would probably pick the throwback, the South Side City Connect jerseys, which are still beautiful. Great to see on the concourse.
Yeah, I've been trying desperately to get the script C back. I even sent the White Sox I had a mock-up of the script C because I feel like it's the most forgotten and probably unliked logo that they had. And I saw Rick Hahn.
I've come around on that one.
Me too. I thought it was ridiculous when I was younger, and now that I'm older, I'm like, man, that's actually a pretty cool logo.
Remember when it came out, you're like, is that a lowercase e? What did they do?
Right. And so now I'm like,
Script Chicago. That I think informed the current Script Chicago. That old school road that they had, and even the White Sox across. It kind of holds up.
I agree wholeheartedly. So before I get you out of here, tell people where you're going to be this weekend and what they can expect.
This weekend, I'm going to be Friday night Uptown Social in Michigan City. It's going to be a lot of fun. I got some great comics joining me. Jim Flanagan's going to be there, Maggie Hughes DePaulo. And then Saturday night, same lineup, add John DeCoste. And that's at the Rouse Center in Crystal Lake, which is going to be a blast. Like I said, I've been traveling a ton. Was bouncing around with Sebastian Maniscalco all year, so I haven't really been doing my own stuff. But I was in Jersey last weekend, and I had a lot of fun kind of doing my own shows. So I get to do a little bit longer set. I think people will see a lot of new material, some local stuff too. I get to do the inside jokes, the Chicagoland area stuff, Mm-hmm. So it's going to be a good time.
Is it still fun for you to go out there to those huge crowds that Sebastian brings in these stadiums?
Oh, it's insane. I mean, I feel like, it's like an out-of-body experience. I always think about the 90s Bulls, because a lot of these arenas we go into, you just picture, watching games back in the day, when we got to do Madison Square Garden, all I was thinking about was, the double nickel, the playoff games, all the moments in these arenas. So as a sports fan, it's cool to go into those venues.
Has there been any venue that's left you awed? Like you walked away man, I cannot believe my feet are on a stage here.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I think doing Radio City kind of had that feel. I think that the arenas are intimidating, but it's also how could you expect to feel comfortable there? It's really not where comedy lives. It's unbelievable and it's fun. It's a little different. You're in the round, but yeah, there's some theaters out there that I just love. Even the Chicago theater here is just, those places are pretty magical.
When you get someone as big as Sebastian, like the people that are doing those types of shows, is there ever a concern about being able to connect with the person in an audience where it's 25,000 people, or in Kevin Hart's case, it's 60,000 people? Is that ever a concern on trying to write to a larger room?
I think it's more the connection is definitely a total different approach. Like, you know, what's really helped is these high def screens. I mean, that's what makes it all possible, to be honest with you. Because I've gone up in the rafters at these arenas, like when we were at the United Center. I'll go up and watch Sebastian, and you know, you find yourself watching the screen, and you see that you have to really play to the space. Whereas if you're in a more intimate setting, you can kind of maybe be more personal, maybe talk to someone that's sitting up front, or maybe, but anytime you're in a big city that has things that you can latch onto, the local references always work. I remember being at the old Chicago Stadium. I saw Pearl Jam there, and I remember Eddie Vedder coming out and singing like the Empire song, 588, and the place went bananas. So those are fun moments too, when you have the shared experience stuff.
Well, Pat, as always, man, it's a pleasure to talk with you. Good luck this weekend and continued success. I know that Sebastian really, really appreciates you, and the connection you two guys have working together is wonderful. And I appreciate you having time for my show, man.
Laurence, I appreciate you too, man. Been listening for a long time, and always fun to come on. And I will add, if anyone feels like these are too far, going to Michigan City or Crystal Lake, Sunday, doing a live podcast recording. I have a podcast all over the place. We're doing it right here. I'm at Zanies in Rosemont right now. We just taped an episode. That's why I have all these pictures up on the wall. I'm in the green room. But I'm going to be here Sunday at 5 o'clock for our live podcast.
All right, Pat, you the man. I appreciate you. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Laurence. Take care, man.
No problem. That is Pat McGann. He's great. You should be following him on Twitter at McGannPat. That's where you can find a lot of his work. He's had a lot of cool specials. The one that's on Amazon Prime is fantastic as well. And just follow him at patmcganncomedy.com. We're going to take a break. When we come back, I want to talk about Steve Stone. We'll do that next here on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports morning show.
Jake Berger. Last year we saw your mean Mercedes, and they made a burger after him.
Tim Anderson was actually talking to me about that on Sunday. He's like, man, we got to get you a burger, bro.
We've just been contacted by the owner of Chicago Cut, one of the great steakhouses in Chicago, David Flom. He says to tell you to create your own burger with your favorite ingredients, and they'll run it as a special. How about
Hell
that?
yeah.
Wow.
I love Chicago Cut.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5 to 9 a.m. on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Every team has their team doctor, and they have a couple of trainers. They have a few of the medical people around, and I'm wondering, when Hawk goes down there, what exactly is he going to do? I mean, is he going to stitch him up if he needs it? Is he going to hold his hand? Is he going to tell him to rub some dirt on it and suck it up, pal? I mean, I don't know exactly what he's going to do, but I do know that he was gone for a little bit longer than he probably could have been. But again, I don't know what's going on down there. So now he comes back.
I just saw him.
I'm sure. What's that?
He said, I just saw him. And your response to this day, we play it all the time. Your one-word response is priceless. And
well, he didn't say anything. I mean, if he's going to go down there, I needed an update. I needed a medical report. I needed something. I mean, was he dead? Do we have to alert the family? Is he going to be out for the rest of the year? Because when he said, I just saw him, and he sat there. That's what I said, And I mean, come on, give me something else. You've been gone for 20 minutes. You got to give me something.
Not just you, us,
all of us.
Yeah. Us.
It was that was one of the highlights. That, and when there was a weather alert in Granger, and he looked over and he kind of circled his finger like, you take it. Then he took out the Tupperware thing that he put his headset, loaded it up, and just left. He was going to check on Eris, his lovely wife, and he drove back to Granger in the middle of the game. It was like, wait a second, as a weather report. It was, so look, everybody thought that we were complete enemies, but we had some wonderful times in the booth. He was a truly unique character, one of the legends of the game. I worked with two guys in Harry Carey and Haugh Harrelson. We're never going to see the likes of those guys again. And some of the things they did were absolutely priceless. And, I've done play-by-play, so I could pick it up again, but it's just really strange. Bad weather report, boom, he's in the parking lot and gone.
What I liked was the name of your book was Where's Harry? And you could write another version, write a sequel, and say, where did Haugh go?
White Sox game, they're going to celebrate an anniversary. And it's a pretty significant one. Steve Stone will have been in the booth for 40 years calling games. Being able to call games on the north side and then seamlessly switch over to the south side is unprecedented because of the way people feel about him in both places. There are legion of Cubs fans that still look at Steve Stone as theirs, and that he was the guy that was sitting in the booth with Harry Carey while Harry was telling all of these wonderful stories, and we got to see Steve do the thing where he tells you what's getting ready to happen and then it happens. And he's done that over on the south side as well, being a great teammate to Haugh Harrelson and now forging this incredible relationship with Jason Benetti, who I think is one of the best that does it in the business. So the things that Steve has seen over the last 440 years in baseball, I think we've all gotten better and smarter because he's around. I sample a lot of baseball through the MLB app, and you listen to the color guys around the country, and no diss. I'm not trying to take away anyone's vibe, but no one comes close to that guy. And knowing that we have him, and we have him here at the Score as an analyst, is pretty incredible. But all baseball fans in Chicago have some attachment to Steve Stone, and I think that we're all better for it. So happy anniversary to Steve Stone. Make sure you check it out tonight on NBC Sports Chicago. I'll talk with Parkins and Spiegel next here on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago.
As an analyst, when you're the guy in the booth who's responding to something that's already happened, it's a completely different job than the man in the booth who's calling the play. And I realized very early in my new job that the play-by-play guy was not going to adjust to me. I was going to have to adjust to him. And so I would learn their cadence, their rhythm. I would learn when they had more to say, when they had less to say, when to come in, when to stay back. I also learned from Harry, don't be using the microphone when the pitch is on the way, because he's going to have to make that call. And he expressed that to me in some gentle terms on occasion. And so I began to realize that, each and every one of these guys who is calling Major League Baseball on a play-by-play basis, they have a lot of pride in what they do, and they try to bring it each and every day. And knowing that and understanding that, I have to give them some room as they have to give me some room. So, there's a slight adjustment to each and every one of the play-by-play guys, and there's a different personality, there's a different style. And again, I have to adjust to whoever it might be, and I've been fortunate in that I've had so many play-by-play guys during the course of my career that it's kind of interesting to try to adapt. I mean, whether it was Ernie Harwell, one of the all-time greats, or Jack Brickhouse, or Harry Carey, Haugh and Jason, and you mentioned Chip, but there was also Tom Brenneman, there was also Milo Hamilton, I mean, Dwayne Statz, a number of guys, and I look at guys who have won the Ford Frick Award that I've worked with, and I look at other guys who probably will win it down the road or deserved it but didn't quite get there, and I realized that one thing was similar to each and every one of them. They wanted to give that viewer on a daily basis the best that they had, because they realize that those guys down on the field are trying to give the best that they have.
I'm out of here anyway. Peace out.
On tomorrow's show, Russ Dorsey will stop by for his weekly hit. We will talk baseball with him. We will react to White Sox-Dodgers Game 1 and prepare you for White Sox-Dodgers Game 2. Danny Parkins is flying solo today. He joins me now here on The Score. What's up, Danny?
What's up, Laurence? Yes, flying solo today, but, you'd think with no Cubs.
The day that Andrew Vaughn is going to be on the show, the Spiegel would want to be there?
Yeah, you would think that. And the voice of baseball. I don't know if you saw the full guest list today. Joe Davis going to be on the show today.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? I know you're a broadcasting expert, dork, just like myself. How about this? 29 years old, replace Vin Scully. 34 years old, replace Joe Buck.
Yeah, that'll work.
Right.
That plays for a career path for yourself.
Right. Yeah. Not so bad. In town for the Dodgers series. I've never met him, never talked to him. He's definitely the highest profile sports broadcaster that I can say that about. Like, Nance, Tirico, Costas, Harlan, Eagle, Stone, who you were just great on. We'll talk about it as well today on the show. Like, had a chance to either meet or talk to all those guys multiple times. But Joe Davis all of a sudden is just an absolute megastar and a powerhouse. So we'll talk a little Dodgers with him, but I want to talk about him and, voice of baseball. You've got there's a lot of decisions to be made about what baseball is going to look like over the next 5 years. So what does the voice of baseball think about a pitch clock or banning the shift or things like that? He's going to be an influential voice in those conversations. So have a chance to talk to him today at 4:00. Looking forward to it. You'd think Spiegel would want to be here, but
you would think, like, you're Mr. Baseball today.
That's
How
right.
about that, Tom Selleck?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to handle it. Who's the person in your life? And I guess you played baseball, so maybe it was more of a family member. But I was thinking about it. I don't know if there's an individual who has taught me more about baseball than Steve Stone. Because my dad didn't play. I stopped playing Little League after 6th grade. So my learning about baseball was from reading and watching. And when I'm a kid, he's doing Cubs games, and now he's doing Sox games, and he comes on the show. Like, maybe Passan, because I've talked to Passan and read everything that he writes, and him and I are like personal friends outside of this crazy business. Like, maybe Passan, but I feel like Steve Stone's in like the top 2 or 3 for people who have taught me about baseball in my life.
He should be. I think I still have him number 1. I would probably have Joe Maddon on that list.
There you go.
Because of all the shows with Joe, and now I'm doing the shows with Rossi. So there's a lot to learn. But if you think about the amount of hours, like the amount of hours that we've sat in front of the television and watched and listened to Steve Stone, what you're saying, Danny, makes complete sense. Because the osmosis that just being around him and picking up tendencies in the games that he points out to you and things you can refer back to when you're watching games, things that he said, along with the work that he's done here at the Score, I would say that if Steve Stone is not the number 1, like, you'd have to be a professional baseball player to find someone that you learned more baseball from than him, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess, or like if you played it at a representative level, I would certainly buy that like a coach taught you more about the game, like on
right. But learning about even those levels of the game is so different than learning about a 162 game schedule and what that's like, or playing with, they joke about the third deck, like going to the third deck of games and learning about it. Yeah, like we all had these coaches that were important to the instruction of the game. But when it comes to understanding Major League Baseball, I'm having a hard time trying to pull someone out that I learned more from Stoney. Maddon Maddon is a really good choice. I mean, I was in his office. Sometimes in the dugout, I got a chance to talk to him about stuff that we didn't even talk about on the air, but just trying to like learn the game. But my goodness, like night in and night out, to have that guy for 40 years be here in Chicago, it's hard to beat the level of expertise of which he talks about the game with.
Yeah, and I mean, I think like, you know, your shows with Joe were great. We did them as well. You know, I did the tour and talked to him too. But like even with something like that, you know, he still was a sitting manager. We're members of the media. Like Stone's more our colleague, and it just the sheer number of hours, right? Like the number of hours you spent with Steve Stone through your television.
Yep,
it's got to be in the thousands.
Easily.
So you know, it's got to be, especially if you go back to, you know, the Cubs days with it. So that blows away the amount of time that you or I have spent with Joe Maddon or probably anyone else in professional baseball. So it's and I would imagine, you know, and part of a color analyst's job is to teach. So not even to like quibble with the word choice of osmosis. It means exactly what you said, but like it's not accidental that we learn it. Like he is trying to teach the audience how to watch, understand, in his way, predict, like why he, you know, we're like, how does Steve Stone see the future? He tries to tell us how he sees it, you know? So no, we're very lucky we always talk about like the great play-by-play voices in this town, but we're very lucky to have Steve Stone as a color analyst in this town for as long as we did, and on this radio station. It's pretty incredible.
When I was younger, I thought, like when I was coming up in the business, I was like, well, maybe he knows all this stuff because the game's on a delay. You know, like I was like, how does he know? Like, how does he know all this stuff? And then you see him in the predictive mode, where a lot of analysts are kind of pushed that way. Like, hey, can you tell me what's going to happen? And some of them shy away from it because they don't want to be wrong. Stoney doesn't mind being wrong. He's rarely wrong. But I love that he does take, for him, it's important to teach the game and teach the major league game. And he takes a lot of pride in it. I mean, every Cubs fan that grew up watching, like, tip for all you youngsters out there, like, that he took that phrase and is able to translate that to not mean just young people learning baseball, but the entire viewing audience. And what we get out of it, it's a great trade where we learn how to see the game the way he does. I've been focusing whenever I've had him on pitching. He's passionate about the game overall, but he's super passionate about pitching and the mental skills that he acquired along the way to help him transform from a pitcher that did throw hard to his best seasons when he wasn't throwing as hard. Hearing the way that he talks about specific areas to attack a batter and how you go about doing that as a pitcher and how you have to take every pitch and really think about the execution of it. He lets you into a world of the game being so cerebral and everything having to match up, like the physical having to match up with the mental, because there's so many guys that have the physical but can't match those things, and they end up washing out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing, right? He's great because he can do all of it. He can tell jokes and bust balls with Benetti, but also teach and talk about the intricacies and the nitty-gritty and the finer points of pitching like you're talking about. My favorite part of him is my favorite part of talking to all of these guys, though. Storytelling. He's a great storyteller. Like, he is a great storyteller. And baseball lends itself by far more than the other sports to remember when. And back in my day, because there's plenty of blowouts and so much downtime and the pace and so many damn games and all of that stuff. So it's like he was telling a story that we ended up following up on a little bit, but it was like we were talking about the other day with Tracy McGrady, how like Method Man name dropped him in a song and he didn't even know about it because so many crazy cool things have happened in his life. He was talking to Benetti about being in a restaurant with Mickey Mantle.
Yeah.
And Benetti tried to get a little bit more out of him on it, and he didn't really have all of that much, and which is very rare for Stoney, and it's not a shot. It just clearly was yeah, I was in a restaurant with a bunch of Yankees greats. Mickey Mantle was one of them, and it was cool to be in the presence of greatness. And my guess is nothing crazy memorable happened, or certainly nothing crazy memorable happened that he was able to share on the air. But it was this man has seen a lot. And he his Harry Carey stories. He showed up to the Toast to Harry Carey broadcast that we did last month. He showed up about an hour early, which was awesome because that meant I was having an Italian beef sandwich at Harry Carey's, and Steve Stone was sitting directly across from me at a booth. And if you ever have some time with Stoney, on air or off air, and this is not, again, a shot, it's a good thing, he's doing the majority of the talking.
Correct.
He's getting the majority of the words in because he has better stories than us, and his stories are awesome, and our stories are, they're fine. And it was just I could just be through bites, being oh yeah, then what happened? And you know what I mean? His Harry Carey stories for days, his angry manager stories for days, his what was it like when Cubs players were blaming you guys for the collapse of 2004? Stories for days. It's so great. And to me, that's actually, because he is crazy cerebral and smart and predictive and all of that stuff. But man, my number one thing, can you tell a good story? Because that's what makes watching a 6-1 game that's taking 4 hours with 16 strikeouts, that's what makes it tolerable. And he's a hell of a storyteller.
And there's nuance to that, too. There's nuance to when to go in the Wayback Machine. And sometimes when you watch stuff from around the country, there's stuff going on and stakes. The stakes is high, as De La Soul would say. And sometimes that's not the proper time to tell those stories. He understands when to be in hyper analyst mode. This at bat is really important. Let me tell you why this at bat is really important. Because these are the guys that are coming up in the next 3 hitters. And this is why they have to get this person out. Even if it's a situation where the game is maybe a little bit out of hand, he's really good at understanding when to bust balls, when to yuck it up, and when to tell you, pay attention. I want you to pay attention to what it is that we're doing. And that's just a thing that makes him great. And you're right. I would recommend anyone who has the chance to have dinner with Steve Stone, specifically in Arizona.
Yeah, you've told
training.
me that he's the mayor of the whole damn state, which is not a thing that mayors are, but you understand.
I've only had dinner with him twice. But I can tell you, the 2 times that I've had dinner with Steve Stone, walking into a restaurant with Steve Stone in Arizona is a big deal. And the types of people, because spring training is going on, everyone's down there. And the type of people that you get to meet and interact with, folks around baseball, and his recall is nuts. Oh yeah, I played with this guy back in 78. He's great. Da, 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 da. And seeing how people react to him is wild.
Yeah, the guy's lived a hell of a life. He really has. So I'm sure tonight's broadcast will be, I don't even know. Because Stoney loves him some Stoney. He loves holding court. But he also loves the game. And there are going to be surprises. And they're going to try to get him. And they're going to try to be emotional. So, it's weird. I think you'll understand.
I hope he allows himself to be emotional.
That's what I was kind of getting at. I hope that he embraces what I'm sure will be some uncharacteristic discomfort or maybe even awkwardness. What would feel awkward because it's not a broadcast and about the game. It's going to be largely about him. Man deserves it. Take your victory lap. It's one regular season game out of 162. You've been doing it for 40 years. You're regarded as one of the GOATs. I hope he soaks it up. It should be an interesting broadcast. I'm sure the people over at NBC Sports Chicago have produced the hell out of it. They do a good job on these sorts of things. So I'm sure it's going to be great. We'll probably talk about it a little bit more. I wanted to run these by you, Laurence, by the way, because since Speaks is gone, I won't be able to do it with him. Have you seen the team names for Live Golf?
No.
Oh,
I was going to ask you about all, because this is
a story.
Man.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here.
Ray and I were talking about it in the talk back. Like, it's wild. Like, and it is very brazen. Well, but go ahead. You were saying.
Well, because we can do the serious on it. I'm happy to have done it and did it a little.
No, let's do the absurd.
Okay. So for anyone who doesn't know, this is the new Saudi Arabian-backed golf league. Stupid money, paying, Dustin Johnson reported $125 million just to join. Phil Mickelson reportedly $200 million just to join. And then beyond those guys, they've got a bunch of C and D list golfers who they're probably paying 8 figures to join. Then there's a couple $100 million in prizes for just 8 3-day tournaments around the world. They're trying to, make Saudi Arabia a little bit more tolerable given all of their human rights atrocities. So how they're going to
sports washing is what they call
is the phrase. Yes. Golf, not the first to sports wash. It's happened with Olympics, World Cups. All right. So that's the backstory. So what they're going to do is it's there's individual wins, but then there's also it's team golf. And so they name captains, and then the captains draft their teams. So Dustin Johnson, Graham McDowell, Ian Poulter, Kevin Na, Louis Oosthuizen, Martin Keimer, Phil Mickelson, Sergio Garcia, Siwon Kim, Taylor Gooch, and Wade Ormsby are your captains. You want to guess? You want to hear some of these team names?
I really, really, truly do.
The Majestics. STICKS. Cleeks. Fireballs. Torque. Niblicks. I don't even know what that means. NIBLICKS. Niblicks. Stinger. Punch. Crushers. 4 aces. This sounds like, and then the graphics, Laurence, they look like a high school PowerPoint presentation.
Oh no.
It is bizarre.
Now you're sure you didn't get onioned, right?
Oh, dude,
it's not
100% real. Multiple verified golf people at the press conference tweeting this stuff out. It's like they spent every dollar on questionable talent acquisition and forgot about everything else. What is a niblick? Why is Martin Keimer's team named the Cleeks? What is a cleek?
Wait, spell cleeks.
CLEEKS. What is a cleek?
What's a ute? I have no idea what this is.
But what? Kevin Na's name? Kevin Na put out this mealy mouth statement about why he could join, and as if people cared. He's the 33rd ranked player in the world. He's one of the slowest players. He walks in his putts. He's made over $30 million in his career. Kevin Na, very good golfer. Left for Live Golf. No one's going to miss him. Okay, you're a captain. Your team name's the Ironheads. You guys are just losers. They're all dorks. My team name is Fireballs. Okay, Sergio. Cool. It's ridiculous. It's complete. You need to look this up, man, and see these logos. It looks like a graphic on a Nintendo 64 game.
No.
Yeah.
They went 8-bit with it.
It's crazy, man. They forgot to spend money on everything. They threw a reporter out of the press conference today for asking critical questions, but then welcomed him back in. They hired Ari Fleischer.
Yeah, I saw some of that stuff this morning, and I was like, wow.
It's bizarre. And listen, I agree with what Bernstein said. Everybody has a price. They clearly found these people prices. You can do the whataboutism. If you want to do the serious part of this, I was looking it up. Saudi Arabia invested $500 million in Live Nation, which is the backer of Ticketmaster. You've bought tickets off Ticketmaster before. Everybody has. Like, you know, do you have any of your money in a mutual fund? Are they all completely above board? You know, like we can do that game all day. This is, of course, directly from a government, which is the difference. I understand. But I'm just saying, like, you could see where that line gets drawn for some people when you're talking about your grandkids not having to worry about paying for college. Like
and those guys probably are looking at it as, if I'm going to jump out of the PGA, I have to make enough money so that I can never go back, because I'm probably never going to be invited back.
Yeah, and so like, and they're not politicians and they're not human rights advocates. They are golfers, right? These guys they've been golfing maybe professionally since they were 17 or 18 or 19. You know, like, so I can only get so angry at the individual golfer in the whole thing, but it is ridiculous. Like, it is a ridiculous enterprise that I can't imagine anybody is going to really care about consuming the product. Like, we care about PGA Tour events because they are PGA Tour events. Like, they're, you know, the prestige comes with the event and the field. I don't know that you can just pay a bunch of dudes a bunch of money and with it gain an audience. Maybe you can accomplish something on like a business end, you know, like that portion of it. Like, hey, it's better to invest in Saudi Arabia if I'm a big company because they host Dustin Johnson at a golf tournament. Like, I don't understand business at that level. Maybe that'll work. But like, who's tuning into YouTube to watch Graham McDowell play Martin Keimer?
I wonder what
in a tournament that nobody cares about for a team name that no one can relate to.
I wonder if they're tent poles for success. I would love to know what they are. Like, how will they judge if this was a successful enterprise, or have they already succeeded?
My buddy, who's a huge finance person, said there's no way this will make money. This is to promote more international investment, both internally and externally. Whatever, like, I don't even like fully understand what that means. You know, like, are there democratic nations that don't do business with Saudi Arabia because of human rights atrocities, and they're trying to, you know, increase their, you know, GDP through golf? Like, I guess that's what that means. I don't really know, but it's just I love golf. I watch golf. I watch golf that's not Sundays of majors. Like, I'm a pretty good golf fan. I have absolutely zero interest in consuming this golf. So I don't know if they're going to, like, I don't know who their audience is if they're actually trying to make it a viable sports product.
Well, it's if their rollout is any indication, there might be some comedy in it.
Yeah. Well, no, that's true. I'm here for all the niblics. Apparently, that's an old golf term for an iron.
It's an old wooden ship.
Yeah, exactly. A niblick is like a sand wedge, someone said. Okay. So these are old throwback golf terms. A cleek and a niblick.
Hey, they are relating to the people that they
then what's a fireball?
Watch this.
Then what's a fireball? If all of these people are like, these are throwback terms, sure.
I love the text that says that they sound like team names from Dodgeball, the movie Dodgeball.
This is laser. And
they got
taser.
lasers and blazes and all sorts of aces.
That's a great scene. Laser, taser, and blazer. Okay, it's a good team. Yeah, that's what it is. It's absolutely preposterous, but that was a comedy, and this is hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to try to make you forget that they murder journalists. So, you know, it's ridiculous. And Texter says, you're telling me you won't gamble $1 single on this new golf venture? I mean, listen, everyone has a price. Like I said, I can't promise that I'll never gamble on it in perpetuity, but I have no plans to as of now.
I don't think that you would even do the homework to.
That's the thing. Like, I can't. I can never say never when it comes to gambling on sports. So I'm not going to pretend like I'm pure in that way. But I have no interest in doing that as of now. But Andrew Vaughn at 240, Joe Ostrowski at 340, voice of the Dodgers and the World Series. Joe Davis is in town at 4 o'clock. Nick Wright is ranking NBA players in like a crazy historical and accurate way. In terms of the research anyway. Talk to him about that. and the NBA Finals at 4:40. And it's me, Shane, and Ray Diaz today. Tanny and Spiegs are both out. We lose Laurence. Might have lost him. Okay. Laurence is gone. Open kicks us off. It's Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
This is where the Cubs play. Here comes the 1-2 to Contreras, drilled in the air, deep left field. Back is Yelich, that ball is gone.
Jerry Reinsdorf understands this. When I broadcast for the White Sox, I am actually an employee of the White Sox. And so you handle things a bit differently than you normally would. But Jerry also understands that when I go on the score, I'm an employee of the score. And so you can go in depth in various areas that you can't do on a White Sox broadcast. Fortunately, he understands that. As far as the Cubs were concerned, sometimes they didn't understand that. Sometimes they had a hard time differentiating between when I was on one of their broadcasts and when I wasn't. I was never, and people don't really understand the difference, but I was never a Cub employee. They never wanted me to work for the Cubs. I always worked for WGN. And so I felt a bit more freedom to deal with what I had to deal with. And for the most part, it worked out really well. 2004 was not the most entertaining season because the Cubs did an El Foldo toward the end. We had a difference of opinion, and both Chip and I left after that season.
It hardened this Cubs fan, Stoney, because, I mean, I'm in high school. You know, I loved the 03 team so much. I don't think in my lifetime there was a season that I anticipated more than 04. And I loved you guys in the booth, and I knew that I wanted to go and study broadcasting, so I'm watching you guys intently, and then they're blaming you guys. That was one of the toughest seasons for me as a fan, so I'm sure it was a little tougher for you, but just know you were not completely alone in all of that.
Yeah, it was a difficult year, and the reason is I thought they could have gone every bit as far as 2003 and maybe won it all. I mean, that pitching staff was outstanding. I thought the team was certainly good enough. Sometimes when you have homes that don't have mirrors to look in and realize whose fault it is that you didn't win, I think that's a problem. But I've never known broadcasters to beat a team, ever. In all the years I've been doing this, the broadcasters never beat any team that I was on. And when I was in the booth, we never beat any team that was playing against the team I was broadcasting for. So I think it was an excuse, and there's a lot of them. The winners win, and the losers make excuses, and that really never changes.
You haven't sent along our Mitch Trubisky album to Mitch, though, yet. So
I actually did.
Oh, you did?
I did send that to Mitchell.
What did he say?
And I'll tell you what I got. I got the laughing. I got 3 laughing emojis.
Oh, that's good.
LMAO.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I got, and it was separate text. So I don't know if he listened to him or not. I just said, I sent it to him. I said, hey, I got some guys of mine that they hopped in the studio and they basically made a good old ode to Mitchell Trubisky. And I said, you got to hear him. So here they are. And I sent them his way, and that's what I got back. So
okay, so
wow.
we have confirmation that Zach Miller got the Mitch album in Mitch Trubisky's hands. Now, that's what we asked for last time, but obviously, Zach, we're coming over the top with another ask.
Oh, I'm still trying to process this, that the subject of our concept album is aware of us. This is very, very meta. You know what I mean?
At some point, maybe you, a professional musician, get Mitch to call in. We play a song. No football questions. We just play a couple songs for him and get him to react live on the air. How do we feel?
Deal. I mean, I'll for sure put it in his ear. There's no reason not to.
Right?
Okay.
I might call in and listen to that show. I kind of.
You come on in.
You can host it with us.
Yeah, you host it with us. You can
or
be
not, whatever.
You could transition. You could speak music and football to Mitch as we try to do the same.
Yeah,
we need you.
But yeah, that's so. Whenever he wants, any day, any time. It's been our dream to have Mitch Trubisky critique the Mitch album. So if you can, you're the only guy who can make it happen because it's no PR department is going to make it happen.
And we'll see what he says. But I'll definitely shooters shoot. I'm a shooter. I'm gonna let it fly and be like, listen, man, this is what we got to have happen, and we'll see where it goes.
Ready? Give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Zach Miller, former Bear.
We live in a crazy world, so that's why I told you I'm trying to be the eternal optimist.
It's good that we're talking to you today. We need you today. We need optimism today. Danny's struggling.
How can I be an informed citizen of the world, read the news, and still be optimistic? I struggle with it.
All right, so you're blending. So you can't be an informed citizen of the world. That's I don't watch the news.
Apparently sometimes I don't watch the news because I'm a kid, and apparently every time, Grandpa just gives me a remote after we watch the Powerball.
You can't protect your peace and watch the news at the same time. It's virtually impossible.
Wow.
Okay.
So problem number one, watching the news.
That's all I want from the news, entertainment. I don't care about tax negotiations. I don't want to know what country the Pope is in. But you show me a hospital that's on fire and people on crutches are jumping off the roof, and I'm a happy guy.
I don't know if that was helpful, Zach.
Oh, I just love you guys. Well, your first problem is informed citizen of the world. Oh.
Don't be informed at all.
Don't be informed at all, and you can be. Listen, I don't mean this as an insult, but basically what you're saying is you can be like blissfully ignorant.
I see some guy walking down the street, with a clear head. You know the type. He's always whistling, like the happy wanderer. And I just want to go up to him and I just want to rip his throat open. I want to pummel him right there for no reason.
My wife's like, hey, did you read this? Did you see this? And I'm like, if this is a sad story, I don't even want to hear it.
Danny owes you a Kopeck.
That's right.
After this session.
Good.
First session is free.
First session is free. That's good.
The news, I don't care what side you're on, the news is bad on either side. It separates us, causes anxiety. When it comes on, it should be like, da, da, da. Yeah. We about to depress the shit out of y'all. We got wildfires, no water, and a dog locked in a car. What about the dogs I seen walking around happy all day? Those dogs.
1, 2, 3. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, Jack. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Andrew Vaughn is going to join us in a matter of moments. Yeah, you want to know how weird my life is, how much is going on in my life? I had therapy this morning. Didn't even come up that I was told, yeah, you can't be an informed citizen of the world and be happy. That's how much is going on in my day-to-day, because that stuck with me a bit last night. Can't be an informed citizen and in a good mood. That really got to me, but that's neither here nor there. He's one of the hottest hitters on the team. 3 straight multi-hit games. Dude's only 24. He just played in his 163rd career game. White Sox players make news and have fun when they come on this show. Here's Andrew Vaughn.
With the third selection of the 2019 MLB Draft, the Chicago White Sox select Andrew Vaughn, a first baseman from University of California at Berkeley.
Andrew Vaughn, right center field. His first major league hit up the alleyway. Save that baseball for young Andrew Vaughn.
I told Andrew to hit 300. Don't worry, I don't care if you don't hit one home run. Hit 300. I don't want to get excited, but the home run. Let's hit 300.
Andrew Vaughn clocks his ball left center field, and there is his first major league home run. Bring him home. Andrew Vaughn charges this ball up into right field. We are tied. Andrew Vaughn lights up Chapman.
Well, Andrew Vaughn put a charge into that. Gives you an idea just how powerful he is because he took it opposite way.
Ooh. Andrew Vaughn crushes this ball to left field. Gurriel back at the track. He turns around. It's gone.
Wow. We were just talking about it, right? Somebody's going to have to step up and light a fire. And guess what? Vaughn has got the matches, apparently.
Andrew Vaughn has a 4-hit night.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons on The Score.
Andrew Vaughn with us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Andrew, thank you so much for making the time, man. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for having me on. How you doing? That's a better question.
Oh, I'm okay. I don't know. Is it a better question? I mean, you're like the hottest hitter on the team, one of the hottest hitters in the sport. Everyone's just trying to be more like Andrew Vaughn, man.
Just got to stay simple, man, and just live life day by day.
That's the secret to your success? Keeping it simple, stupid?
Yeah, kind of. Had to do that with my math classes, so might as well bring it to baseball.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I was laughing. I saw your quote about Jose Abreu, it sounded like something I would say as a talk show host. I'm like, man, this is incredible. I hope that they make a 30 for 30 out of this or an E60 out of it. You said that they should make an E60 out of Jose Abreu as a teammate. Why is he such a good teammate?
Yeah, I mean, he's just the best. Every day he shows up, does his thing, and as a young guy, my first spring training got to come in and watch him work. He's the first guy to the field. He's always in the weight room, getting his body ready. And I mean, he plays every day, no matter what's going on. He's the same person. And, he's there for you. He's there to pick you up, there to tell you something. If you got a question, you can ask him. He's going to shoot you straight. And, it's just special having him around.
Can you give us a specific on something that you maybe asked him at any point that he helped you out with?
Yeah, it was last year. It was actually early in the year, and we were talking, and it was freezing cold here. And he was like, April's for the pitchers, man. It's we're just getting dialed in, but as soon as it heats up, like, be ready, keep your body ready, and we're going to turn the corner. And all of a sudden, it was May, and he was raking.
And it helped you deal with any early season cold weather struggles that you might have, like that perspective?
Yeah, just because, I mean, he's been doing it for, 8 or 9 years, and he knows. And when he talks, it's a good thing to listen.
Well, so, I was thinking about this, like, Frank Thomas, 1990, into Paul Konerko, into Jose Abreu. These are all White Sox legends, baseball Hall of Famers, certainly White Sox Hall of Famers. Andrew Vaughn, you ready to be next and carry that mantle at first base?
It's a tough task because, I mean, those are all phenomenal names. But, I just want to go out and play, no matter if it's first base, outfield, DH. I just want to try to make a difference and, help our club win ball games.
What about Konerko? I mean, he's still around the team. Have you picked his brain at all?
Yeah, I have. Got to see him a little bit this offseason. He's out in Arizona, and we were actually working out at Grand Canyon, and he was over there. We got to talk for a while, got to talk to his son, and, just talk baseball. It's soothing almost, just because someone with such a big name, and you can just have a regular conversation with them, pick their brains, see how they did things, and, it's cool.
So we're talking to Andrew Vaughn here on The Score. You're an understated guy. Like, yeah, I was talking to Paul Konerko, and it was cool. And Abreu, who's a great teammate. You keep it simple, you were saying, like, you're hitting, man, it seems like, they say, the hardest thing in sports is hitting a baseball. I know it's not easy, but you make it seem easy. Can you try to explain how it comes across that way to you?
I mean, everybody up here that's a hitter in the big leagues or any level really in professional baseball, we've been doing this our whole lives. So you've seen thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of pitches, and you just got to kind of keep it in the memory bank and, take it every day and learn something new and just try to apply it to your game. And for me, it's just keeping it simple and just do what I know how to do.
Who first taught you how to hit?
My dad.
Do you remember some of those early lessons?
No, yeah. I've talked about this a lot. He used to come home from work, and I wouldn't even let him change, and we'd be in the backyard hitting flips and hitting off the tee, just anything baseball. I always wanted to do it, and he was always there for me, and we just, I credit him with everything I've done.
So you've had some, like, pretty remarkable actual at-bats recently, right? There's the 11-pitch one against Yarbrough. There have been multiple, 10-pitch at-bats that you've had. Fatigue set in, the advantage go towards the hitter, which is, the traditional way of thinking about it. When you're in one of those long grinds, what approach is changing, if anything, for you?
Yeah, the longer you get in there, you definitely get a little more tired. Just stand in the box and you're grinding it out, and pitcher's doing the same thing. So you're both feeling it. You're exerting a lot of energy, and you just got to, like I say, keep it simple. And he's throwing a lot of pitches. You get to see more of them, and put it in the memory bank. You've seen it, and now you go up there and you get a good pitch, maybe the 10th, 11th pitch instead of the first or second, and then you can put a charge into one.
So, that at bat against Yarbrough, every pitch seemed like it was out of the zone. You're fighting it off. The ability to wait for the pitch that you see, that strike zone optimization. How tough of a learned skill is that?
Yeah, it's definitely tough. It's an imaginary box. You can't can't really picture it, but it's just going through so many pitches that you've seen and knowing what the strike zone is. And, you just got to challenge yourself to be able to recognize if it's going to be a strike or a ball. And sometimes that's easier said than done.
What's the toughest part about it?
No, I mean, guys up here, they can pitch. They throw some nasty stuff, and sometimes it'll trick your brain. But you just got to go up there and stay simple, see it as best you can, and put a good swing on it.
Would you like the idea of, if they could get the technology right, an automated strike zone so that at least it was the same thing every game?
I actually got to see it when I did that little rehab stint in Charlotte. And, I mean, it's different because there's really no human error to it, and it's kind of tough. I kind of like the aspect of having umpires back there because we're all humans. I mean, we all make mistakes. Everybody does. But I like the aspect of having an umpire back there.
What was your experience with it like? I mean, you said it was different, but what did you like? What did you dislike about it?
Yeah, because I was talking to Zaleski, the pitching coach down there, and they widened the zone and they shrunk the top down and the ball. I think they've changed it by now. I'm not sure, but it made the zone like 25 inches wide, but shorter. And it was just different.
So you'd rather have the inconsistency of the human, but it's the same inconsistency you've had your whole life, as opposed to something different and, I don't know, like that much of an adjustment?
Yeah, I would say so.
Interesting. We're talking to Andrew Vaughn here, Parkins and Spiegel on The Score. The last game that you played, 163rd career big league game. You're basically a rookie. You know what I mean? In terms of like you've now done a full season's worth of games. What do you know now that you didn't know when you started?
That's a tough question. There's a lot of things. I mean, the game's a grind. 162s in a full season, and you just go battle. It's truly a battle, and you're just trying to go out every single day and win ball games. It's not going to happen. You can't win them all because, every team up here has the potential to win every single night. So it's such a fun game because that's how it is. It's a challenge. You're going to battle against another team.
What do you love most about it?
The battle, the challenge. That's got to be the most fun part. If this game was easy, I feel like everybody would do it, and I think that's what drives a lot of us baseball players to play, because it's a challenge.
Yeah, there's no question. I can't believe how many games there are. Like the grind of the approach, the number of games, staying physically ready. Is any part of you surprised at the success you've had at such a young age and a relatively inexperienced player, given how tough it is?
Yeah, it's definitely a tough game. I just have to go out there and stay simple. I don't like to look at all the numbers, the facts. I just go out there every day and try to take my best 4 or 5 at bats and let the results show at the end.
We talk to hitters, pitchers, whatever, and some relief pitchers are like, just throw me anywhere. I don't care. Other guys are like, I absolutely need to know when I'm getting into the game, where I'm getting into the game. Creatures of habit. Hitters can be the same thing. Would you prefer a set spot in the lineup? Would that make it easier? Or do you just check the lineup card when you get in and not care at all?
Just check it when I get in, and it don't really matter because, I guess the situations will change, but you're still facing the same pitcher, just in a different spot in the order, I guess.
The ability to keep your mind that clear seems like it would be an advantage. Like you said, you don't consume a ton of the scouting and the video and all of that. Do you feel like it doesn't help you?
I think it just makes me overthink sometimes. Just because I've been playing this game for my whole life, everybody's going to pitch. I got to throw it over the same plate, and I like to know some stuff, how hard he throws, what he's got. But just the simpler the better for me.
See ball, hit ball.
Correct.
Okay. What's more thrilling, 440-foot homer or an unbelievable catch out on the water?
Ooh. Gotta go with the homer. You gotta go with the homer. You can always catch fish. Homers are hard to come by.
So, what's the biggest catch you've ever had?
Oh, man.
I see your Instagram. It's all just you fishing. I'm not a big fisherman at all. That might shock you, but, seemed like it's something that you're passionate about.
Yeah, I love to fish. I love to be outdoors and just, get away and let the mind clear and, have fun doing it, catching some fish. And I think the biggest one I caught was probably a salmon in Bodega Bay. It was probably like 30-something pounds.
All right. It's pretty impressive. I have no idea if that's big or not, but it sounds impressive. The people that you've been able to learn for, you mentioned Abreu. I've read about, you and Tommy. We talked about Canerco earlier. What about Tony? Do you pick the brain of the Hall of Famer who's the manager, or how does he help you?
You don't really have to pick his brain because he kind of explains everything to you. And, he's probably forgot more about this game than I've ever learned so far. So he's special to listen to. He's got so much knowledge. It's as simple as that.
What's the thing that he shared where you're just like, damn, I can't believe I get to talk to this guy?
Yeah, it's just his mentality about the game. He's been doing it so long, and when he says something, you're like, oh, yeah.
His word is gospel. Well, Andrew, thank you so much for the time, man. Fan favorite around here. We're always talking about how easy you make it look. 3 straight multi-hit games, only 24 years old. And keep it up, man. We really appreciate the time.
No, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. That's Andrew Vaughn with us. 163 career big league games, already one of the best hitters on the team. Pretty remarkable. And it's so crazy. Every time we talk to a baseball player, some of them, every piece of information possible. Others, see ball, hit ball. Put me wherever in the lineup. Keep it simple.
Were you that composed at 24 years old?
No. Dude, are you kidding?
I understand that these guys have a different life and they're kind of thrust into being adults a lot quicker than we were at 24, but I could not be that guy at 24 years old.
Dude, I'm not that composed now.
Yeah, that's tough.
He is very grounded in a very impressive way. And he'll struggle and have slumps and all that. Everybody does, but seems like the type of guy who will be able to handle it very well. Interesting Bears story out there today. We'll get to that. The voice of baseball, Joe Davis, at 4 o'clock. Joe Ostrowski, Nick Wright, also scheduled to join us. It's Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. An Odyssey station.
This segment's brought to you by...
All right, so the White Sox broadcast will not mention Shane Reardon.
Correct.
It just won't.
Nope.
That's it.
Do we have one that will?
I do. Yeah, Shane hasn't even heard this yet. This is a surprise for Shane. Get a text 1 o'clock this morning.
It wasn't just 1 o'clock. It was later than 1. It was like 1:38.
No, it was 12:48.
Okay,
I'm rounding
my
up.
bad.
I'm rounding up for the bit. I'm rounding up to 1.
I thought you didn't know what it was.
Well, I'm going off of the screenshot that he sent to our thread today.
Oh.
The little teaser.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks. All right. Well, let's finish
Sorry about
this
that,
off.
Danny.
Let's try to finish this off clean.
My bad. My bad.
Anyway, so get a text. I won't betray confidences, but let's just say this is from the broadcast of the Westchester Tournament of Champions.
Wait a minute.
What?
Slow down. Westchester Tournament
What is that?
Westchester.
I thought you were a fan.
Illinois?
Whatever. It's our guy Gio who texted me.
Yeah.
No.
And this is the Westchester Tournament of Champions, a softball matchup.
A softball match. Gio, the broadcaster.
Gio's on the call.
Mr. Nerves of a Cat Burglar himself.
So this is a game that Shane is not involved in yet.
Yeah, and Rusty goes the other way. Wes Shannon, what a catch right in front of you. And Wes flipped the ball down to second. Right in front of you. Wes Shannon, quick as a cat. Went over there and made a tremendous sliding catch. Last time I saw that, it was Shane Reardon in a media game.
No. That is amazing.
Oh, my God.
That's incredible because I can tell you, sometimes you're watching a game and a play looks exactly like another play that you've called before, and he thought of you.
That game was 9 months ago.
And there's a swing and a foul ball, and Reardon makes his third catch right up against the screen. No tag. Tell you, this kid's got the nerves of a cat burglar.
Oh, my God, Gio.
What did he say last
My
night?
guy.
You are a reference.
Last time I saw
And she was like a cat, right?
She had the nerves of a cat.
She was like a
Quick
cat.
as a cat.
and you're a cat burglar.
Oh.
You are a reference for great catches by a third baseman for Gio, the softball broadcaster.
Anytime somebody slides and their legs go up against the brick wall at Wrigley, I think of Bill Miller, the Cub who slid and broke his leg on a play like that. So it's understandable in Gio's mind.
In the softball world, it's me. In Major League Baseball, it's Bill Miller.
I mean, what an accomplishment, man.
Wow. That feels good.
That's got to feel great.
I needed that.
I bet it looked exactly the same. He thought of it, and he thought, my audience, they probably know about that play because the media game's gotten a lot more public. Let's face it, that game, is that the most played highlight on a 50,000-watt blowtorch in the history of Gio's outstanding career? I'm thinking yes. Right?
Probably.
Play.
Well, we all know about Gio. He saves his best and makes calls for the biggest moments. He nails it every single time. So
unbelievable.
That's what he does as a play-by-play guy.
I think he speaks knows.
You could argue that play by Shane is the most legendary play in the history of Gio's career.
Yeah,
more people have heard it than anything.
Yeah, I love that. What is Gio doing up?
He texted Chris Tannehill at 1 a.m.
He's very helpful. Just hear it. They have the highlight by itself. I didn't have to skim through a game to find it. Here it is. Here's the video of the highlights.
It's more than we usually give you.
Yes,
in a text thread.
That is truly amazing. Thanks again to Andrew Vaughn for hopping on today's show. Shane is going to give away his own tickets on his social media page to the Wednesday game against the Dodgers. You have to prove to Shane on Twitter that you have subscribed to the Parkins and Spiegel podcast feed
on iTunes.
And leave a review.
Correct.
So a 5-star review.
Correct. A 5-star review. Yeah,
right.
Because this show is 5-star.
Right. So you got to leave a 5-star review and subscribe. Screenshot your review. Send it to Shane on Twitter. And he will select someone. And you can go to White Sox Dodgers on Shane.
Seats are good. Section 110, row 18 down the right field line.
That's a hell of a deal. So that's all you got to do. Let Shane know that you're subscribed. Leave a 5-star review. And you're good to go. Bears are getting time. We're talking little Bears. Spiegel's out today, and they actually made some news. It's on the front page of ESPN.com, which shows how slow of a news day it is. It's Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
Odyssey is your home for all the audio that matters to you. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app today to listen to the Score in Odyssey Station.
Every search you make, every
You know, Michael, I think the hardest thing for any franchise to do is to objectively evaluate its own talent, and whether that's on the roster or on its coaching staff or maybe in the front office. How do you get better at that? And I guess, how do you do that well to begin with? Because there are examples of teams that are able to be honest with itself, or franchises to be honest with itself moving forward. And then there are examples of too many of teams and franchises kidding themselves into believing something is true that turns out to be false.
Well, I think the hardest thing to do is to have a measuring stick, right? You know, we all want to be honest with ourselves and evaluate ourselves, but who are we comparing it to? Like, what is our overall basic philosophy, right? What do we believe in as an organization? Who are we? I mean, this is no different than the people driving to work in Chicago today that work for corporations. Who are we? You know, what do we represent as the Chicago Bears? What do we want to be? And then once you can figure that out, then you set the standards of what you want to have as your organization. It's easy to get back to square one when you understand where you're going. You know, any road will lead you somewhere if you don't know where you're going. And I think ultimately that's one of the biggest problems with the Bears. They're a mom and pop operation, which is wonderful, but they don't ever have an identity. They've lost their identity in terms of here's who we are, what we represent as a football team. You know, and they've gotten away from it. You know, you often thought of the Bears with Dick, with all the great defenses, as a defensive team that would run the ball, play tough. Well, that's not who they are now. You know, that's not who they are. They lead the league in sacks. They've given up over, a zillion yards in sacks. They've had their first 200-yard passing game last week. You know, they're trying to be a finesse team that really isn't a finesse team. You know, and so I think at the end of the day, that's the core. And I think Ted Phillips and McCascay have to sit down and say, this is the kind of football team we want. This is who we are. And the general manager has to fill in those blanks and go from there.
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
The afternoon show, the police of 670, The Score.
Afternoons on The Score.
And, we have a saying here, we play on the hits principle, and it's really starts with H. The H is the hustle part of it, and then the I is how we play with intensity. The T is taking the ball away, and then the S is being smart situationally.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons on The Score.
Joe Ostrowski in 40 minutes. Voice of the Dodgers in the World Series. Joe Davis at 4 o'clock. Nick Wright at 4:40. Spiegs and Tanny both out today. Ray Diaz, Shane Reardon, and myself holding it down. That is new Bears head coach Matt Eberflus and his infamous, however you want to look at it, hits principle. The last S. Smart situationally, which is 2 S's. I don't know if it's smart to lose an OTA practice because you violated the rules that are collectively bargained for contact during practice. I don't think this is a big deal, positively or negatively. I know that some will say, oh, they got toughness. They need to hit. They need to change the culture. And so where there is not contact, new Bears head coach Matt Eberflus made there be contact because he's going to make the team tougher and grittier and footballier. Okay? And then there's the other side that's like, well, this is a collectively bargained thing, and you can't do that, and it would be bad, and you might turn players against you, and people won't want to come here because of it. Okay. It's neither of those extremes. He messed up. It's jaywalking. It's not a big deal. Got a little wrist slap. I am surprised that this story made its way onto the front page of ESPN.com. Now, do you want to lose a day of team activities when you have so few of them? Of course not. But the Bears are not going to be 6 wins, 8 wins, 12 wins, whatever they're going to be this year because of this one OTA day. They'll have plenty of time to install everything, get everyone together, do the entire thing. It's going to be fine.
It was a big story because Deshaun Watson hasn't assaulted anybody today.
Did you see the story that's going around right now?
It's even worse.
I haven't been able to read it. I just saw 60 seconds before we were coming back from break, right? Jenny Varentas, right? Reported on it?
Yeah.
Man. Oh, so first of all,
scumbag.
Yeah. So she's a very good reporter. That's the first thing. She used to work for Sports Illustrated. Now she works for the New York Times. And basically, yeah.
Deshaun Watson, according to Jenny Varentas, received messages from at least 66 different women in a 17-month period. Some of these women, speaking publicly for the first time, described experiences that undercut his insistence he was only seeking professional massage therapy. 66 different women are saying, nah, he was the whole pelvic thrusting thing that we heard about. Yeah, that's legit.
And so he was sued by 23 people. And then there was a 24th. And that was over, I believe, a 5-year period of time. And Jenny Varentas' reporting was over, I believe, slightly under a 2-year period of time.
17 months.
17 months. So a New York Times reporter was able to find basically 3x, a little less than 3 times, the number of people who sued Deshaun Watson. And they didn't all say they gave massages, but that he solicited massage services from them. He has a problem, and he is predatorial. And what is now going to be interesting, because I did not hear Albert Breer on Pat McAfee today, but my guy Anthony Lima, who hosts the morning show at the Fan in Cleveland, was tweeting about it, and I can pull it up for you because I don't want to mischaracterize how he put it. But so he does mornings in
92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. And this is what he tweeted. He said, Albert Breer said on Pat McAfee's show that the 24th lawsuit against Watson was a bit of a surprise to the league and possibly the Browns. He said there is some uncertainty how upfront Watson was with the team.
Oh, no way.
Right.
I mean, the guy that was accused 23 times of sexual misconduct wasn't as upfront as he could be with the Cleveland Browns.
And so the thing that's crazy about that is, man, we'll see what comes of the 24th lawsuit and of this New York Times reporting. They guaranteed him $230 million. They gave him a fully guaranteed contract. I don't know if the voids in that contract cover new information from before, like, you know, you see in cop shows all the time, right? Like, okay, you understand that this plea agreement is contingent upon you telling us everything that you've done in the past. Like, I don't know if the guarantees are, okay, anything that comes from the 23 lawsuits, we're guaranteeing your money and we'll deal with whatever suspension comes from the league. But if anything else comes out from your past, it's voidable. Or if anything new happens since you've been a member of the Browns, it's voidable. I don't know the details and the specifics of the voidable language, if any, exist in that new contract. But the Browns are not going to be able to come out and say, like, oh, wow, really? Like, to Shane's point, oh, no way. Like, they're not going to be able to have any leg to stand on. They knew what he was accused of. They knew the discipline that he was facing from the NFL, and that we did not know the outcome of this in civil court. And they signed him to the largest fully guaranteed contract in the history of football.
You know, I don't really mince words and I don't really cut corners. There is legitimately no reason that Deshaun Watson should ever take another snap in the NFL. There's no reason for him to take a snap for the Browns or any other team, and there's no reason for the Texans to even be able to trade him to the Browns. This should have never went through.
I agree with you, man. But I agree with you. But when they sign him to that contract, they're saying they disagree with you. And
at what point does the NFL get to step in, though, is what I'm saying.
Well, they might step in and suspend him. I don't know that. Can you ban someone for life, which is what you're suggesting, when they are not found guilty of anything criminal? Like that you know, like he is facing civil charges right now. And I don't know that you can. Like, there is a union, and I normally hate slippery slope arguments because I am with you on everything you said about Deshaun Watson and what I said. I mean, he was one of my favorite players and athletes ever. He is a scumbag and clearly predatorial, right? Like, hey, not a good guy.
And in your corner, you didn't know that then.
Right. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I didn't know any of this. Like, what I knew about Deshaun Watson was one of the greatest college football players I'd ever seen, unbelievable NFL player, took care of his mother who got cancer, overcome unbelievably difficult childhood situation, had been in a Habitat for Humanity home, graduated from college early. Everything that I knew about Deshaun Watson was like, this guy's amazing. Then you learn a little bit more. You're like, not such a great guy. But can you ban someone from your league when they have not been found guilty of anything criminal? My instinct to that is to say no. Like, even with Roger Goodell's weird history of judge, jury, and executioner, right, where he gave like Ray Rice 2 games, but Josh Gordon got years for weed, and then Greg Hardy got 10 games, and there was no consistency in any of the punishment. Like, at least like the weed thing was strictly against their NFL laws, and then the other guys were found criminally liable and guilty of things. I just don't. I really don't know the answer to that question. But my instinct is to say that Deshaun Watson is going to continue to play football at some point, as long as he is not found guilty of anything criminal. Now, having said that, like, period, new sentence, new paragraph. What Roger Goodell can do is take into account this New York Times reporting and a 24th lawsuit. Like, he did not sign the Deshaun Watson to the contract. He can say, all right, you're not coming off the commissioner exempt list. There's clearly still more that we don't know. And Deshaun Watson met with the league. Like, if he was not forthcoming in his meetings with the league and more stuff is coming out from this reporting, then they can just say, we don't have to make a decision on suspending you yet. Because that's what's happened. Deshaun Watson is not suspended, but he's also not playing. Like, it's they're waiting for judgment to suspend him, presumably. But it's going to look ridiculous if the guy gets 6 games. You know, it's going to just look complete. But I think that's where this is heading.
What looks more ridiculous? He gets a 6-game suspension, or there's no suspension and the Browns just trot him out there week 1.
Oh, I mean, well, that is certainly the most ridiculous. Like, there's going to be punishment. There's going to be punishment. It is just going to feel like if he gets nothing criminal, which is what it's looking like, and what's happening in the civil court, we'll see. He's maintaining his innocence and that he will not be settling, but we'll see. That's just money. And he just signed a $230 million guaranteed contract. He's going to be able to afford the settlement. He's going to write a check at some point, I would assume.
It just feels so dirty.
That's what I'm saying.
It just feels dirty. Like, I couldn't sit with myself as a Browns fan. At some point, the franchise has to look at this. They say, how's season ticket sales going to be affected? How are single game sales going to be affected? If you're a Browns fan, how can you ever go and support this team? If they trot Deshaun Watson out there, even in week 7, how can you do it?
I don't know.
How can you be a father and justify taking your children to go watch the Browns play?
Well, here's how. You sports fans root for laundry. They do it all the time. And your team, like the father component of it, everyone's going to make those individual decisions. But the team already said, we're cool with 23 lawsuits. Do I think their line is 66 women were solicited? Because it's not 66 women that he did it to, that she reported on, right? It's that he approached 66 women for massages. So, like, say it's whatever you think the number is, 150, 40, 60, whatever you think the number. If they were cool with 23, they're cool with any number.
Okay, real quick, breaking news on the score brought to you by Beat the Street Podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get podcasts. The Angels have relieved Joe Maddon of his duties.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, we got all sorts of breaking
Phil
news
Nevin
here.
replaces him as manager.
Contract ever was cool with 23. I'm guessing this New York Times reporting and the 24th lawsuit isn't going to be the thing that stops him. If Deshaun Watson's not playing football again, it's going to have to be because of Roger Goodell, not Browns ownership. Like, they've made that clear. If it is ever left to the team, they're going to play him. Not of the Joe Maddon thing. That is basically just saying we needed to do something. Because they were awesome until 2 weeks ago. They're a top 5 team in baseball. Right? We were talking about how, like, oh, man, it's the Dodgers, the Angels, the Mets, the Yankees. The 2 biggest markets have all the best records. And Chicago with the White Sox are feeling left out for a team with expectations. 2 weeks ago, one of the best teams in the sport lost 12 straight games. Mike Trout hasn't been to the playoffs. Fire the manager. So, listen, I had my issues with Joe strategically. Every Cubs fan did, but I love them. Right? He's the manager who won a World Series for the Cubs, and he was a great ambassador and communicator and storyteller and media friendly and all of that. But like, I'm not going to feel bad for Joe.
No.
Like, they need to have, you got Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout and a huge payroll, and the best player in the sport hasn't been in the postseason. You have to win, and you're going to get paid. So I don't feel badly for him at all. To your point about Tony La Russa, why do you do that to yourself? Why do you do it to yourself? Dude, he could lose 15 straight games.
I know.
20 straight games.
I know. So there's no precedent there because this is a completely different situation where your buddy is the owner of the team.
That's what I'm saying. It's not. Tony La Russa is not going to ever be fired. He might step down. He might go into an advisory role with the organization. But Tony La Russa fired, manager of the White Sox, that headline will never happen again. Jerry said it's like the biggest professional mistake of his career. So, you're like, oh, well, this is precedent. It isn't. It is a different situation. And when your friend is the boss, it's pretty much the greatest thing that you can have going. Now, I will say, Tony the other day saying, like, we'll see if I can still do this. I know he's being smug and arrogant like he always is. I can recognize that quality from a mile away. But have this be a 10-game losing streak. And I know they've won a couple games in a row, so it would have to start now. But, like, if the White Sox were, 2 games under 500?
Yeah, 23 and 25.
If they became 23 and 37, I don't think Tony gets fired, but I wouldn't think that Tony would finish the season.
Well, I mean, if you're not going to fire him after they go 23 and 37 from 23, if he's in the Angels position, like if you're going to fire him anyway, you're saying he's not going to finish the season, why not just do it at the lowest point? That's my problem here. Like, Jerry has his hands way too close to the team than he needs to.
Well, yeah.
I know we have that conversation often. We do. But when the owner is that much of a detriment to the team and not a positive impact whatsoever, not spending money on free agents, bringing in the wrong manager, not letting go of the manager when he needs to, he has way too heavy of a hand in this process. And that is evident by Tony La Russa still being employed by the team.
Sucks. But it was, it was evident
when they made the hire.
Yeah. Like, the moment we knew it. They released a graphic with Tony La Russa's picture and AJ Hinch's signature on it. Like, that happened. We know that he wasn't Rick's choice. And we know that Rick did not even know about the DUI. That's how out of the loop he was. That's what the question was, Danny, I'm just not that interested. That's what it's from. You're like, oh, Rick doesn't want to come on because of you. That was a question that was sympathetic to Rick. Tony was hired by Jerry. Jerry was told by Tony about the second DUI. Jerry hired Tony anyway and kept that from Rick. Once that sequence of events happened, we knew that Tony outranked Rick. He reported to Jerry.
It's so sad, man.
But that
I know we've been talking about it for a year.
That day is when we knew.
Yeah.
Like, Rick is really good at his job.
Yeah.
Like, but he got end-rounded by his owner to hire the manager. And so, like, would Rick be able to fire Tony if they had a 10-game losing streak? The answer is no.
Yeah, it's a problem.
But I do think that Jerry could. I don't want to see you take the heat for this. Come upstairs. Tony could say, I don't want to take the heat from this. Can I come upstairs? Like that is possible. But I feel like you don't even want it to happen because it would have to be so bad and so embarrassing.
I'd argue that it should have been done already.
So what was the moment?
It's going to get more embarrassing because it hasn't been done. And maybe we had that conversation last week. You started off, you want execution from players, and that's where the majority of the blame should be placed.
Yeah.
And I know we're not in the clubhouse, we're not on the field, and I know what guys say about Tony. Andrew Vaughn said it. He's forgotten more about baseball than we ever know. Tim Anderson talked about it with Laurence yesterday. Jake Berger talked about it this morning. I know they're saying publicly that everything's great with Tony, but you can't tell me that there isn't something left to be desired there. A little bit of youth injection. So, somebody who, forget the legend status, somebody who can relate to these young players, these young, hungry players more than Tony La Russa, because something is missing, and it's not all execution. The majority is execution, but there's something in terms of atmosphere and environment that White Sox are not getting from Tony La Russa.
I agree. It feels impossible that the Tony that we listen to before and after every game is relating to Andrew Vaughn and Tim Anderson and Jake Berger. It just feels impossible.
Yeah, there's no chance.
Right? It seems like they are, like, like when if you have a parent or a grandparent who, and I'm not making a cognitive judgment on him, but just like you're protective of the elderly people in your life for whatever reason, like because you want to protect them. That's what it feels like.
I have no doubt that Tony La Russa is a sweet man. I'm sure he's very good with those guys, and he could be a nice guy. He's made some poor decisions. We know that. I have no doubt about his character as just being a sweet man. But in terms of the baseball stuff, man, there's no way that a guy his age can relate. And I know we've been talking about it for a year now, and it seems like we're just beating a dead horse. What did Kendall Gill say? We call that kicking a dead horse when he's down or something?
Yeah.
I know it feels like we're doing that, but smarter heads have to prevail at some point. And relationships have to be severed.
But
I know it's easy to say from behind the glass here.
But the relationship that would be severed is the one between the owner and the manager.
I know.
It's not happening.
And if the relationship is strong enough, then there's no severing that needs to happen. There's some realization that has to happen between two grown men.
Yeah.
Let's cut our losses. Let's make the right decision for this team.
What if I told you, like, you either get door number one is Tony manages the rest of this year and next year and then retires, or they go on a 10-game losing streak. This season is over in terms of competitiveness, but Tony's gone, and you get the second half of this year with interim manager X and new manager for next season. Like, are you willing to end this season's competitiveness to guarantee new manager for next season?
I think a new manager for next season is happening anyway. I don't think Tony finishes out what Bob Nightingale reported, I believe, for the first time publicly, that it's a 3-year contract. I don't believe, even if there is a...
Well, 3 years, right? Last year, this year, next year?
Correct. I don't think he finishes out the 3-year deal. So even if the White Sox win the division or make the wild card, I don't think that Tony returns next year. So
based on what?
Dude, it's a faith-based guess. I have, and I understand that I have more faith right now in Jerry than I should to make that right decision at least. Understand that over the course of 300 and I can't do math right now. With 2 seasons, over the course of 2 seasons, it didn't work. You made it to the playoffs, but there's something missing there.
But that's what I'm saying though. Like, if last year he makes it to the playoffs, and this year he makes it to the playoffs, you think they're going to be just like, it's not working?
Yes, because
I don't.
They're not a World Series team this year.
I know, but
Jerry's not getting younger.
No, I know, but do you think he's going to look at it and say that my friend, the Hall of Famer, is the reason that who's my contemporary?
For some reason, I do. And it's stupid for me to feel that way. It's a stupid thought for me to say out loud. And even me saying out loud, it's like, dude, you're a dumbass. Why would they make the playoffs and then get rid of the manager? But for some reason, I just feel like that's the more likely outcome. That no matter what, Tony finishes the season, and regardless of outcome, unless it's a World Series win, which it won't be, Russa doesn't return next year.
Yeah. And listen, an owner can fire a friend who is a manager, right? Joe Maddon has talked for a long time about his relationship with Artie Moreno and going home, right? Laurence texting in, pointing that out. It's a good point. It's possible. I appreciate it. Does anything about Jerry Reinsdorf strike you as the guy who's going to admit that it was a mistake when he said that firing Tony the first time was his biggest professional mistake?
No.
Like, what? Why would he do that?
I understand.
I just don't have that kind of faith in, like...
I get it, and I shouldn't either. I have way more hope right now than I should. This is still the meatball in me talking.
Yeah.
You know? Sometimes you can't separate and compartmentalize the two things. Like the analyst in me, if that were ever a person I was, says, yeah, I mean, Tony's going to finish out his 3 years here regardless of what happens. But the White Sox fan hoping that the right decision is made, regardless of outcome, he's not back next year.
Okay, interesting.
So I picked door number one.
You and I are like, I feel like 80-something% aligned here because I think that you say regardless of outcome, he's not back next year. I think if this season is a playoff season, he's back. But I think that there is a point where they say, enough's enough. We can't, contracts are guaranteed. The roster is the roster. We have to make a change. And Tony goes. But I think it would come at disaster. Like I think it would take. I don't think it's they won 86 games, made the wild card, and lost, so we're going somewhere else. I think it would be 75 wins, 15 games under 500, crazy losing streak. Like I think it would be that type of thing. So if you're just joining us, the breaking news on the score, again brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast, is that Joe Maddon out as manager of the Angels. 2 weeks ago, they had the 8th best record in baseball. They now have the longest losing streak in baseball at 12 games. Voice of the Dodgers and Major League Baseball, Joe Davis at 4, Joe Ostrowski in 15 minutes. Do have another Bears nugget that I'd like to get to before we're out of here. I don't want this to go overlooked. High praise for arguably the Bears' best player. Next on the score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports morning show.
Jake Berger. Last year we saw your mean Mercedes, and they made a burger after him.
Tim Anderson was actually talking to me about that on Sunday. He's like, man, we got to get you a burger, bro.
We've just been contacted by the owner of Chicago Cut, one of the great steakhouses in Chicago, David Flom. He says to tell you to create your own burger with your favorite ingredient.
Now that we know the news on Justin Fields, him being put on the COVID list, which ends his season, what can one take away from what they saw from Justin Fields, in your opinion?
It's so hard to make a determination on Justin Fields. And I could say this about a couple other players, but it applies most to Justin Fields. And it has been confirmation of my biggest concern when they drafted him. I had no reservations about Justin Fields, the player, the talent. I thought he was second most polished quarterback in the entire draft, not far at all behind Trevor Lawrence. This guy was a star. I couldn't believe that he slipped to where he did and that the Bears were able to get him. But my worry from day one was you are putting this really talented, high-potential player in a terrible situation in many ways. And I think because of all of the problems around him, which are directly attributed to Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace, it's very difficult to make any kind of determination on Justin Fields' rookie season for me. Very cloudy.
So when you are trying to figure this stuff out, I mean, obviously you're right. Like, it's incomplete is probably the best thing that we could say about Justin Fields' season. I would love to know, in covering him throughout all of this, what are the things that leave you with concerns, and what are the things that leave you with hope that it'll get figured out?
The talent is still there, and I like that. And I like the way whenever he does kind of indulge the media and explain a play. And this is usually coming out of some kind of criticism of, hey, why didn't you throw to Allen Robinson wide open, waving his arms down the middle of the field? When he explains plays, he explains them very well. He explains them like he's the one that designed them. He knows the ins and outs of the plays, and I like that. I guess one of my biggest concerns is his health. I think he's going to continue to take shots, and it's almost like minutia to bring up, but the end of runs for him, the way he slides or doesn't slide or twists or spins or kind of gets his back crunched, it makes me so nervous, Laurence. I mean, he looks like he's going to get hurt if he keeps doing that.
It was a fairly high profile attempt because he had targeted the offensive line. And in conjunction with Larry Ogunjobi, it's another one that the Bears miss out on. This team is going to be bad. This team is going to lack a lot of talent on the offensive side of the football. And if Justin Fields isn't special, it's not going to be a good offensive product, which we should be used to. You know what I mean? Like, it should be fairly easy to deal with.
Hey guys, you've had a Bears team that sucks for a while. You're okay. You know how to do that.
But it's gonna be a little different because it'll be first year of a coaching staff, first year of a GM, a quarterback who's supposed to take that year 1 to year 2 leap. And the defense will also be worse.
Boy,
you traded away Khalil Mack. Like, you don't even have that to hang your hat on. Like, they are most likely going to have a top 10 pick in next year's draft because most likely this team will simply not be good enough offensively to compete. They don't want to be doing this. No one wants to surround your franchise quarterback with this little talent. They just have to. And next year, when they have extra draft picks and they have their first-round pick back and they have all that cap space.
And the compensatory picks, like you're talking about, yeah.
They're going to be spending like crazy.
Sure, yeah, they will. And they'll really give Justin Fields a chance with a higher quality and volume of skill talent, of skill position people. And there's still more to go with that. What I'm trying to say is, though I like him and my impressions are overall good, I feel like we're watching a first-time GM feel his way.
That's totally reasonable. We have to give, in fairness, the caveat of we are not working with all of the information. And also, he's been dealt a bad hand. Like, he just has been.
Yeah.
Ton of roster spots, not a lot of cap space, not a lot of draft capital to go out there and make moves. It's a tough spot. It's a tough offseason. And so, trading Khalil Mack was the signal. This is a transition year. This year's going to be painful, man. They are going to be less talented than last year, just with different coaches and another year of experience from Justin Fields. serial firing in 5 days across the sport. Joe Girardi's out there. Joe Maddon's out there. White Sox fans not happy with Tony La Russa. There'll be people clamoring to bring Joe back. You know Joe would love to stick it to the Cubs and win one on the South Side. I assume that he could turn Cousin Eddie around, the RV, and bring it back. I'd love to have Joe back in our selfishly, just to have him back in the market.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
You know what's going into Joe Maddon's Post, the restaurant right there in Wrigleyville?
No.
Small Cheval.
Oh, that's better.
Small Cheval is coming to Maddon's Post.
That's way better.
Yeah, I know. I loved Maddon's Post, and I loved the shows we did there. The food was legitimately good.
Yeah.
But getting a Small Cheval in my neighborhood is prime.
Dude, a Small Cheval
right there on the corner
in Wrigleyville is
Yeah.
going to do numbers.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, what do you think the wait will be? If I told you I want to get a burger at 12:30 on a Friday of a Cubs day game at 1:20, what time do you think I need to line up at that Small Cheval?
It'll be like a 45-minute wait, I bet.
Right, because Small Cheval, they
turn it out quick.
They turn it out
Yeah.
quicker than Al Cheval, yeah. But that's going to do absolutely monster numbers during Cubs games.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah, that's great for you. But I mean, you go other places for burgers?
Yeah, burgers are my favorite food, so I try as many as I can. That's where you get inspiration for your own.
Okay.
So I'd like to think my burger is so good because I've had so many good burgers.
That's a nice thing to think.
Yeah,
that's a good job.
Yep.
I didn't want I'm here with Mr. Baseball every day. We're out here grinding. Sometimes we're having fun, trying to have more fun than grind. But one of the best receivers in the NFL complimented arguably the best player on the Bears in a pretty high-profile way. And I know some people would say that Justin Fields is the best player. We hope that he is. Maybe people would say Roquan Smith is the best player. He certainly has accomplished the most of guys on the current roster, but doesn't play a premium position at inside linebacker. Despite the fact that he's running with the twos, I'll say that Jalen Johnson is the most important player on the Bears defense. But Cooper Kupp was on the Dan Patrick Show. I would say he's arguably the best route runner in football. It's either him or Devontae Adams. And listen to what he had to say about Jalen Johnson.
I thought Kenny Moore, the nickel that we played against, he plays for the Colts. I thought Kenny Moore was a really good nickel. He did some really good stuff. I thought, early on we played against Jalen Johnson with the Bears. I thought he was a guy that would come up and challenge you, and we had to have a plan for him. And there's a lot of guys that I could go through. But those two, off the top of my head, those two kind of stick out as guys that I knew were challenging, play in and play out.
That's pretty awesome. Cooper Kupp lines up a ton in the slot. He had 7 catches for 108 yards and a touchdown in the game against the Bears. And he names 2 cornerbacks, and he mentions a guy who he faced as a rookie. When Jalen Johnson was a rookie. That's pretty damn high praise. Like, we talked about it a lot last year. Like, if Jalen Johnson can be the receiver to both sides of the field, hold the number one receiver to below their expected averages, like, there just aren't that many guys in football that can do that. Corner is a position where you get beat. We saw Jalen Ramsey get beat in huge playoff games, and a lot of people would consider him the best cornerback in the NFL. Like, so if you have one of those dudes, it will go down as the best pick of Ryan Pace's tenure, and it will not be close. If you got a legitimate franchise number one corner in the second round, like Jalen Johnson's like 2 years away from a $100 million contract, if that's the case. So I know some of the stuff's been weird about him running with the twos and motivation and that stuff. I'll be floored if he's not their clear-cut best corner and their number one guy. And I know people say, well, they drafted Kyler Gordon, and that was a message to him. Man, you need 3 or 4 starting caliber corners in the NFL if you're going to have a good secondary. Like, I didn't view the drafting of Kyler Gordon, and I love the pick, as a threat to Jalen Johnson in any way. I looked at it as help for Jalen Johnson. Like, maybe he'll have to get some more targets because if they have someone competent opposite him. Gordon will be the one who's tested earlier, but we've experienced this a lot the last decade in Chicago. Like having one good corner and then being frustrated that the one good corner doesn't get enough takeaways. And then you look at it and it's like, oh, yeah, they're not really targeting Kyle Fuller that much because the other guys are just such absolute trash. Like, why throw at Jalen Johnson when Kindle Vildor's out there? So, unsolicited high praise from Cooper Kupp for Jalen Johnson, pretty damn good. The other side of the coin is what happens when one of the best Bears defensive players of the last decade goes to Tampa, and he mentions the quarterback situation here, and it's met with laughter. Here's Akeem Hicks.
Something I thought of often is that, when I came into the league, I had Drew Brees and Tom Brady were my first two quarterbacks. And then I went to Chicago. It wasn't Drew Brees and Tom Brady. Right? And it's I feel spoiled. I feel spoiled to have somebody on the other side of the ball that can deliver all the time. And he's proven it over the years.
Was that a draw for you in your free agency? This is the be end up with an established quarterback, an established team offense, or it was just kind of everything fell into place with Tampa?
No, definitely. It was definitely a draw. I would say that, it benefits a defense to have a quarterback that can control the clock, the ball, and the field position. And that's what we have here.
Yep. Doesn't feel great.
He's also a bag, though, Akeem Hicks.
Yeah, but he's also telling the truth.
And he's a quitter.
A quitter?
Yeah, I think he quit on the Bears. He quit on the station.
Quit on the station.
Yeah.
Yeah, not big at honoring the old media appearances.
Nope.
Yeah, that's true. But whatever you feel about the messenger, not exactly lying. Yeah, I started with Brees and Brady, then it was Chicago, and it wasn't that. Chuckle, 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 chuckle. I so badly want to not be a punchline at quarterback sometime in my life. Just at any point, can the Bears be associated with great quarterback play? And no, I'm not taking good. Great. Great. Can the Bears have an MVP candidate at quarterback? Can the Bears have, forget a 4,000-yard passer. Can they have a 5,000-yard passer? Forget a 30-touchdown quarterback, which they've never had. Can they have a 40-touchdown quarterback? It'd be so sweet. It'd be the biggest sports thing in this city that wasn't a championship. Like, period. Championships are the biggest. But, my God, I need to see this town with a franchise quarterback. Life is short. Like, cherish your life. But God, it'd be so much better if the Bears had a franchise quarterback. You talk to people who are fans of other teams that know what it's like. Don't they seem happier? They seem more at peace? Sickening. I mean, they have to live in Wisconsin, but still. They have a franchise quarterback, and that's what they know. That's what they live with for 30 damn years. I just want it for like 3. 3 would be good. Voice of the World Series at 4 o'clock. The voice of gambling, Joe Ostrowski, next on The Score.
Tomorrow, 9 to noon, it's Layla Wednesday, where Layla Rahimi joins Dan Bernstein to unleash all her Chicago sports thoughts in 3 hours.
If this is truly their window, perhaps they shouldn't use 35 different lineups in 35 games.
Layla Wednesday, tomorrow and every Wednesday, 9 to noon.
Happy Layla Wednesday!
On Sports Radio 670 The Score.
You spending Christmas in Chicago, Bill?
Listen, I got to start working on my wife. Like actually today, I said to my college boy, he's like, "Oh, this is fantastic, Dad. I remember what you told me about Chicago and the Bills, and we're going to go there for Christmas." I'm like, "Slow down, buddy. Slow down. Let's clear it with the War Department first."
That doesn't sound like a firm no.
No, well, I'm going to tell her. I'm going to say, listen, you're going to have the greatest Christmas ever. It's going to be in Chicago. I love Chicago. She's never been. My boys want to go, and it's the Bears and the Bills. I mean, come on, that's going to be a game.
I think we need a noon kickoff, Bill. Come on,
we definitely need a noon kickoff. That is absolutely the way to go.
If it's a noon kickoff, you're at O'Hare by 6 p.m. That's
how I'm thinking. No, listen, we're in tune. You know, I got to tell you something. I shut the door on this when I found out when it was, but I'm starting to get excited about this conversation here.
That's what I'm saying.
Here's what we can do. We need to help, Danny. Let's put together a little portfolio. You know, some audio visual stuff, some pictures. Michigan Avenue when it's all lit up with Christmas trees.
Great shopping.
Right. It's incredible shopping. We'll see if we can get some deals for restaurants. Our boss has just texted in. We have a relationship with the Bulls. The Bulls are in town. How about tickets for a Bulls game in the suite at the United Center? Bill, can we sweeten
Your
the
wife
pot
an
with your
NBA
wife
fan?
there?
Does she like regular season NBA, Bill?
She does. She yes, but she's football is her number one.
When ball clubs, or when teams are recruiting people, they put together these pitches. This is, Danny, what I think we need to help with here, putting together a recruiting pitch for Bill's family.
Listen, I like everything about this conversation. If I can talk her into this is going to be amazing. Now, listen, I'm depending on you guys to come up with a nice little brochure. You know what I mean?
Yes, there's nothing more romantic.
This has got to be like, going to community college. I mean, look at everything that it has to offer. I mean, come on.
this 800 favorite that Nick Wright will be joining you this afternoon. And
Yeah.
here we go. I cast that ticket.
Yeah, that's easy. That's easy money. I was like, oh, man. Sox didn't play yesterday. Cubs didn't play yesterday. Thought it was going to be a slow news day. Hit up my man. He's ranking 50 players all time. Scottie Pippen v. Kawhi Leonard, something I want to get into with him. He knows his NBA. We'll talk to him. But you betting on Live Golf?
Hell no.
Okay.
No chance. So this is the washed up league? Is this what we're going for here? I mean, they're making their mark. Everybody's talking about it in the sports world today. They got one. They got one big one in DJ, but the rest of it is, okay, you've won a major at some point. You've compiled a few wins, but you're past your prime. And that's what it seems to be. I'm not betting on Korn Ferry or these other tours. There's just so much going on. You know how much goes into just these weekly events, how much research goes into these. So if we're getting into 2 or 3 different tours, I'm not interested at all.
I'm with you. There's all the serious parts about it.
Yeah.
Right? Put that aside for a second just for the sports conversation here. I am bummed if some of the, we'll see what ends up happening. If they all can play the majors, then I'll be fine. But, Dustin Johnson's a top 5, top 10 player in the world. I want him playing in the big tournaments. And as of now, I know it looks like they're going to be able to. But as long as that happens, I don't think it's really going to affect the golf fan very much.
He's going to be able to, don't you think?
By all accounts, so far, it looks like he will, and it was a bunch of posturing from the PGA. But yes.
Well, especially, you saw what the USGA put out today?
Yes, that they're going to play the U.S. Open, yeah.
Yeah, so they can get around, we'll wait on the Open, British Open, and the Masters, they're going to play in. So maybe they miss one major, or maybe just DJ misses one. The other names, does it bother you about Phil?
No.
Same.
I mean, I will say it sucked that Phil wasn't able to defend his PGA.
Yeah,
he was allowed, but he chose not to. That was one of the most improbable tournament wins in the history of golf, and then he's not there to defend it.
I mean, what it is, it's like the retirement tour, right? For a lot of these guys, Sergio, he got his Masters, and has he competed since?
No,
I haven't seen him. I mean, Lou Oosthuizen, he threatens. He'll get top 10 at some majors from time to time. What's Ricky Fowler done last few years? Anything?
No.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not.
No.
I'm
so far, it's not that big of an impact. But if these guys go to play and get huge checks, and the checks cash, and the blowback isn't that bad, and they're still able to play in majors, more guys are going behind them.
Mm-hmm.
That's the concern. What has happened so far is very manageable for the golf fan. What could happen next, I feel like, is potentially an issue. The firing of Joe Maddon, White Sox fans, of course, hoping it leads to a firing of Tony La Russa. What are the AL markets looking like right about now?
Well, I'll say this. One thing that I do know about baseball, whether we're talking about winning streaks or losing streaks, ride them as long as they go, because they can get out to 12. The Angels, not an underdog until the last couple of games. And I think yesterday was a pick'em in the game they did not score against the Red Sox. So we're out to 12. So at the start of the season, the division odds, it was 4-1 for the Angels, got down to 2-1, and now we're in that 8-9-1 range. White Sox still favored. They're 5 games back, sitting in third place, AL Central. They're still favored to win that division. The White Sox run differential is below the Cincinnati Reds right now, which is pretty amazing. But the reason the Sox are favored is they have the easiest remaining schedule in Major League Baseball. And I know a lot of people want to look past that, and look, it's June, it's 5 games, it's not budging. They have the easiest schedule left. The Twins have knocked out a lot of games against these bottom feeders in the division. Yesterday, it was you can bet on the series. The White Sox were favored. Now, of course, the Dodgers are favored because people saw that, and they bet on the Dodgers side. But, as far as the American League overall, I think you can look down the board in National League and make a case for a couple of teams that can make a run if they just get in. But I'm having trouble finding those teams in the American League. Once you get past the Yankees and the Astros, a couple of teams that early on, it looks like they're going to cruise to their division titles. I mean, you could point out the White Sox. That'd be the next obvious one. They're 22-1 to win the World Series. But then you get Rays, Twins, Angels. I don't find any of these AL teams too appealing with much value.
If you had to bet it, would you bet the White Sox to win the Central?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I would. Just because of the
You almost got out all 3 syllables and absolutely, and then you're like, yeah, I would.
I guess I would. I don't feel it. It's a coin flip. I mean, it's -110 on the White Sox side, Twins +115 for a reason. I thought the Twins would be favored at this point, and that's probably me just hoping that the White Sox are plus money, because then I would bet it on
Right.
the White Sox side. But yeah, I do think they will eventually. It's just not going to be comfortable all the way to the end.
Joe Ostrowski on behalf of PointsBet and BetQL Daily, subscribe, rate, and review to that great daily show. Where were you at before the finals, and has anything in the first 2 games changed your expected outcome?
I was a lean on Boston, and nothing's changed. They stole one. It felt like the second half the other night. They weren't all that interested. Mission accomplished by taking game number 1, and I'm still there. I'm okay with it. You have home court on Boston's side. So I feel like there's been an overreaction, though, because going into the NBA Finals, it was Golden State minus 150, and now that one is a coin flip as it heads back to Boston, tied 1-1. One thing that does stand out to me is the favorite for the series. Now, this is really close. It's basically co-favorites. For the exact outcome of the series, Boston in 6, Warriors in 7. Why? Because of home court.
Right.
But all we've seen from the Celtics is they've dominated on the road throughout the playoffs. They go 2-0 at Brooklyn, 2-1 at Milwaukee, 3-1 at Miami, and they just split at Golden State. There seems to be a lot of value to me. If you like Boston to win the series, take them at 7. They can win at Golden State. They just proved that to you, and it goes from plus 260 to plus 500. The odds for 6 or 7 games, exactly the same. They're co-favorites. And one thing that stood out to me in these first couple of games is this Warriors third quarter thing is not dead. It's remarkable what we've been seeing since 2014 with this team. Through 2 games, they're plus 35 in point differential. And in this game tomorrow night, so you've got Boston favored by 3.5. So in the first quarter, Boston's favored by 1.5. Second quarter, Boston favored by 1.5. Okay. But then you go to the second half of the game, it's Golden State minus 1.5 and Golden State minus 1.5. That one is tough to quite understand. Obviously, game 1, Boston dominated in the fourth quarter, and they won the fourth quarter the other night. Garbage time. I wouldn't look too much at it. But overall opinion has not changed. It just feels like maybe a bit of an overreaction because we're 1-1, and I don't think that should be a big surprise.
Joe Ostrowski, PointsBet, BetQL Daily, and yes, texters, thank you. Absolutely. 4 syllables, not 3. I speak for a living. God, I'm an idiot. But thank you, Joe. Appreciate you, man.
All right, Danny. Take care.
Good stuff, man. Every time that dude is prepared, he knows his stuff. He's absolutely one of the best in the business. He wasn't just sports talk. And then the gambling stuff blew up, and he's cornered that market. I am really looking forward to this. Never met him, never texted with him, never talked with him, but he is one of the craziest broadcast success stories. Replaced Vin Scully at 29, replaced Joe Buck at 34, voice of the Dodgers, voice of the World Series. He's in town for White Sox and Dodgers. Joe Davis, next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670.
I look at Tom Dorr and I hear Tom Dorr, and all I think about, Danny, I've told you the story before, when I was bartending, and my shift would end at 2 a.m., and I would drive home as fast as I could, safely and soberly, to get to my couch at 2:30 in the morning.
To watch a replay?
To watch a replay, watch a replay on Sports Channel of you and Johnny Redker and those Bulls teams. And I didn't know. I had no cell phone. I didn't know what happened.
Exactly, yeah.
Nobody told us. It was new to me. And I can't tell you how many regular season Bulls games against Patrick Ewing and the Knicks, or young Shaq and the Orlando Magic, or like how many games I watched in that way and stayed up with you till 4:30 or 5 in the morning.
I got a good Shaq story for you.
Good.
I'm sitting on the Bulls bench with Bill Cartwright. BC and I played in the All-American games with or against each other, so I've known BC Billy forever. And he looks at me, Shaq runs by, and he's like, said things you don't say on the radio, but it's like, oh my God, you've read about this guy, but you've never really seen him. So BC's eyes got to be as big as they could be, and you
watching young Shaq, and there's nothing like him.
Run all the way across Chicago Stadium to go to the other basket and start warming up. And I looked at BC and I said, Billy, you know what that is? He pauses for a second. Yeah, retirement.
That's awesome.
That's about right. That is about right. But like, did you have a lot of people watching Bulls games overnight, like me, and like you would hear from people like that, right?
We had people. We'd get people from Australia.
I bet.
We'd get people from Italy. We'd get people from England.
Michael was a global icon.
He really was. Our ratings were off the charts. And Michael would get on the plane and he'd be like, you know, you owe me a lot of money.
Yeah, he wasn't wrong.
And then I'd say, you know, he'd do the dust off.
I was just going to ask you. I've always wanted to ask you, how did the dust? How did it start?
He did it one time, right? He did it one time before I got there with JD, and they did cough, and Michael liked it, you know, because it was a big reaction. And so we'd bring the umbrellas. We'd bring one time Red brings a fan, right? He brings these fans, and these little handheld fans. And so Michael does the dust off. We hold the fan, and the dust blows in his eyes.
Oh God.
There's a timeout. Johnny hits the talkback so nobody could hear us on his and mine. And he says, can you see the headline in the Tribune tomorrow morning? Former Bulls announcers Tom Dorr and Johnny Kerr. He said that's going to be the headline because we're done. We got this stuff in Michael Jordan's eyes. We're over. It's done. There's a great gig, wasn't it, Tommy?
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Welcome inside. Hope you're having a great week, Joe Davis.
It's happened! It's happened! Absolute madness! It's over! They come all the way back! A walk-off catch! Milky magic! Epic stuff!
Base is empty, 2 out. He faces Bellinger in a 3-3 game. 8th pitch has been the magic one tonight. This time he hits the ball to deep right field. Corey Bellinger has done it! And the Dodgers lead in Game 7. There goes Taylor. Down. This is there. It's to the corner. And on their last breath, the Dodgers turn the game upside down.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons on The Score.
It is Parkins and Spiegel here on The Score. Spiegs and Tanny out today. I'm Danny Parkins, flying solo. You will hear from Rick Hahn on Tony La Russa in about 20, 25 minutes or so. Nick Wright will join us at the end of the hour. But absolutely thrilled. Never had him on the show to talk to the voice of the Dodgers in town. They're taking on the White Sox. He's also now the voice of baseball, replacing Joe Buck at Fox Sports. He'll be calling the World Series this year. Joe Davis with us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Joe, thank you so much for the time, man. It's a pleasure. How you doing today?
Yeah, Danny, of course. I'm doing well, man. How are you?
Doing very, very well. Old adage in sports, it's not who you play, but when you play them, it feels from afar like not a terrible time for the White Sox to catch the Dodgers. Third best record in baseball, but have lost back-to-back, only 5-5 in their last 10. What version of the Dodgers are the White Sox getting this week?
Yeah, you're going to get a team, I guess, at least that's coming off its first off day in a really long time. I think that what you might have seen on the homestand they're coming off of, where they went 2-5, is just them running out of steam a little bit. They played 31 games in 30 days, and that was the tail end of it. So, yeah, I guess on the surface, catch them at a good time, having dropped 5 of 7. But I think the team is hopeful that day off is kind of what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, and first in runs and second in ERA. That's a pretty good combination to win a lot of baseball games.
Yeah, score runs and prevent runs. You're right, it's a good combo. And it's something they've done pretty remarkably consistently the last 5 years or so, is be right at the top of baseball in both those things. So, I mean, you see the star power on the roster. The top of the order has been amazing with Betts, who looks like the MVP again. Freddie Freeman's been awesome. Trey Turner's gotten it going. And then the starting pitching, it's not been who you would assume. Buehler's not had a very good year. Kershaw's been on the IL. But Tyler Anderson and Tony Gonsolin are a combined 13-0 with a 2 ERA. So, while they wait for Buehler to figure it out and they wait for Kershaw to come back, which is probably going to be next weekend, they've got a couple kind of unlikely candidates that have carried them.
The voice of baseball, Joe Davis, is our guest. All right, man, so you're from Lansing, Michigan, Beloit College, a Midwest kid. Replace Vin Scully at what, 29? Replace Joe Buck in your mid-30s? This is a pretty ridiculous charmed run that you're on, man.
I'm really lucky, Danny. Really lucky. And I'm still. I tell people I pinch myself all the time being in that Dodger booth and getting to look out over Dodger Stadium and the beautiful backdrop. And I'm still pinching myself thinking about being the one to follow Joe and really live my dream. Had you asked me when I was 10 years old what I wanted to do, I would have told you I want to call the World Series. And so to get to do it, really does feel like a dream. Like I really have not woken up to the whole thing yet.
More pressure replacing Vin Scully or Joe Buck?
Let's see. I think Joe would want me to say Vin.
But what would you say?
It's got to be Vin, right? I mean, he's the greatest ever to do it. 67 years doing the job. The only one ever to do it for the LA Dodgers. And I think the thing is, though, that the way I channeled it when I took over the Dodger job is the same way that I'm kind of looking at this, which is, and that you could say that's stupid, but I don't look at it as replacing these guys. I just look at it as being the one that's lucky enough to follow them. So as opposed to looking at it as this pressure cooker where, oh my goodness, how in the world am I going to replace this guy? I try to channel it as, okay, I'm really lucky that I get to be the person that comes after them, and being the one that comes after them is a big part of what makes it special, in the same way that it was following Vin. That's how it feels following Joe.
We love talking broadcasting on this show, and people seem to be interested in it. So we'll start with Vin. What did you learn from him?
I didn't really have any crossover with him, just because in 2016 he was doing just the home games and I was doing just the road games. I hadn't relocated to LA yet. So the stuff I learned from him is probably the same stuff that anybody's going to learn when they turn him on. And that is the magic of storytelling, especially in baseball. I think that it's the perfect format, it's the perfect tempo to be able to tell stories. And I just learned that that's how you really bring broadcast to life, is to humanize the people, make them players, make them people before you make them players. In the interactions I had with him and the specific advice I did get from him, it was to be myself and it's the same advice that Red Barber gave him in 1950 when he took the Dodger job, was to let himself be himself. And it sounds simple, and I guess it is, but it's not easy for, as you know, Danny, anybody that gets into this business, there's a tendency to try and sound how you think you should sound, and you got to fight that. So I have that advice ringing through my head often.
And I want to get to know a little bit more about you and your sensibilities in a minute, but so Joe Buck has talked about you on this show before the announcement. He's been on our show easily 10 plus times over the years, and he's amazing. 22 World Series that he called. I would imagine maybe a slightly different answer. Did he give you specific lessons or what you learned from him? I mean, he's one of the best to ever do it.
No doubt. And seriously, he was the guy. I told you, had you asked me when I was 10, I would have told you I want to do the World Series. You asked me when I was 10, I would have told you I want to be like Joe Buck. So that really is a big part of why this is special. Obviously, it's special because I'm going to be calling the World Series, but following the guy that I grew up listening to and thinking was doing it better than anybody I'd ever heard, it's mind-blowing to me. And he's gone from being somebody who I looked up to just an incredible friend and mentor. And, I mean, I could go on and on the stuff that he's taught me. I talked to him before I did my first major league game, and remember his advice was, look, if you happen to get hit by a bus on your way to the stadium, they ain't going to hold a moment of silence for you. So, you know what? Don't take yourself too seriously. Get there in the booth. You're going to freak out for a minute, but then take a step back and realize that it ain't rocket science. You're not that big of a deal. I remember that helping me in my first game, and we've had several discussions already about this whole thing, and it's a lot of the same ideas that Vin talked about, and that is be yourself. And the other thing Joe brought up was, when the time comes to crown a champion and call those biggest moments, let it rip. Have fun and let it rip.
That's awesome. We're talking to the voice of baseball because that's what it is. Like, that's what the job is. You call the national games on Fox. You call the World Series. You call the Field of Dreams game, which we were watching front and center in this town last year. It was literally scripted like a movie with Yankees and White Sox and Tim Anderson's walk-off home run. Not as good of a matchup this year, Joe. Cubs Reds, so that one could be a little different for you to make it feel as big.
That was going to be a hard act to follow no matter what. I think you could have the two best teams in baseball. They just won a sports Emmy for that broadcast, and it wasn't one bit shocking. Like you said, it was
incredible.
It was an actual movie. Wasn't it amazing?
Yeah, like the camera work that went into it, like the pre-production, the planning. I didn't know that they won an Emmy for that. They absolutely deserved it.
Yeah, our director, Matt Gangle, and producer Pete McCascay, and the entire crew, they're just the very best at what they do. And I know that there are a lot of ideas in the hopper right now to try and make it a special event again, but you're right, the teams are not cooperating to this point.
No, but you guys, I'm sure, will do a great job. So you've said a few things. You've talked about, they're people first, so be a great storyteller, which is, of course, a bedrock of a baseball broadcast. Be yourself, but in your mind, like at the end of a game, it was a successful broadcast to Joe Davis if what happened?
I think that if the people at home had fun listening to it, and that usually if I'm having fun and my partner's having fun and together we're having fun, that's usually going to be the case. And the people at home are going to enjoy it. So I think that's a big thing. From like a play-by-play nerd perspective, it's successful if you nail the basics and that's time and score and the headlines for the teams and the pronunciations of the guys. And then the graduate level part of that is in the biggest moments, do you do them justice? Do you caption them? For me, that's what set Joe apart and sets Joe apart I'm talking Joe Buck, is his ability to always caption and capture the biggest moments so succinctly, so efficiently, so perfectly. It's something that he's always done, and I think that's what sets apart, because there are so many people that are great at this job, but like people like him, they're the greatest because of their ability to every single time in those big moments nail it.
It would have been pretty hilarious if you would have, you've been very, humble and deferential this entire conversation. If just there you would have gone third person.
Broken third person, yeah.
That's what makes Joe, and I'm talking about myself, Joe Davis. That's what makes Joe Davis so good at being Joe Davis. I'm just the best Joe Davis that I could be. That would have been a real heel turn.
Right, yeah.
So you're the voice of baseball. You're calling the World Series. Baseball's at an interesting point. We used to have Theo Epstein on the show all the time when he was with the Cubs, and he would talk very openly, and now he has a job with Major League Baseball addressing the problems of it's a great game, but it is not the best version of the game that it can be. So I'm curious what you think about some of the macro issues facing the sport. How would you combat what I just would say is the reality that, good pitching has always beaten good hitting, but now the pitching and the velocity is so damn good that I'm not sure you can legislate things to change the fact that teams have 5 or 6 dudes on a pitching staff that can throw 99. How would you inject more offense into the sport given how good the pitchers are nowadays?
Yeah, well, I think the important thing is you nailed it at first, and that is it's still an amazing game that we all love. It's just it can be better, and how can we make it better? I really think that the pitch clock is going to completely transform it, and it's not going to solve every issue. There's not going to be a one move fixes everything kind of thing, but I think that the pitch clock in so many ways is going to help. And people say, people hear that and they say, well, where do you have to go? Where do you got to go? What do you mean we need to speed the game up? I don't care how long the game goes. I care about the action that happens within that game. And I think you're going to get, with the pitch clock, just a much more concentrated version of all the stuff we like. It's going to happen faster, right? And you're going to get, I think baseball's biggest issue right now is that there's a lack of action problem. There's too many strikeouts, too many walks. Home runs are okay, but home runs aren't balls in play. I think we love more balls in play, and we want it more quickly, right? So you get the pitch clock, and I think that there's going to be some subtle things that come from that too. You're already seeing in the minor leagues that walks and strikeouts are both down. I think part of that is that those high velocity pitchers you're talking about, you can't spend as long loading up the tank and throwing 99 every pitch. If you only got 15, 20 seconds between pitches, it's going to be harder to go completely high effort. So I think that is the single biggest move that baseball can and will make in the near-term future.
If they can perfect the technology, are you for automated strike zone?
I'm okay with it. I think that it's coming, So I'm not going to fight it. I really love the idea of each umpire is a little bit unique. Now, I know that backfires a lot. It's no, the strike zone is the strike zone, and let's get it defined and let's nail it. So I get either side of it. I'm not as on board with the idea of it as I am the pitch clock, but I get it, and I realize that it's probably coming. So it's another reason where it's why fight it? Why be old man yelling at a cloud when it's probably going to be part of the game at some point?
Well, baseball has been a lot of old men yelling at clouds. That's been Joe Buck, as we're talking to Joe Davis, said around when he had him on around the Field of Dreams game, he said Tim Anderson should be the face of baseball. And the White Sox now have a campaign going in Chicago with billboards all over town. Baseball needs more Tim Andersons. How do you move the rest of the sport? Because we still see some, not as much, but we see some, vigilante justice out there on the field and some of that old school mentality. How do you move the game towards a more fun, personality-driven sport for the 21st century fan?
I really think that it's moving in that direction. I think that it is, it for the longest time has been old man yelling at cloud, like we've both said. It's very much a sport that is defined by its tradition and its history, and you understand why there's hesitation to change, but you also look at the other sports that successfully have embraced change and really benefited from it in the enjoyment of watching the product. So, and you know what I think baseball's greatest asset is right now? It's guys like Tim Anderson. There are so many amazing young players in this game with great personalities, and I really do think that the needle's pointed in the right direction with those guys being welcomed to show that personality. Like I think that you are now the norm if you're showing some personality and you're having fun. I think that the old school yelling at the crowd guy within the game is now the minority.
How do you solve the issue of, and maybe it's not an issue, right? You can make $100 with a $100 bill. That's maybe the NFL, or you can make $100 with a bunch of fives and singles. Maybe that's Major League Baseball, right? It's a regionalized sport. It's a local sport. But if I'm a Cubs fan and I'm watching 130 Cubs games a year, I don't have a lot of time to know about the Mets and the Phillies, much less the Angels and the Mariners. So I wonder with Apple and Hulu and Netflix and the number of games and all of that, if just like the days of a Ken Griffey Jr. type crossing over is just, it doesn't lend itself to baseball anymore when people talk about marketing the stars. Is it a problem that has a solution, Joe Davis?
I think that it can be. I don't think that it has to be like mutually exclusive. I think that baseball can be a regional sport and still have big stars. Because I think just the day-to-day nature of the game and the way that broadcast networks are set up, it's going to be a local sport. It's going to be a regional sport. But I think that you still got guys like Tim Anderson, like Juan Soto, like Fernando Tatis, Bryce Harper, Shohei Ohtani, my gosh, that can be huge superstars. Aaron Judge. I mean, you're seeing Aaron Judge is betting on not just by turning down the contract before the season. He's betting not just on his ability to play, but he's betting on his star power. And he's betting that he's worth more than the Yankees offered him. They offered him a lot of money, but because he's become such a star. And yeah, he's in New York, so I know that there's that caveat. But I really do think that it can be a regional sport. I don't know that there's any reason to fight that necessarily, but it can still be one that has superstars in it.
Last thing, and really have enjoyed talking to you, and thank you so much for the time. I sometimes joke about myself, like since I was in high school, I wanted to do afternoon drive in Chicago. I'm now doing it. Maybe I should have dreamed bigger. You wanted to call World Series. You're in your mid-30s. You're going to call your first World Series. Do you have a next? Like, what's the next thing on the Joe Davis Conquers the Broadcast World bucket list?
Man, I guess the next would just be not screwing this thing up, right? Let's get to the All-Star game and try to do that justice. That for me, it's like, of course, the World Series and the postseason is going to be just incredible, but getting to be the guy at the All-Star game to introduce the players along the base paths to the stadium and to the live TV audience like that. The nerd in me loves that. So nail that. I mean, really, it's looking at this, this incredible opportunity that is a life dream achieved, but like, no, now's the time where it's time to make my biggest growth, and not to get like too deep on you, but why say you've made it? I don't have to necessarily, I don't look at it as, okay, I now need this event and that event and work for that network or this network. No, I just like, what better time for me to kind of put the pedal to the metal and focus on getting better, focus on nailing each one of these opportunities. And I think right now is the best time for me to make my biggest growth doing what I do and never stop getting better. I guess that probably is going a little deep, but I'm lucky that I've gotten to a point where event-wise I'm doing what I've always dreamt of doing.
Well, congratulations, man. It's an incredible accomplishment, and you're going to do great, and we really appreciate your time and your candor with us here on the show. Hopefully you enjoy these games and your time in our city. Don't be a stranger, all right?
Okay, Danny. Good to talk to you, man. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. That is the voice of baseball and the Dodgers, Joe Davis, with us. Never talked to that guy. You can tell that is a polished, professional broadcaster. And I agree with basically everything he said about the state of the game and where it's going. But it's always interesting. Like, that guy is now going to have, like, when he starts having opinions on things, and he had some there, like, he'll start to make waves. That's what happens when when Jim Nantz comments on golf, it makes waves. When Joe Buck commented on baseball or football, it makes waves. Like, when you become the face of a sport and you call the championships, like, you have an ability to, like, shape policy when it comes to Major League Baseball. So interesting to get a young person's perspective in that job. So Nick Wright will join us in 20 minutes. He's been ranking 50 greatest players of the last 50 years, where he had Scottie Pippen relative to Kawhi Leonard interested me. He changed his NBA Finals pick, and he has strong thoughts on Donovan Mitchell, Rudy Gobert, and the Bulls. We'll do that in 20 minutes, but we have the Rick Hahn audio on Tony La Russa. We'll get to that coming up. Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Dan Bernstein, middays 9 a.m. to noon on The Score.
You can't take your eyes off Christopher Morel right now. You can't. He's too much fun. Just enjoy it. Make sure you take the time.
When we go to weddings, Spieg says he is first one out on the dance floor. He opens the dance floor.
Such an opportunity to dance and get out there and have some fun.
I also am a beginning of the wedding to the end of the wedding dancer, but I will admit to being a little bit more reluctant at first. And as the liquid courage builds up, it's like I get more and more into it by the more and more brown liquor or red wine that I consume.
Oh, okay.
Tanny and Shane, our producers, basically have to be dragged out of the dance floor. Not big fans of the old dancing at weddings. I'm guessing that is not the case for Chuck Swirsky based on your post-game videos.
No, I'll tell you what. In the right setting, I do like to dance. I have not been in that environment in a while. And to answer your question, Danny, so last year, as you know, with the COVID situation, we did not travel. And we did our games, our road games, from the basement at the United Center. And Rich Wyatt, the best engineer on the planet, put together a beautiful setup for us. And after one game, because we were just emotionally drained from going to work and just calling the game off the TV, it's very, very difficult. But you do it. You know, it is what it is. I get it. So the Bulls won a game, and I just started letting go. I mean, I was dancing. I was having a good time. And Rich taped it on his phone. And so he goes, hey, let's do it. I said, fine, put it on, whatever.
Yeah.
And then it caught fire. And now I'll share a quick story with you. So I've known Steph Curry since he was a little boy because his dad, Dell, played for the Raptors. So when Golden State came to town, we always try and spend about 5 minutes together before tip. So we're talking outside the Golden State locker room, and I gave him a fist bump, and I said, wish you well, the best to the fam. And he stops me after I pulled a U-turn. He goes, oh, by the way, you're not going to dance tonight.
Oh, wow.
I like it.
So he's been following
watching
along. He's on to you, Swears.
Yes.
No, you got to dance. You got to do it. Are there songs that you're hearing in your head at that time? Does Rich now play music for you, or is the music just deeply embedded within the soul of Chuck Swirsky?
That's a very good question. Maybe you should come up with some music here, because with BMI and ASCAP and all that stuff, we're prevented from playing music with the dances. That's why everyone says, Chuck, you got to dance to music. Well, the licensing fee would be exorbitant, so we can't do it.
I hate people that think we're making fun of him when we repost his videos. Like, we have nothing but enjoyment for
it's pure joy.
That music is in him.
Yeah.
The spirit of dancing is just, it lives within Chuck.
Candy, do we have any of the royalty-free music that they used last year?
You know we do, you silly goose.
Can you bring some of that back?
Dance around like a spinning top. Check on the mic, turn on the amps. Slapping hard with a funky old school hip-hop. We're gonna crank it up.
And I realized what is special about somebody like Pat Foley, and what's something that I don't think we spend enough time really appreciating in a market like this, in a place like this. And for somebody who for all my life, I've consumed a lot of sports media and a lot of play-by-play. And it's a lot of important voices in my youth, and Pat Foley is certainly one of them. It's the Chicago-ness of him. And increasingly, even as I mentioned, we're in a golden age of broadcast voices here, and how many people are going to grow up with Jason Benetti and Adam Amin and some of these other people who are from here. But it's one thing to be from here. It's another thing to sound like you're of a place. And Pat Foley, in a lot of ways, there's a lot of Harry Carey in his call, in his voice, in the timbre of his voice, in the way his voice works in gears. And there. It's why he does a great Harry Carey impersonation naturally, because there's you can hear that. I hear Harry Carey in Pat Foley. And that's meaningful. That connection is meaningful. Pat Foley is kind of a play-by-play guy to sound of his city. I think there's some significance there, and kind of a self-made guy who just kept sending tapes until he got his job. And always, I thought, had the ability to do other sports as well, and has been a fan of other sports. He will obviously be associated with some big moments. And also, too, that a lot of those big moments weren't his as much as they belonged to Doc Emmerich. And Eddie Olczyk was still there, and Eddie Olczyk was still that connection to it. But a lot of those were Doc Emmerich's national calls and some of this. But for those of us who grew up with the Blackhawks when the games weren't on TV, we just had the radio. And we put it on in the basement on the linoleum floor with a floor hockey goal and those red plastic sticks and the orange plastic puck or the Milek ball. And we would listen to games, and we'd shoot we'd play 1-on-1, or we'd play 2-on-2 and listen to the Hawks game. That's what we did. And that was always Pat Foley's voice there. So he was the part of some pretty special things. And that's an iconic, significant Chicago professional sports voice. And the extent to which our broadcasts, our teams, our experiences can sound a bit like the city, I think, is something to be celebrated and certainly well remembered.
Today called it a shock to The Athletic and said, of course I want to manage. So Joe Maddon and Joe Girardi are both out there. Rick Hahn addressing the idea of firing a manager. Again, we'll get to that just after 5 o'clock, when we can also hear Tony La Russa on the situation. Be sure you watch that White Sox game tonight, though, also, because a friend of the show and station, Steve Stone, 40 years in broadcasting tonight. So he will be honored and celebrated all broadcast long. If you want to go to White Sox and Dodgers on Wednesday in Shane's tickets, you need to be subscribing to the podcast on iTunes, take a screenshot of that, and leave us a 5-star review, and take a screenshot of that, send that to Shane.
Not just 5 stars, the 5 stars, and then you have to write a review as well. That there's been confusion about that on Twitter. People are just rating it 5 stars.
Oh, write us a review.
Write us a review.
Yeah, and grade it 5 stars. Write us the review. We never ask you guys to do this, but try to bump the podcast.
We don't
numbers a bit.
really ask people that listen to the show of anything. Like, we are constantly giving them content and physical things.
It's a free show.
It's a radio is still free.
Yeah.
We don't ask you to do anything but listen.
Yeah. So
and we give you so much.
Everything, really. I
Yeah.
give you everything.
We saved you guys a life one time.
That's just once for you?
Yeah.
Wow.
A listener.
Yeah, you got to catch up. I've done it 3 or 4 times myself.
Yeah.
Shane's tickets. Leave us a 5-star review, write a review, subscribe to the podcast, prove it to Shane. He's going to pick someone who did that, and you can go in good seats to Sox and Dodgers on Wednesday. So Bulls being linked to Rudy Gobert. Just want to get this out there quickly. And Donovan Mitchell being unhappy in Utah. These are 2 things. Zach LaVine is better than Donovan Mitchell. Can we stop? Can we stop pretending that he's not? Donovan Mitchell's not a good defensive player Not that Zach LaVine's great, but it's not like he's a great defensive player. He's moody and he's not as good of a three-point shooter. So yes, Zach LaVine has some injuries, but he was the 12th leading scorer in the NBA with injury. This is a niche scope. It's not a reconstruction. It's not structural. He played through it. There's no reason to believe that Zach LaVine is not going to come back and be healthy. Zach LaVine is better than Donovan Mitchell. So stop with that. That's ridiculous. Rudy Gobert is exactly what the Bulls need in a vacuum. Like a rim-protecting center who transforms your team's defense and is a multiple-time defensive player of the year is absolutely what the Bulls need. But do you want to pay him $38 million when he's 34 years old? No, you can't do that. Like, in a vacuum, if I just said, Vooch is gone, Gobert is here, are the Bulls better? The answer is, of course, yes. But there are salary implications. And Vooch's contract is only one more year. Rudy Gobert's got another, 4 seasons? He just signed that massive deal. So, that is not... The Bulls cannot become a championship team continuing to have their top players, their highest paid players, be one-way players. And Rudy Gobert is arguably the best defensive player in basketball. But you can't give him the ball on offense. Vooch, good passing big man, can't protect the rim on defense. You need your best players to be two-way players. Kawhi, two-way player. Giannis, two-way player. Tatum and Brown, two-way players. Embiid, two-way player. Like, you need two-way players. Zach LaVine is too much of an offensive player. He's great. You got to sign him. You got to keep him. But you need to surround him with other defensive guys. DeRozan is a one-way player. Vooch is a one-way player. That means the Bulls' top 3 guys are all offense-first players. You need Patrick Williams to be great because then he's a two-way player. You need Lonzo Ball to be healthy and great because he's a two-way player. That's why I've said the players on the Bulls now who will win the biggest, whatever they ultimately win, which is the biggest, whether it's a second-round playoff series, hell, a first-round playoff series, an NBA championship. Like, if anyone on this Bulls team is going to win big, it's going to be LaVine, Patrick Williams, and Lonzo Ball. It's not going to be it's not going to be LaVine, Vooch, and DeRozan. It's just too offensive heavy. Not enough good defensive players. So, not interested in Gobert at the price and the age. Not interested in Donovan Mitchell if it's like at the expense of Zach LaVine. Not that it would be or could be because Zach LaVine would never approve a sign and trade to Utah. But I see all these conversations happening in the internet about the Bulls. I'm like, guys, can we get a grip on reality, please? That is not happening. And I don't think you should want it to. Now, Kevin O'Connor reported the Bulls were interested in Gobert. So that is worth discussing because if Arturas and Eversley feel differently, obviously they have a track record here and we'd have to take their word for it. But I'd be floored if they gave up Patrick Williams for Rudy Gobert. Absolutely floored. And I don't think that you're winning big. Like if you gave up Patrick Williams and Vooch as like the cornerstone to go get Rudy Gobert, I think you're better next year, but you're still not winning anything of substance, and you're going to hate that Gobert contract in a year or two. I do not love that. Nick Wright is legitimately an NBA historian. It's ridiculous how this dude's brain works. He joins us next on The Score.
Laurence Holmes, live from Chicago, middays noon to 2.
One of the biggest stars in sports, Tim Anderson. What gives you hope that things are going to turn around and you guys can reach your goals?
The energy in the locker room. I know what my guys can do. You know, when everybody's healthy. I mean, it's a long season. If we could just keep our head above water, man, and get to that finish line and be able to hopefully hit another gear and just keep working, we got a shot.
Laurence Holmes, live from Chicago, noon to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
This segment's brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health. If you're on the fence, get vaccinated.
Didn't know you had the air horn in you. You're like the Michael Winslow of baseball play-by-play guys.
Wow.
You know?
Yeah.
You did the Vuvuzela, too, which
Right.
we thought was pretty good.
The air horn was okay.
Oh, I thought the air horn was really good. Actually, my favorite thing about the air horn is JD's response. It's so
dismissive.
No.
Yeah.
There was affectionate approval of the air horn. He admitted. He said, that's a pretty good air horn. That's good partnering, isn't it? From Jim DeShays right there.
There's always good partnering from Jim DeShays, 100%.
What other sound effects do you have in the arsenal?
That's a good question. It's a good question.
I feel like I could give a really good vuvuzela if just given just some time to warm up, and I also I do a decent one-line Sean Connery impersonation. That's kind of it.
Well,
hold on.
Okay, no, it's a good point.
Please.
Give me a finger, Shelley. One thing only, please.
He does these impersonations.
Really
I
good.
swear, you would think it was the real people.
Yes.
It's not bad.
It's really good. May I suggest some Untouchables? Is that actually a decent adjustment? You know what I mean? Like, is that a good sign long term that that's the adjustment, is to challenge him right down the middle of the plate?
Are you really asking me if the adjustment is to throw it right down the middle?
I am. I'm asking if the adjustment is to challenge him more, because that seems to be what they're doing.
Right. God.
Boog, I'm going to ask you a different question.
You guys just stink today. I mean, you just stink.
I think I've been great. I was going to ask how you grade Spiegel.
You've been kind of stinky too, Danny. I'll be honest with you.
Really? Well, our audience thinks you're being very difficult.
You're being difficult. We've had a great show. For your information, it's been a really good show.
Okay.
Maybe we're bad now.
Our
It's
audience
possible.
is biased,
Okay.
but yeah, they're on team
All right.
Parkins and Spiegs on this one.
What, because they're live tweeting the interaction?
They text.
Yeah, we have a text line. Boog.
Constantly.
Yeah.
The text line.
Boog is either a tough interview or there's something else going on. Love you guys always, though. Boog is being difficult.
I've been on the show before, but
Yeah.
I don't know what I did a Sean Connery impersonation. How am I being difficult?
Well, so how are we bad if we got you to do a Sean Connery impersonation?
Well, you didn't get me to do a Sean Connery impersonation. I volunteered a Sean Connery impersonation.
I had the audacity to ask about what I perceived. I'm sorry that my sports thought was bad, Boog. I'm sorry, it's beneath me.
Should they keep throwing it right down the middle, Speed? Yes, I think that's a bad sign.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You know what? You listen poorly. You listen poorly, sir. You're
wow.
You're
Here we
busy.
go, Jim.
You're
Here we
busy
go, Tony.
talking. You have thoughts for America, and you want to share them.
Dead an hour ago. Oh, Parkins is solo. He's going to have Nick Wright on. Yeah. It's one of my best friends in the world, and there's no one better at talking sports. He's the host of First Things First. He's got a new podcast, What's Right Show. Subscribe to the podcast. Check it out on YouTube. Nick Wright with us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. What up, Nick Wright?
What's up, buddy? Everything you said is true, particularly about me being the best in the world at what I do. But also one of the reasons I enjoy coming on with you is I feel like it's kind of a casual, low-pressure environment, even though you're in Chicago, to where I feel comfortable. At some point during this interview, you're going to hear what sounds like background noise, but it's going to be me buying a couple Lucy cigarettes at a bodega. Just ignore that and just power through it, okay?
I can ignore that and power through it, but I would like if you respected my profession. Like, I know that you left radio and now you're a big-time TV star, but, like, we can't get you in a static location for a 15-minute conversation.
Room?
I mean, how about just not moving through the streets of Harlem?
Yeah, but that's not the thing is I do all my interviews and podcasts that aren't on video while walking the dog. You know that. And I feel like it gives some good nat sound, like we were taught at WAER and Newhouse. You know what I mean? That's one of the things that's great about radio is you can start to really feel the environment. Don't you ever listen to 10-10 Winds? Those things aren't in soundproof booths. You're out on the city. You're getting the feel of everything. So, yeah, I mean, It's not a disrespect. If anything, it's an added element.
All right, well, next time we'll have you log on the video for our 400 people that are watching on Twitch, and so you can treat us like the Levitard Show and the Dan Patrick Show and all of those people. But enjoy your Lucy's because you've quit smoking cigarettes, but you buy Lucy's every single day. You also did something that, like, I feel like I don't even know you. You switched your finals pick. What are you, a quitter?
No, so here's the deal. I picked the war. I was watching Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals with my son, who is a Celtics fan, unfortunately, and I said to him midway through the fourth quarter, I said, you guys are going to win the title. And then the way the Celtics closed the very end of that game was so disconcerting to me that I somewhat rashly picked the Warriors, and I said, hey, you know, instead of betting the Warriors, folks should just bet Steph to win Finals MVP. There's no way they win the title, and he doesn't win Finals MVP. But I didn't bet anything on it. You even text me. You're like, what do you have on it? I didn't have anything on it, which kind of shows you I didn't feel very confident about it. And then after Game 1, I was like, oh, my God, the Warriors are totally effed. And then, but I'm not going to, after a team loses, switch. That feels cowardly. But then the Warriors crushed him in Game 2, and I'm like, you know what? I still think the Warriors are screwed. What I'm going to do is do the switcheroo now. And during the show yesterday, I bet the Celtics, and so I was like, if I'm literally betting the Celtics, I can't go on TV and pretend I think the Warriors are going to win. I don't. So, I owe the audience honesty, and I honestly believe the Celtics are better.
Yeah, I think that you've created a scenario where there are now going to be clips of you on the internet picking each team, and you'll just be able to claim that you were correct in either scenario.
No, the thing is this, but that's not how my life works. So what's going to happen is I'm wrong no matter what now. I'll deal with that. I just had to be honest about what I think is going to happen.
Nick Wright from First Things First is our guest. I do want to talk present-day Bulls with you, but before we do that, you have made yourself, through sheer force of will, an NBA historian. Your recall is incredible, your research is amazing, and you have ranked 50 greatest players last 50 years, according to Nick Wright, on your podcast. And I am interested in a particular one for Chicago. You had Scottie Pippen as the 33rd best player of the last 50 years. And where did you have Kawhi Leonard?
One spot ahead of him, 32.
So I think of those players as like the Kawhi was basically Scottie of his generation. Like they are arguably the two greatest perimeter defenders that I've ever seen. So I assume that was intentional placement on the list. What made you put Kawhi ahead of Pip?
Well, because Kawhi reached. Listen, I think Kawhi and Pippen are. I don't know who's the better defender, but I know who the better offensive player is. It's Kawhi.
Yep.
Now, the reason it's so close is because you look at Kawhi's career totals. He's not in, and I understand counting stats aren't everything, but I don't think he's in the top 250 for career points scored. I know he's not like in the top 500 for career assists. Like he has played shockingly small amounts of basketball. And so it's his peak, the playoff run. I don't really actually, and here's the other thing about Kawhi. I don't really actually even care about that first finals MVP because I think it's fraudulent. He had 2 9-point games in those finals. That was a ridiculous finals MVP. But I do care that in 2017, he was having an unbelievable playoff run until Zaza hurt him. I do care that 2019, he had one of the greatest playoff runs we've ever seen. And I do care that in 2021, he was playing quite well in the playoffs until he tore his ACL. And so Pippen, on the other hand, and obviously this isn't news to any Chicago people, but Pippen, one of his greatest kind of gold stars, is 94, the year they won 54 games without Michael. Like, that counts for a ton in my book. And Pippen also, it counts that he was pretty damn good with Portland for a year when they should have probably won the title if they don't melt down in Game 7 against Shaq and Kobe. And so it felt right. Like, Pippen's a controversial figure in that some folks think he's not a top 50. guy. I think that's crazy.
That's what I don't get. That's what I was hoping you could like. I mean, he has longevity. He has the wins. We saw him be awesome and arguably the MVP of the league without Michael Jordan. He has unbelievable playoff moments, like the series against the Lakers in the closeout game, game 3 against the Knicks, was it game 5 against Utah? Like he has plenty of awesome postseason games. I don't really get what's controversial about it. You have Kawhi ahead of him by 1 spot. Okay, fine. But like, why is he controversial?
Well, and listen, you're not going to like to hear this, but he's controversial for the same reason that we keep seeing 30 years later a pretty basic switch hand layup as if it's one of the greatest highlights in NBA history. Because everything surrounding Michael Jordan it's not enough that he might be the greatest.
Did you hang up on him?
He arguably hit the 2 greatest shots in NBA history. It's not enough that he was, without question, the greatest competitor ever. We must also exaggerate his own attributes and minimize others. Like, that's the reason that Pippen gets a short end of the stick. It's most notably from a lot of Jordan folks that want to argue that Pippen was fine, but that was all Michael, when it was not all Michael. Now, it was obviously vast majority Michael, but it's out of deification of Jordan that people want to act like Pippen wasn't the second most important player of that dynasty. And you pointed out the key game. If we're gonna circle one key moment, it was Game 3 against the Knicks. The Bulls are down 0-2. MJ is catching crap because he spent all night gambling in Atlantic City. Game 3 down 0-2.
Yeah.
Jordan went 3 for 18.
Yep.
And Pippen, I don't have it in front of me, but Pippen, I'm walking and smoking. See, that's the other reason I do this while I'm walking and smoking. Otherwise, it's just unfair. But doing this from memory, I think Pippen was 9 for 12 from the field and carried them in that game. And then the next game is when Jordan dropped the 55. And they obviously win 4 straight. They ended up winning their, 3rd title. If they lose that game, Jordan's viewed totally differently, because it's like, wait, he blew a chance to win the title because he was gambling. At that point, he only had 2 rings. Magic had 5. And then the very next year, Pippen was outstanding. But he has the migraine game. He has the Game 7 the year before the migraine game, and he has the Kukoc moment. And then he has the bad back against Utah in their final championship where he didn't play well. And so for all those reasons, I think he gets minimized.
Nick Wright is our guest. Subscribe and on YouTube or wherever you get your podcast to the What's Right Show. Of course, you know him from Fox Sports 1 and First Things First. The Bulls got good, but they're a long way from great. Kevin O'Connor reported they are interested in Rudy Gobert. Their rim protection certainly could use Rudy Gobert. I don't like it at that contract. Should they be interested in Gobert?
Man, Gobert is so difficult because the question is, how much was it a he problem in Utah, and how much of it was a Utah problem? Because the other team that gets connected to Gobert is a team I'm really invested in Dallas, where it's like, oh man, he would solve so many problems. The thing with Gobert is, and this is where I don't think any team that wants to win a title can take him on, especially at that price point. The problem is he is this great defender, but if the other team goes small, he can become a defensive, I don't want to call him liability on defense, but a net zero. He's not a liability, he's not a huge positive. But if the other team goes small, he can't punish you on the offensive end. He is such a non-existent offensive player that, to me, he has major issues come the postseason. I know I'm not breaking ground there.
Yeah.
But so I would, if I'm Chicago, I don't think that's something I would want to take on. Now, I guess it depends on what did KOC say they'd have to give up? Vooch and who else?
He didn't specify it that way. He was just talking about interest, but I would assume it would be Vooch and Patrick Williams. And Man, Patrick.
Well, I might do that.
I don't know, man. Patrick Williams is young and cheap and a two-way player with huge upside. Rudy Gobert just signed that 5 for 205 deal. Like, you want to be paying Rudy Gobert $44 million for his age 32 season and have another $46 million season after that? Like, when you can't give him the ball on offense? Like, in a vacuum, the Bulls are better if you just swapped out Gobert for Vooch. Everybody agrees with that. But Vooch's contract is done in a year. Gobert's contract's not done until 2026.
Yeah, it's tough. I think you guys are a little stuck because the other obvious big question is, are you going to be able to keep LaVine? And then the next big question is, did you just get the greatest season DeMar DeRozan will ever have? Which I think the answer to that's almost assuredly yes.
Yes.
I think you guys could. I don't know. It's weird. Everyone was like, see, Chicago. I remember Zach Lowe making this point. I think Zach Lowe's brilliant. But he was like, how about Chicago? They're like, what if we just decide in the offseason, let's try to be good? Like, this is what happens. You try to be good, and you end up being good, but they weren't that good. Like, the last 35 games of the year, they weren't a very good team. I understand Lonzo got hurt. I understand they dealt with injury issues. I think that team, how are they getting out of round one in an East that you would think Brooklyn is not going to ever be quite as bad as it was? Milwaukee, I think, is the far and away best team. They just, had the injury at the wrong time. Obviously, Boston's there. We'll see what happens with Philly, see what happens with Miami. That's 5 teams already. I think Chicago's in a real tough spot, which is maybe why you do roll the dice on Gobert. But, man, it's a big dice roll. What I would say is, no, it's not like he's a guy that at his age, if you were to acquire him and then a year into it be like, this doesn't work, someone will take him. It's not like you're going to have to buy him out for $120 million on his deal. You'd be able to flip him again. And so, I don't know. I would think about it. I don't think you guys have a ton. I know it's not what Bulls fans want to hear. I don't think you guys have a ton of great options.
I agree.
You're kind of stuck in that meaty middle.
Yeah, they gave up a lot to be respectable. They also don't have any terrible contracts. Like, Vooch's contract is tradable. DeRozan's contract is tradable. If LaVine chooses to go elsewhere, they're absolutely screwed. Quickly, who would you say is better?
Sign and trade for Russ? Sign and trade for Russ? How about LeBron?
Not to help LeBron. No, not interested.
What do you mean? Why not? You get Russ. Maybe. Hey. Let's talk about this for a moment.
Let's not.
Look at Russ's numbers with Washington last year: 23, 11, and 11. I mean, that guy's got a lot left in the tank. He's just not a fit. In fact, it's probably LeBron's fault. One of the reasons Jordan's probably greater than LeBron. Jordan would have made it work with Russ. I think Lonzo and DeMar DeRozan. Lonzo, DeMar DeRozan, Russ.
I don't know this to be true, but I'm assuming you have Jordan ranked 3rd on your little podcast project, and you're going to go LeBron, Kareem, Jordan just to light the internet on fire, and I'm never going to be able to have you back on the show, just so you know. Yeah, that's what I thought. Did he hang up on himself? Or did he just hear that? Or did he drop?
I think he dropped after it.
Did he hear? You think he heard that? Because I honestly don't know. He's like embargoed the information on who he has at the top of his podcast rankings. But I'm convinced that's going to be his move for maximum attention, and it might end the friendship.
I can't even call him back because we have spots that have to get in by 5.
It's fine. I'll text him and see if I can get that answer. Rick Hahn on Tony La Russa and the White Sox not making managerial changes. You'll hear it coming up on the Score.
This is where the Cubs play.
Here comes the 1-2 to Contreras, drilled in the air, deep left field. Back is Yelich, that ball is gone. Line drive, home run, Wilson Contreras. I barely had time to call it, Ron. It left the park in such a major hurry.
Pat Hughes here, play-by-play voice of the Chicago Cubs. Join Ron Coomer and me right.
If the White Sox are this bad at defense, you know what's not happening? They're not winning the World Series. They're just not. And I guess that's the question. Are we taking World Championship off the table now completely until further notice? Their Pythagorean record's like 12-16 right now. And yeah, things happen. Washington Nationals and all that. But do you see this thing tightening up and flipping around? And you can mark the tape on here and you can say, Burns, you're the same guy that said they weren't going to win the world. Go ahead. I hope against hope that when that parade is going on, you can play this, because I'd love it. I'll be happy as hell. But right now, the way they're playing is not the way a champion plays. It's just not. You can't be how many times has the baseball's worst defensive team won a playoff series? They didn't do that last year. They told us they were going to get better. They told us they were going to get better, and they got worse. No, it's the weather. It's injuries. No, it's not. It's not. This is going great. Everybody's all pleased with everything. This is not okay. It's very much not okay. This is there are leaks in this White Sox thing right now. It can all turn around, and sometimes everything you want to say about darkest before the dawn and all that. But they pick up the ball. It's depressing based on our expectations.
You know, I'm watching this White Sox team, and I'm thinking that their stock was put so much into the lineup, and this is one of the worst offenses in the league. And we know the defense is already bad, and the pitching staff is short with injury and also underperformance. They committed heavily into the bullpen. All of these things are coming into play because when the offense isn't right, all of the other neglects are magnified. Mm-hmm. So then you add it on to the idea of, well, the manager in the dugout has to maximize your opportunity to win, and he's not doing that. And I just, he doesn't care about what he says to the media. This doesn't matter to him.
Right.
What matters to him is how the players play for him in the clubhouse. And he understands, because he's been in the league for, since before Rick and I were born, that this is a marathon and not a sprint. But what we're seeing on May 10th, and you asked the question, this is closer to a bad team than it is to a World Series contender right now. And that should not be the case.
They are 28th of 30 teams in on-base percentage. Their team OBP is 281. They are behind the Reds. They're behind the Reds in on-base percentage. White Sox fans deserve better than this. Maybe we don't. Maybe that's the problem. maybe that's the conclusion. That we just don't. Go Bears.
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Matt Spiegel got on with some takes that were pure gold.
A little too much Parkins.
Afternoons on the Score.
You don't really have to pick his brain because he kind of explains everything to you. And, I mean, he's probably forgot more about this game than I've ever learned so far. So he's special to listen to. He's got so much knowledge. It's as simple as that.
What's the thing that he shared where you're just like, damn, I can't believe I get to talk to this guy?
Yeah, it's just his mentality about the game. I mean, he's been doing it so long, and when he says something, you're like, oh, yeah.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show, afternoons on The Score.
That was Andrew Vaughn with us earlier today. Fun guest day on the show. Nick claims that we hung up on him, so we just had Nick Wright on the show. We did not.
Yeah, it's not true at all.
But our phones have been a little wonky, so...
But not for any of the other guests, Danny.
Yeah, I assume it was the guy.
Weird, right?
I assume it was the guy walking through Harlem looking to buy a Lucy cigarette at a bodega.
Yeah, dude, just buy a pack.
See, but he doesn't smoke, is what he would say.
Oh,
to
no,
that.
for sure. Yeah.
He would say he doesn't smoke. He just buys Lucy's.
Yeah.
But
I don't drink because I only buy Mickey's 40s on the way to the train.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
He's that guy.
Yep.
Hey, it's better than for the entirety of the time that I've known him, which is since he was a junior in college and I was a freshman, when he would be smoking Black and Milds while wearing a nicotine patch. So, that was like 15 years of our friendship. So he's getting a little better, I guess. Andrew Vaughn was on the show. The voice of baseball, Joe Davis, was on the show. The voice of sports gambling, Joe Ostrowski. And then there was Nick Wright. But the biggest news today probably is the firing of Joe Maddon. So Joe Girardi out, Joe Maddon out. The White Sox, they have a manager who's not very popular with the fan base. You might have heard in Tony La Russa, but he's real tight with the owner. Rick Hahn, first game of a homestand, he speaks to the local media. Rick Hahn was asked about managers and their tenure and how the White Sox don't really seem to fire him in season. Here's Rick Hahn.
You guys aren't ones to, and I'm not saying that we should talk about manager changes here. We're talking about what happened in Philly and LA. You guys don't really do that. Is that kind of an organizational philosophy?
We don't really do what?
Firing someone during the season. You know what I mean? Is that kind of an organizational philosophy?
No. I'm trying to come up with a counterpoint to show my no is appropriate, and I can't come up with one immediately in my couple of decades that I've been here.
Gene
Lamont, I think I was in high school, but I'm not sure I can take responsibility for Gene Lamont. But sure, yeah, Gene Lamont, we bounced him.
Did you write a letter to
I did not write a letter saying that you should fire Gene Lamont. I got some nasty letters this past week, though, speaking of. The short answer is no. There is not some sort of organizational edict of that we do not let people go midstream. We do have, and this certainly predates me, like Gene Lamont, you want people to have the information about how they need to get better before you make a change. You don't want anyone to be surprised by making a change. And that applies not just in the dugout or coaching staff, that's the scouts, that's the player development, that's the people in the front office. So we are conscientious about making sure people have the information before a change is made so to give them a chance to improve. But there certainly is no organizational edict against change or something like that.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, Shane, and say none of that makes you feel much better. Like he's saying, he's saying we could make a change if we wanted to, but hey, what about the history of the fact that it's basically never happened, and you have to go back to Gene Lamont, and he's like, yeah,
I don't really want to speak for one of my best friends in the entire world, Rick Hahn,
right?
But in that instance, he's absolutely saying, yes, I would fire a manager midseason. Like, that's my philosophy. If he's not getting the job done, I'm going to fire the manager and find the next replacement, find somebody who's going to do the job right. But saying, but that's Jerry's buddy, and we can't really do that midseason.
Right. Like
that's exactly what he's saying.
Well, there's no policy on the books that says we don't fire a manager in season.
Exactly.
But we haven't fired a manager in season in a few generations, so there may as well be a policy on the books. Right. Hey, and here's the thing. Talk to people who work for the White Sox. For the most part, they love Jerry. Love him.
I'm like we said about Tony. I'm sure he's a sweetheart of a man.
But he's loyal.
Exactly. Well, we know that.
But that's what I'm saying. Like for people who work for him, like there's different levels of pensions that Major League Baseball teams can give to organizations. The White Sox have the top tier one. Like he takes care of his people. He takes care of his loyalists. He takes care of Kenny, and he takes care of his PR maven and his traveling secretary and the people who have been there for 20, 30 years. Like that's what he does. And that's why when he calls firing Tony his biggest professional regret, it's not happening, man. The only way it happens is if it's an unmitigated, non-competitive disaster. And then it still won't be a firing. It'll be golden parachute, soft landing. He's an advisor, that sort of thing. So,
man, that's tough.
It is
tough to hear that out loud.
It is just the reality. I'm not. There's no joy or prejudice or anything like that in how I say it. It's just we learned that with how he was hired, and we have seen it play out. If he has loyalty to you, he will not fire you. Period. That's how it works. So, do I think Tony would stay if they rattled off a 10-game losing streak right now and went 12 games under 500? No. I could see him hitting the ejector seat on himself and saying, I'm going to step aside. It's not working. Everyone's blaming me. Let's let someone else do it. This team's in their window. I have too much respect to Jerry and the organization. I'm not getting it done. Let's step aside. Could I see that happening? Yeah, but it would have to be like season's over type of stuff. 12-game losing streak for Joe Maddon type of stuff. Because Tony doesn't believe he's the problem. And Jerry doesn't believe he's the problem. So if Rick believes he's the problem, doesn't matter. That's the reality here. 312-644-6767. Before we hear from Tony La Russa, what's up, Doc Mike? Been a while. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I just got back from Colorado Springs on a cancer case. And, I've talked to the Cubs, you guys, the Bears, the Bulls. It's about training. There's no stretching there.
No stretching.
Thibodeau used to, you stretch before, during, and after a game. You increase your oxygen levels, your ozone levels in the body, your muscle condition. The Sox went through the entire season in 2005 with some trainers that understood stretching. There were no injuries, absolutely no 0.00 injuries in 2005.
Frank Thomas broke his foot.
That was an injury. What was he doing? Leaving a bar on Rush Street?
I don't believe so. The White Sox just fired their trainer last year. They got a new one this year.
Okay. Well, you look at the track records of the Patriots, the Lakers. Yeah, all the different sports have trainers and nutritionists that take care of these athletes. What has happened to Chicago hiring these people out of Cook County Hospital? This epileptic, and Cutler was a diabetic. Isn't there something better, like a Mahomes?
It'd be good to get Mahomes. I'm with you. I wish the White Sox had Mahomes. Thanks for the call, Mike. Yeah, that's a good point.
Usually he's better than that.
It's a good point.
It's my favorite less color.
Yeah.
I did try to force that one. That's on me.
That's okay.
Let's get to the Tony La Russa audio.
You were like, take the call.
Yeah, he's usually a lot better than that.
No, it was fine. I mean, listen, they hired epileptics and diabetics from the Lakers or Patriots or something. That was a thing that happened.
Drink less, win more. The Beanie-less bandwagon.
All right. Let's make more sense by hearing from Tony La Russa. That's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays out for him. How's Tony evaluating himself these days?
Tony, do you evaluate yourself and your coaches when things are going bad, when players aren't playing necessarily up to their level that they want to be at? Do you always have a gauge for yourself and coaches as well?
Well, there's a process we use that makes it automatic that you're evaluating. And the idea is you tell the team, we're going to work as hard and get as ready as we can in spring training. And then starting opening day, our goal is to compete with what we got and improve. And how you improve, you pay attention to how you're playing. And we're, pitchers, hitters, defenders, and the only way you can improve is if you're evaluating what's going on and how we're managing them, how we're coaching them. So we do it all the time. It's part of how you want to peak at the end.
I'm telling you, man. Why are you doing this to yourself, Shane? Why are you doing it to yourself?
It's more evident day after day that I've made very poor life decisions in my personal life, my career, and my fandom for baseball teams. And Tony La Russa is putting the final nail in the coffin.
Well, I mean, why aren't you going to any of these Dodgers games?
I don't have an interest in seeing them right now.
You're going Saturday for the tailgate and the Hawaiian shirt.
My softball games are just canceled for tonight, so I could technically go over there after the show today, but I'm choosing not to. The weather's going to be bad, too. I don't want to wait that out.
It's going to be bad tonight?
Yeah, no, not tonight, but tomorrow.
Gotcha.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thursday's a day game, and I can't miss out on hanging with you guys at my job.
Right. No, you would never do that.
No.
You're
I'm off on Friday, by the way.
Right, and last Friday.
Yeah.
Right. No, but that's good. I appreciate that. I know you want to hear from the manager, and I know they're the team in town with the highest expectations, and I know you're a diehard fan, but I just don't get the sense that this is going to go so well for you. Jake Berger's been absolutely crushing the ball. He was on with Mully and Haugh today. We had arguably the two best hitters on the team on today. We had Andrew Vaughn with us and Jake Berger with the morning show. Laurence had TA.
This is technically the White Sox flagship. Without the rights to broadcast their games,
yes,
this is the White Sox flagship.
We cover the White Sox better than anyone else. There's basically no denying that, just based on the guests that we have and the analysts that we have. But Jake Berger, can he be the solution to the problems at second base, Tony La Russa?
I asked you some version of this when Jake was up the first time. If he keeps hitting, is there any chance him or I guess McCascay more likely would play some second base? I think you said before maybe you talked about it a little bit. I can't remember.
Well, I like the way you asked that. Is there a chance? Yeah, the chance is. There's always yes. It's like
Real
make
chance.
a move and you think about, I thought about it, but you can see what I decided to do.
Well, has there been internal discussions more?
Well, you always want to make sure that if a guy goes on a streak, that there's a way to play him. In his case, it's third, it could be second, it could be DH. I'm sure we play him in the outfield for him too. So you don't want to discourage him. But at the same time, if you watch the game Sunday, Josh had some very good swings and had a line drive to first base and then got by that broke the game open. So, you just evaluate as you go along. And Lurie, today he just scratched because he's got a little coldish feeling, but you just can't guarantee what's Jake's future is. It starts with what he does today, but the answer is yes. We have talked about other positions.
That's not bad. And I didn't see my normal massive amounts of pitchforks and torches and complaining over the White Sox lineup today. Danny Mendick, Andrew Vaughn, Luis Robert, Jose Abreu, Gavin Sheets, then Jake Berger. It's your top six. Moncada, McGuire, Harrison, 7 through 9. Pollock's still just
deceased.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said he died.
Yeah, he passed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, Danny. I don't know what's going on with the AJ Pollock thing, but it doesn't make a ton of sense.
He needs
I get Tony loves the handedness, but Gavin Sheets has just looked lost at the plate for the last 3 weeks. Danny Mendick is crushing the ball. I've got no problem with that.
Right, Mendick's hitting, Vaughn's hitting, Robert and Abreu are your cornerstones.
I think Berger's probably a little bit too low. I probably would have switched him with Sheets, but that's nitpicking.
That's
one
5v6.
But still, it could be the final at bat of the game,
Could be.
That's the way I like to look at it. Reese McGuire's making contact lately. The only the main issue here is still Josh Harrison being on the major league team.
Well, there's a few issues because when you say Reese McGuire's making contact, you're supposed to have your $72 million catcher in the lineup in your top 5, which brings us to the last thing we wanted to play for you from Tony La Russa. Here's TLR on Yasmani Grandal.
Concerns about Grandal right now, Tony, and was Berger in the lineup at DH? Was he kind of the odd man out then in that choice?
No, so it's he played 3 days in a row in Tampa Bay. He's catching tomorrow and Thursday, so it's all part of the plan. Might even be catching Friday as well. So it's part of he gets a chance to stay fresh 2 days off in a row. At the same time, it's easy to get Berger and Sheets in the lineup.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Yaz crushes righties.
I think that all teams plan more than a day in advance. So if they think that Grandal has to catch the next 3 games, right? There's no Grandal at first base experiment. There's no Grandal at DH. It's reasonable to do that. I think that is reasonable. The problem with Grandal is the production, man. Like, that one is not on the manager. Like, you could say you'd play him today and rest him tomorrow or whatever, and maybe the splits would bear that out. I don't know. You're right in terms of the handedness and who he crushes. But, like, he doesn't crush anybody this year.
No.
So he's not good.
No, but if you're putting him in the best position to succeed, it's probably against a right-handed pitcher.
Right. But the majority, I mean, how many of the guys that they're facing the next 3 days are right-handed?
2 of them.
2 of the next 3?
Yeah.
Okay. So he just isn't hitting. Like, when I look at the White Sox lineup, Grandal is the single biggest offender right now. Obviously, Eloy not being in it, but he's hurt. Grandal not feeling like Grandal is not playable, and when he does well offensively, it feels like a mistake. He still sees the ball coming out of the hand well. His command of the strike zone's pretty good. The walks have been better, but you get that, like, you know, the little loop single through the opposite side on a check swing, and he drives in 2 runs. It feels like an accident when he does something well offensively. Like, it's no Eloy, it's Grandal being borderline unplayable that have been the biggest issues. But, Shane, I wanted to talk to you about Steve Stone before we're out of here.
My guy.
I mean, well, you know, we've all gotten to know him, which is an honor and a pleasure of working here. 40 years in the booth. 40 years. I talked about it a lot with Laurence, so I do want to hear from you. But what I said about Stoney was, I think you could make the argument that no one taught me more about baseball in my life. Like, I didn't play it at a higher level than 6th grade Little League, so I only had, like, just dads coaching as volunteers, never had, like, a high-end baseball coach. And then maybe Jeff Passan, who we would hang out with, and I read everything that he writes, and, you know, he's a buddy of mine, like, maybe. But in terms of sheer number of hours, I mean, I watched all those games as a kid with the Cubs and now watch them all for work with the White Sox. Like, I've spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours of my life with Steve Stone as one of the best analysts teaching me baseball. So 40 years is incredible. What's he mean to you?
He's the voice of my childhood. Haugh and Stoney are the voice of my childhood.
Yeah.
Nobody teaches you baseball in a way of the confidence that he does, where he knows exactly what's happening. He tells you why it's going to happen, and then he tells you why it happened and why he was right about it. So some people may listen to Steve Stone and be like, oh, what the hell? This guy just wants to call every shot. He wants to be the pompous guy. He's not that guy. He's not that guy. He just loves baseball. And he knows every single thing there is to know about baseball. Andrew Vaughn is not, or no, he was saying that about Tony La Russa, but Steve Stone is baseball to me, and I think he's probably baseball to every Chicago baseball fan. He's been on the television for our entire lives.
It's crazy.
Our entire lives.
And I love him as a storyteller.
Yeah.
Like, the knowledge is one thing, and he does have a ton of knowledge. But Benetti has a ton of knowledge, and a lot of guys have a ton of knowledge. You can acquire knowledge. He also has the experiences as an incredible storyteller that I just think set him apart. We're very lucky to have him on our team at The Score, and I hope he soaks it up and allows himself to get vulnerable and emotional tonight on the broadcast, because I'm sure NBC Sports Chicago is going to do it. If you want tickets, Shane's tickets, leave a 5-star review, subscribe to our podcast, prove those 2 things to Shane on Twitter.
Write a review.
Write a review. Leave us a review. Give us 5 stars. Subscribe to the podcast. Prove those things to Shane. He's going to pick someone at random and give you his Sox and Dodgers tickets to the Wednesday game, tomorrow's game, against the Dodgers. So you'll be in touch with them tonight?
Yes,
right?
Tonight and tomorrow morning. I'll pick somebody by the morning.
Okay. So subscribe, write a review, prove it to Shane, and you might get his tickets to Sox and Dodgers tomorrow. Thank you to Andrew Vaughn, Joe Ostrowski, Joe Davis, and Nick Wright. Thank you to Ray Diaz for stepping in for Chris Tannehill. Spiegs out today. Shane Reardon, our executive producer. Connor O'Donnell, Twitch chat and video stream. I'm Danny Parkins. We are Parkins and Spiegel. This is The Score.
That'll basically be the show because we don't have much time for anything else.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Dell. For small business needs, call a Dell Technologies Advisor today at 877-